if Sirius Black never went to Azkaban, and Harry Potter was raised by the most chaotic godfather in wizarding history? In this timeline, Sirius catches Peter Pettigrew, clears his name, and takes baby Harry home. Not to the Dursleys, but to Grimmauld Place. So instead of cupboard trauma, Harry gets broom lessons, cursed furniture, emotional damage with better food, and one overprotective dog dad ready to fight the entire ministry before breakfast. This story is divided into 6 chapters, so grab your butterbeer, hide your dark artifacts, and let's begin. And hey, if you enjoy Harry Potter What If stories, make sure to like, subscribe, and share, because Sirius didn't escape Azkaban in this timeline, but your support can definitely escape the algorithm.
The night Voldemort fell, the whole wizarding world began to celebrate. Strangers hugged in the streets. Owls filled the sky. Fireworks bloomed above villages that had spent 11 years whispering behind locked doors. People laughed too loudly, cried too suddenly, and said the name they had once feared as if saying it enough times would prove he was truly gone. But in Godric's Hollow, there was no celebration. There was only smoke. The Potter cottage stood broken beneath the cold October sky, its roof split open like a wound. One wall had collapsed into the garden. Shattered glass glittered across the grass. The front door hung from one hinge, creaking softly whenever the wind touched it. Sirius Black's motorbike screamed through the clouds and dropped toward the village like a falling star. He did not land cleanly. The bike struck the road hard, skidding sideways before he forced it still. Sirius barely remembered shutting it off, barely remembered running. His boots hit the wet stones, his cloak snapped behind him, and his wand was already in his hand before he reached the gate. "James?" No answer, his throat tightened. Lily, still nothing. The silence was wrong. James's house was never silent. Not really. There was always noise, James laughing too loudly, Lily scolding him with a smile in her voice, baby Harry making some small sound that James insisted was obviously advanced magical communication. But now there was only smoke. Sirius pushed through the broken door. The smell hit him first. Burnt wood, dust, blood. Magic, not ordinary magic, not spellfire from a duel or the sharp sting of a shield charm. This was colder, older, the kind of magic that left the air feeling afraid. Sirius stepped over broken furniture and entered the sitting room, then he stopped. James Potter lay near the stairs. For one impossible second, Sirius's mind refused to understand what his eyes were seeing. James was on his back, glasses cracked beside him, one hand still stretched toward the stairs as if he had tried to hold death back with nothing but his body. His wand was not in his hand. Of course it wasn't. James had trusted the wards. James had trusted the secret keeper. James had trusted Peter. Something inside Sirius tore open. "No," he whispered. He dropped beside James, shaking him once, then harder. "Prongs, come on, get up." James did not move. "Don't do this." Sirius's voice broke. "Don't you dare do this to me." But James Potter, who had once turned every rule into a joke, every detention into a victory, and every disaster into a story worth telling, was still. From upstairs came a sound, a baby crying. Sirius froze. "Harry." The world snapped back into motion. He ran. He took the stairs 2 at a time, almost slipping on broken plaster. At the top of the landing, another body lay near the nursery door. Red hair spread across the floor. Sirius stopped breathing. Lily, her eyes were closed. Her face was strangely peaceful, as if even death had not been able to frighten her away from what she had chosen. Her wand lay several feet away. She had not died running. She had died standing between a monster and her son. Sirius sank to his knees. For a moment he could not move. There had been a world before this. A world where James would laugh tomorrow. A world where Lily would tease Sirius for nearly crashing through the roof. A world where Harry would grow up with too many uncles, too many stories, and absolutely no chance of becoming normal. That world was gone. Harry cried again, small, frightened, alive. Sirius crawled forward, then forced himself to stand. He stepped over the broken nursery door and entered the room. The crib was still there. Around it, the walls were scorched black. Toys had been thrown across the floor. A little stuffed stag lay near the window, one antler burned away, and in the crib, wrapped in a blue blanket, Harry Potter screamed at the top of his tiny lungs. Sirius let out a sound that was half sob, half laugh. Harry. He reached into the crib with shaking hands and lifted the baby against his chest. Harry's forehead was bleeding. A thin, lightning-shaped cut marked his skin. Sirius stared at it, horror rising through him again. But Harry was warm. Harry was breathing. Harry was alive. "I've got you," Sirius whispered, clutching him close. "I've got you, pup. I'm here." Harry's little fingers grabbed at Sirius's shirt. That almost destroyed him. Sirius held him tighter and turned toward the door. Then he heard something downstairs. A scrape. Tiny, quick, almost nothing. But Sirius Black had not survived the war by ignoring almost nothing. His grief turned sharp. He shifted Harry carefully into one arm and raised his wand with the other. "Who's there?" Silence. Then another sound. A faint scurrying beneath the broken floorboards. Sirius's eyes narrowed. No. No, it could not be, but his mind was suddenly moving faster than his rage. The secret keeper had betrayed them. Voldemort had found the house. James and Lily were dead. And Peter Pettigrew was not here unless he was. Sirius looked down toward the dark stairwell. For a second, a red haze filled his vision. He saw himself chasing Peter into the street. Saw himself blasting apart roads, walls, anything that stood between him and revenge. Saw Peter screaming. Saw himself laughing because the world had already ended and there was nothing left to lose. Then Harry whimpered against his chest. Sirius looked down. The baby's green eyes blinked up at him, wet with tears. James's son. Lily's son, his godson. The rage did not vanish, it changed shape. Sirius Black lowered his wand slightly and smiled without warmth. "Not tonight, Wormtail." He moved slowly down the stairs, every step controlled. The old marauder instincts returned through the grief. Watch the corners. Listen for movement. Think like prey. Think like hunter. Think like Padfoot. Another scrape came from the sitting room. Sirius flicked his wand. The broken furniture lifted into the air. A cracked table rose. A rug curled back. Dust spun in the air. There. A rat darted from beneath a fallen chair. For a heartbeat, Sirius saw not a rat, but a boy with watery eyes and trembling hands, a boy who had sat with them at breakfast. A boy who had laughed at James's jokes. A boy who had held Harry once and called him little mate. Sirius's hand shook. The rat ran for a hole in the wall. Sirius moved. Revelio animagus. The spell struck the rat mid-leap. There was a flash of ugly silver light. The rat screamed. Its body twisted in the air, stretching, cracking, growing. A tail became a leg. Paws became hands. Fur withdrew into pale skin. Peter Pettigrew landed hard on the floor, gasping, naked beneath a torn cloak, his face wet with terror. As Sirius pointed his wand between Peter's eyes. "Say one word," Sirius said softly, "and I will forget Harry is in my arms." Peter's mouth snapped shut. Harry began to cry again, startled by the noise. The sound dragged Sirius back from the edge. He looked at Peter, then at Harry, then at James's body near the stairs. A terrible choice stood before him. Revenge would be easy, one curse. One flash of light. Peter would be gone. The traitor would pay, but then what? A dead traitor could not confess. A dead traitor could not clear Sirius's name. A dead traitor could not tell the world that James and Lily had not trusted the wrong man because they were fools, but because a coward had sold them. Most importantly, a dead traitor would not help Harry. Sirius swallowed the scream burning in his chest. Then he stunned Peter so hard the man slammed into the wall and collapsed. "Mooney always said I needed impulse control," Sirius muttered, voice shaking. "Happy now, Remus?" He conjured ropes around Peter, binding his hands, legs, and mouth. Then, after a moment of thought, Sirius added 3 more layers of binding charms and 1 old black family hex that would bite if Peter tried to transform again. Only then did Sirius let himself breathe. He looked around the ruined house, James downstairs, Lily upstairs, Harry in his arms, Peter at his feet, Voldemort gone. No, not gone. Sirius could feel it in the air. Something had happened here that was bigger than a failed curse, bigger than a duel, bigger than death. The Dark Lord had come to kill a baby, and the baby had lived. By dawn, Godric's Hollow was full of people. Aurors arrived first, wands raised and faces pale. Then came ministry officials, healers, curse-breakers, and old neighbors who stood behind the lines whispering prayers. Albus Dumbledore arrived just as the sky began to lighten. He walked through the gates slowly, his expression unreadable. His blue eyes took in the destroyed cottage, the auras surrounding Peter Pettigrew, and Sirius Black sitting on a broken garden wall with Harry wrapped in his cloak. Sirius did not stand. Dumbledore approached carefully. "Sirius." "Don't," Sirius said. Dumbledore stopped. For a moment neither man spoke. Then Dumbledore looked toward the house. James and Lily? Sirius's jaw clenched inside. Dumbledore closed his eyes. The silence that followed was heavier than any speech. Finally, he opened them again and looked at Harry. "May I see him?" Sirius's arms tightened. "No, Sirius, I said no." The auras nearby glanced at each other. Dumbledore's face did not harden, but something in it became older. "I know you are grieving." Sirius laughed once. It was an ugly sound. "Do you?" "Yes," Dumbledore said quietly, "I do." Sirius looked at him then, really looked at him, and saw no lie. That made him angrier somehow. "Peter betrayed them," Sirius said. "He was the secret keeper." Dumbledore's eyes moved to the bound man on the grass. Peter was awake now, sobbing through the gag, shaking so badly the ropes trembled. "I feared it," Dumbledore murmured. Sirius stared at him. "You feared it?" Dumbledore said nothing. Sirius stood so suddenly that one aura raised his wand. "You feared it and you didn't tell them?" "I had suspicions, not proof." "My best friend is dead because of suspicions." Dumbledore's expression flickered. "And because Voldemort chose murder," he said softly. "And because Peter chose betrayal." Sirius wanted to argue, wanted to blame him, wanted to blame everyone. Dumbledore, Peter, the Ministry, himself, mostly himself. Because he had suggested switching secret keepers. He had thought it was clever, a marauder trick, a little misdirection. James had trusted him, and now James was dead. Harry stirred against his chest. Dumbledore's gaze softened. He must be taken somewhere safe. "He is safe," Sirius said. "Sirius, there are forces at work tonight that we do not yet understand. Lily's sacrifice has created a protection around him, but that protection may depend on blood, her sister's blood." Sirius's face went still. "No, the Dursleys are his relatives. They are muggles who hated Lily. They are still blood. They are not family." Dumbledore looked at him for a long moment. "That distinction may matter greatly to the heart," he said. "Magic is not always so gentle." Sirius stepped closer, his voice low. "James and Lily named me godfather, not Petunia, not Vernon Dursley, me." "I know." "Then you know Harry comes with me." "I know that is what you want." Sirius's eyes flashed. That is what they wanted. Dumbledore did not answer immediately. Around them, Ministry officials began moving Peter toward a secured transport. Peter's eyes found Sirius. He made a muffled pleading sound. Sirius did not look away from Dumbledore. "Give him Veritaserum," Sirius said. "Check his wand, pull his memories, do whatever pretty legal dance the Ministry needs. But when this is done, no one is calling me a murderer and no one is taking Harry." Dumbledore's gaze sharpened slightly. "You understand that raising him will not be simple." "Good," Sirius said. "I hate simple. He will be famous. He already is. He will be hunted. Then I'll hunt back." "That," Dumbledore said, "is exactly what worries me." For the first time that morning, Sirius smiled. It was not happy. "You should be worried." The trial of Peter Pettigrew lasted less than a day, not because the Ministry was efficient, because the evidence was impossible to bury. Peter's wand showed spells cast near Godric's Hollow. His memories, extracted under strict supervision, revealed the meetings, the fear, the betrayal. Veritaserum broke what little courage he had left. He confessed to giving Voldemort the location. He confessed to framing Sirius in advance, planning to disappear before suspicion could settle. He confessed to serving the Dark Lord because he believed Voldemort would win by sunset. The name Sirius Black was cleared before it could be destroyed. The wizarding world, already drunk on Voldemort's fall, received a second shock. The traitor was not Sirius Black. It was Peter Pettigrew. The cowardly friend, the forgotten marauder, the rat. But Sirius did not care about the headlines. He sat in a private room at St. Mungo's with Harry asleep in his lap, staring at nothing. Remus Lupin entered without knocking. He looked thinner than Sirius remembered. Paler. Like grief had found him before the news had. For a moment, Remus stood in the doorway. Then his eyes dropped to Harry. His face crumpled. Sirius looked up. Moony. Remus crossed the room and pulled Sirius into an awkward embrace around the sleeping baby. Neither of them spoke. There were no words big enough for James and Lily. After a long time, Remus pulled back and wiped his face roughly. Peter. Azkaban, Sirius said. Hopefully somewhere damp. Remus nodded, but there was no satisfaction in it. And Harry. With me. Remus looked at him carefully. Sirius? Don't start. I'm not starting. I'm asking. He's my godson. Yes, James and Lily chose me. Yes. Then that's it. Remus sat across from him. You know Dumbledore will argue about the blood wards. He already did. And I told him where he could put his blood wards. Despite everything, Remus almost smiled. Then he looked at Harry again. He'll need more than love, Padfoot. Sirius's voice softened. I know. Do you? That stung. Sirius looked down at Harry's sleeping face. The lightning scar stood out red against his small forehead. I don't know how to do this, Sirius admitted. Remus leaned back, tired and sad. No one does. James would have. No, Remus said quietly. James would have pretended he did until Lily corrected him. A broken laugh escaped Sirius. For a second, James was almost in the room with them. Then the moment passed. Sirius touched Harry's blanket. I can't lose him too. Remus's expression became gentle. Then don't raise him like he's already halfway gone. Sirius looked up. Remus held his gaze. He isn't James. He isn't Lily. He isn't revenge. He's Harry. Sirius looked back down. Harry yawned in his sleep, tiny and unaware of the world already fighting over him. I know, Sirius whispered, but a part of him did not. Not yet. 3 days later, Sirius brought Harry to Grimmauld Place. The old black family house did not welcome them. It sulked. The door opened with a groan. Dust hung in the air. Portraits hissed from the walls. Somewhere upstairs, something cursed scratched inside a cabinet. Sirius stepped inside, carrying Harry in one arm and a bag of baby supplies in the other. Right, he said to the dark hallway. New rule. Anyone insults the baby, I set the room on fire. A portrait covered in black cloth shrieked. Sirius pointed at it. That includes you, Mother. Harry blinked up at the ceiling. The house creaked. From the shadows, an old house elf appeared, wringing his ears. Master Sirius has returned. Creature rasped. With the half-blood child, Mistress will scream. Mistress will curse poor Creature's ears. Sirius narrowed his eyes. Creature. The elf flinched. This is Harry. He is James and Lily's son. He is my godson. He lives here now. Creature's large eyes moved to the baby. Harry stared back. Then Harry smiled. It was a small, sleepy baby smile. Meaningless, probably. Gas, exhaustion, some tiny mystery of infancy. Creature froze as if struck by lightning. The child smiles at Creature, he whispered. Sirius looked between them. Don't get emotional. It's probably because you look funny. Creature did not answer. He was still staring at Harry. For the first time in many years, Grimmauld Place heard a sound it did not recognize. A baby laughing. The house did not become warm overnight. Dark places rarely do, but something changed. Sirius opened windows that had been shut for decades. He tore down cursed curtains. He argued with portraits. He nearly lost 3 fingers to a silver snuff-box. Remus visited often, bringing books, chocolate, and quiet disapproval whenever Sirius tried to solve parenting problems with explosions. And Harry lived, not hidden in a cupboard, not unwanted, not told he was a burden. Harry Potter grew up in a house full of ghosts, secrets, and danger, but also laughter, stories, and arms that reached for him when he cried. On Harry's first birthday, Sirius placed him on a toy broomstick 2 inches above the carpet. Remus objected. Harry giggled. Sirius declared him a natural. On Harry's second birthday, he accidentally turned Sirius's hair green. Remus laughed so hard he had to sit down. Sirius kept it green for a week. On Harry's third birthday, a portrait called Lily a filthy name. Every window in the hall shattered at once. Harry cried afterward, frightened by his own magic. Sirius held him close and whispered that magic was nothing to fear. Remus, watching from the doorway, wondered if that was true years past. The Wizarding World remembered Harry Potter as the boy who lived. Sirius tried to raise him as simply Harry. But fame has long fingers. Letters came. Gifts came. Reporters tried to bribe neighbors. Old pureblood families sent invitations written in silver ink, pretending they had not once supported the monster who murdered Harry's parents. Sirius burned most of them. Remus saved a few, just in case. Dumbledore visited sometimes, never without tension. He would sit across from Sirius in the kitchen, long fingers folded, while Harry played nearby with wooden dragons or listened from behind doors when he thought adults did not notice. "The protections are holding," Dumbledore said during one such visit. Sirius poured tea with unnecessary force. "Because he's here with family. Because of several factors, meaning you still think I should have dumped him on Lily's sister. I think magic is rarely moved by what we wish were true." Sirius leaned forward, "and I think children know when they're loved." Dumbledore's eyes moved toward Harry. Harry quickly looked down at his toy dragon. "I hope," Dumbledore said softly, "that love will be enough." Sirius's mouth tightened. "It will be more than enough." But that night after Dumbledore left, Harry woke screaming. Sirius reached him first. The room was dark. Rain tapped against the windows. Harry sat upright in bed, clutching his forehead. "My scar hurts," he whimpered. Sirius went cold. He brushed Harry's messy hair aside. The lightning mark looked normal, but Harry was trembling. "What did you dream?" Sirius asked. Harry's eyes filled with tears. "A voice," he whispered. "It was cold." Sirius forced himself to stay calm. "What did it say?" Harry swallowed. "It said," he looked toward the window, as if afraid something might be listening from the rain. "It said I was his." Sirius felt the old rage return, but this time he did not let it lead. He gathered Harry into his arms and held him until the shaking stopped. "No," Sirius whispered into his godson's hair. "You're not." Outside, thunder rolled over London. Far away in a forest no map cared to name, something broken and bodiless stirred in the dark. It had no hands, no wand, no face. But it remembered green eyes. It remembered pain. And now, through a scar it had never meant to create, it felt something new surrounding the child. Not blood alone, not sacrifice alone. A second bond, a guardian's oath, a dog at the gate. The thing in the dark hated it. And for the first time since Godric's Hollow, Lord Voldemort understood that Harry Potter had not merely survived him. Harry Potter had been claimed by someone else. And Sirius Black would not give him back. Grimmauld Place had not been built to raise children. It had been built to preserve blood. That was what Sirius told Remus one morning after finding a cursed silver baby rattle in the attic. 3 portraits whispering murder advice to a sleeping toddler, and Creature polishing a knife while muttering that proper young masters of the noble house learned discipline early. Remus had stared at the knife, then at Creature, then at Sirius. "Sirius," he said carefully, "why does your family own a baby rattle that bites?" Sirius, holding Harry on his hip and wearing an expression of pure ancestral embarrassment, looked down at the silver rattle. It had tiny serpent fangs and was trying to chew through the wooden table. "Because," he said, "my family were insane." The rattle snapped at his finger. Sirius blasted it through the kitchen door. Harry clapped. Remus closed his eyes. "You cannot teach him applause every time you destroy cursed heirlooms." "Why not?" "Because one day he'll do it at school." Sirius looked at Harry. Harry looked back with wide green eyes. Then, very solemnly, Harry raised both tiny hands and clapped again. Sirius grinned. "See, natural instincts." Remus sighed. James would be so proud. Obviously, that was not a compliment. It sounded like one. That was how most mornings went in Grimmauld Place, not peacefully, never peacefully, but alive. For decades, number 12 had been a tomb pretending to be a home. Its curtains had remained closed so long that sunlight felt like an intruder. Dust lay thick over cabinets filled with dark objects. Old black family portraits watched from the walls with expressions of permanent judgment. Every floorboard seemed to remember secrets. Every room smelled faintly of old smoke, old magic, and old cruelty. Then Sirius brought Harry home. At first the house resisted. The curtains yanked themselves shut whenever Sirius opened them. A grandfather clock screamed whenever Harry crawled past it. The drawing-room carpet tried to trip Remus twice before he threatened it with a cleansing charm and a very stern lecture. The portrait of Walburga Black insulted Harry every time he came within earshot, until Sirius put 6 silencing charms on the frame and hung a blanket over her. The blanket lasted 3 hours before she burned through it. Sirius replaced it with dragonhide. Walburga screamed for 2 days. Harry slept through most of it. The strange thing was, the house slowly began to change, not because it became good. Old houses did not become good just because a baby laughed in them, but Grimold Place began to remember that it was allowed to be something else. The first change happened in the kitchen. Sirius had chosen the kitchen as Harry's main playroom because it was the only place in the house where the furniture did not attempt psychological warfare. Remus objected to the knives. Sirius objected to Remus being boring. Creature objected to everything. Harry objected to none of it. He sat on a blanket near the table, surrounded by wooden blocks Remus had charmed to glow softly whenever stacked correctly. Harry did not stack them correctly. He preferred knocking them down, chewing them, or throwing them at Sirius's boots. One afternoon, Harry threw a block at Creature. It bounced off the elf's foot. Creature froze. Sirius reached for his wand. Remus looked up from his book. Harry giggled. Creature stared at the block as if it had challenged him to a duel. Then he picked it up with long, trembling fingers and placed it carefully back beside Harry. "The little master drops his toy," Creature muttered. Harry grabbed it and immediately threw it again. Creature's ears twitched. Sirius covered his mouth. Remus gave him a warning look. Harry laughed harder. Creature picked the block up again. "The little master drops his toy again. Throw, pick up. Throw, pick up." After the 7th time, Sirius was bent over the table, shoulders shaking silently. Remus had pressed a hand over his eyes. Creature, however, looked oddly serious, as if this was not a game, as if this was duty. On the 8th throw, Harry did not laugh. Instead, he looked at Creature and said one of his first clear words, "Kika." The house went still. Creature's face folded in on itself. Sirius stopped laughing. Remus lowered his hand. Harry reached toward the elf. "Kika." Creature made a sound somewhere between a gasp and a sob. "Little master speaks Creature's name." Sirius frowned. He said Kika. Creature knows what little master meant. Sirius looked uncomfortable. Remus watched quietly. Creature picked up the block once more and placed it beside Harry with exaggerated care. "Little master must not throw too hard." Creature whispered. "Old Creature has old bones." Harry patted the elf's head. Creature stood frozen for a full minute. That night dinner was better than usual. Sirius noticed, but said nothing. The second change happened in the hallway. Harry was 3 when he first shattered a portrait glass. He had been walking with Sirius, one hand wrapped around 2 of his godfather's fingers, while Remus trailed behind carrying a basket of clean laundry. It was a rare, quiet afternoon. Sunlight leaked through newly cleaned windows. The house smelled less like decay and more like soap, tea, and whatever Creature had burned attempting to make biscuits. They passed a portrait of an elderly black ancestor with a pointed beard and cold gray eyes. The man had been pretending to sleep. Then Harry toddled past. The portrait's eyes opened. "What little thing is this?" it sneered. "The Potter half-blood, the mudblood woman's whelp." Sirius turned, too late. Harry stopped walking. He did not understand every word, but children understood tone before language. Harry understood disgust. He understood that the painted man had said something ugly about his mother, even if he did not yet have the vocabulary for it. His small hand slipped from Sirius's fingers. The air snapped. Every candle in the hallway went out. Remus stiffened. Sirius. Harry's face crumpled, not in fear, but in anger too large for his tiny body. The portrait laughed. Then the glass exploded outward. Sirius moved faster than thought. He swept Harry into his arms and turned, taking the harmless but sharp rain of glass across his back and shoulders. Remus shielded them both with a flick of his wand. The portrait screamed, Harry screamed louder. Magic pulsed through the hallway, wild and hot. A vase cracked, the carpet curled. Somewhere upstairs, Walburga began shrieking through 3 layers of silencing charms. Sirius held Harry tight. "Easy, pup, easy." Harry sobbed into his shoulder. I didn't. I know, I broke it, I know." "I'm bad." Sirius went very still. Remus's face softened painfully. Sirius pulled back just enough to look Harry in the eyes. "No," he said, voice fierce. "No, Harry, you are not bad." Harry sniffed. "Magic broke it." "Magic listened to you," Sirius said. "That's different." Remus stepped closer. "And sometimes magic listens before we know what we are saying." Harry looked between them, confused and frightened. Sirius brushed the messy hair from Harry's forehead, careful not to touch the scar too roughly. "What he said was wrong," Sirius told him. "About your mum, about you, about blood, all of it." Harry swallowed. "Mummy was good." Sirius's face changed. For a second he looked very young and very old at once. "Your mum," he said softly, "was the best person I ever knew." Remus cleared his throat. "One of the best." Sirius glanced at him. "Fine, one of the best. Top 2, very competitive list." Harry sniffed again. "Daddy?" Sirius's mouth trembled into a smile. "Your dad was an idiot." Remus made a choked sound. Sirius continued quickly. "A brave idiot, a brilliant idiot, my favorite idiot." Harry considered this. Then he nodded solemnly, as if filing the information away. "Daddy idiot." Remus turned away, shoulders shaking. Sirius looked horrified. "No, wait, don't repeat that. That is not the official lesson." "Daddy idiot," Harry said again. Remus gave up and laughed. Sirius groaned. Somewhere beneath the laughter, the broken portrait frame smoked quietly on the wall. That evening, Sirius stood before it alone. The painted ancestor had fled to another portrait, leaving only the cracked canvas behind. Sirius stared at the damage. Remus appeared beside him. "You're proud," Remus said. "No, you are." "I am absolutely not proud that a 3-year-old blew up an heirloom." "Sirius! It was a hideous heirloom." "Sirius! And the old bastard deserved it." Remus gave him a look. Sirius rubbed his face. I know, control, restraint, healthy emotional development, all the Mooney words. They matter." "I said I know." Remus leaned against the wall. "He is powerful." Sirius was silent. "Not in the way people think," Remus continued. "Not because of the scar, not because of Voldemort. Harry's magic responds quickly because he feels deeply. That can become strength and danger." "Yes." Sirius looked toward the nursery upstairs. "I won't let him become afraid of himself." "I'm not asking you to." "What are you asking?" Remus's voice was gentle. "Do not teach him that anger is the same thing as courage." Sirius looked away. It was years before he understood how hard that lesson would be. The third change happened because of Andromeda Tonks. Sirius had not expected Andromeda to come. She arrived one rainy Sunday with a basket of food, a raised eyebrow, and her daughter trailing behind her like a walking accident. Nymphadora Tonks was 11, all elbows, bright hair, and dangerous enthusiasm. Her hair was purple when she entered, blue by the time she reached the kitchen, and bubblegum pink after Harry stared at her for more than 5 seconds. "Watch her," she said, crouching in front of him. "You're tiny." Harry looked offended. Sirius crossed his arms. "He is normal-sized." "For a Kneasel, maybe." Harry pointed at her hair, pink. Tonks grinned. "Want green?" Her hair flashed green. Harry gasped. "Blue, blue, duck." Her nose stretched into a beak. Harry screamed with laughter. Sirius stared. Andromeda removed her gloves calmly. "Dora, do not turn into poultry before tea." Tonks's nose returned to normal. "Sorry, Mum." Andromeda looked around the kitchen. Her expression did not soften exactly, but it became complicated. "I have not been in this house since I was burned off the family tree." Sirius snorted. "Lucky you." Her gaze moved over him. "You look terrible." "Thank you. You are too thin." "Lovely seeing you too, cousin. And this kitchen is a disaster." "I am grieving." "You have been grieving for 3 years. Clean." Remus made a small sound that might have been agreement. Sirius glared at him. Andromeda ignored them both and looked at Harry. "So this is James and Lily's boy." Harry hid behind Sirius's leg. Sirius's hand dropped automatically to his hair. "This is Harry," Andromeda crouched, not too close. "I knew your mother," she said. Harry peeked out. "She was very kind to me when most people were not." Harry's eyes widened. "You knew Mummy?" "Yes." "Was Daddy idiot?" The kitchen went silent. Tonks fell over laughing. Sirius put his face in his hands. Remus developed a sudden interest in the ceiling. Andromeda looked at Sirius. "You have been parenting, I see." It was one time, clearly memorable. From that day, Andromeda began visiting twice a month. She brought food, advice, children's clothes, and a terrifying ability to make Sirius feel 12 years old with a single glance. She taught him which fevers were normal, which toys were safe, and why one should not let a child nap beside a family tapestry that occasionally whispered curses in French. Tonks became Harry's favorite chaos. She chased him through the house. She changed her face into ridiculous shapes. She taught him to make rude noises with his hands until Remus banned the lesson and Sirius secretly continued it later. Slowly, Harry's world grew not large, but larger. There was Sirius, who smelled like leather, smoke, and broom polish. There was Remus, who smelled like old books, chocolate, and rainy forests. There was Creature, who pretended not to care and then cried if Harry scraped his knee. There was Andromeda, who was strict and warm in a way that reminded Sirius painfully of Lily. There was Tonks, who once turned into a miniature version of Sirius and made Harry laugh so hard he hiccuped. And there were stories, so many stories. Sirius told Harry about James flying upside down over the lake, about Lily hexing boys twice her size, about the marauders sneaking through secret passages, about a great black dog who once stole an entire roast chicken from the Hogwarts kitchens. Remus corrected the stories. Constantly. "That is not how it happened. It is how I remember it. You remember it wrong. I remember it better. You left out the detention. Unimportant. You cried when Madame Pomfrey removed the chicken bones from your hair." "I did not cry. My eyes were expressing betrayal." Harry loved the stories. But he loved the quiet ones most. Sometimes, late at night, Sirius would sit beside his bed and tell him about James and Lily without jokes. How James used to ruffle his hair when nervous. How Lily hummed while reading. How they both argued about baby names for weeks. How James wanted to buy Harry a toy broom before he could sit up properly. How Lily said no. How James bought it anyway. How Lily pretended to be angry and then charmed it safer herself. Harry listened as if collecting treasure. One night when he was 5, he asked the question Sirius had always feared. "Why did they die?" Sirius's hand went still on the blanket. The room was dim. A small enchanted moon floated near the ceiling, casting silver light over Harry's bed. Rain tapped against the window. Sirius could have said because Voldemort was evil. That would have been true. He could have said because Peter betrayed them. That would have been true too. He could have said because war takes the best people and leaves the rest to explain it to children. That would have been truest of all. Instead, he said, because they loved you. Harry frowned. "That's not fair." "No," Sirius said. "It isn't." "Did they have to?" Sirius closed his eyes. He saw James at the stairs, Lily at the nursery door, Harry crying in the crib. "No," he whispered. "They chose to?" Harry was quiet for a long time. Then he asked, "Would you?" Sirius opened his eyes. Harry was watching him, not dramatically, not like a child demanding an oath. Just a little boy asking whether the world still had someone standing between him and the dark. Sirius leaned forward and kissed his forehead. "In every lifetime," he said. Harry accepted this and went to sleep. Sirius stayed beside him until dawn. When Harry turned 7, his magic became steadier, not controlled, steadier. There was a difference. He could float small objects for a few seconds when excited. He could make lights flicker when frightened. Once, during an argument over bedtime, he turned Sirius's boots bright pink. Tonks declared it an improvement. Sirius disagreed. Remus began basic lessons, not spellcasting, not wandwork. That would be irresponsible before Hogwarts, and Remus was annoying enough to care about rules when they mattered. Instead, he taught Harry magical theory. "Magic," Remus said one afternoon, drawing circles on parchment, "is not just power, it is intent, focus, and form." Harry sat at the kitchen table, chin in his hands. Sirius leaned against the counter, bored within 3 minutes. Remus ignored him. Accidental magic happens when intent is strong but form is missing. You feel something strongly, and magic answers in whatever way it can. Like when I broke the portrait. Yes, Sirius muttered, beautiful day. Remus gave him a look. Harry frowned at the parchment. So if I'm angry, magic gets angry? Sometimes. And if I'm scared, it may try to protect you. Harry touched his scar without thinking. Remus noticed. Sirius noticed Remus noticing. The room tightened. Harry asked, what if magic is scared? Remus's expression changed. That, he said slowly, is a very interesting question. Sirius pushed away from the counter. Enough theory for today. Harry looked up. But broom practice? Harry instantly forgot the question. Remus did not. Later, while Harry raced a low-hover practice broom through the drawing room and Creature shouted warnings at furniture, Remus found Sirius in the hall. You cannot distract him forever. I can try. Sirius! He's 7. He is also Harry. Sirius's face hardened. That is exactly why he deserves to be 7. Remus softened. I agree. Do you? Yes, but protecting childhood does not mean hiding every shadow until it eats him. Sirius looked toward the drawing room. Harry was laughing as Tonks, visiting for the weekend, pretended to be a professional Quidditch commentator. And young Potter takes the corner. Absolutely illegal turn. The referee is confused. The crowd is screaming. The sofa may never recover. A crash followed. Creature wailed. Sirius winced. Remus did not smile. He asks about his scar, Remus said. Sirius's jaw tightened. I know. What do you tell him? The truth. Which part? Sirius rounded on him. The part that doesn't make him think there's a dead madman living in his head. Remus went still. They had never said it aloud before, not fully. The scar was not normal. They knew that. Dumbledore knew more than he said. Harry's nightmares came rarely, but when they did, they left him cold and shaking. Sometimes he spoke words he had never learned. Once he woke hissing at the shadows, and every snake-shaped carving in the house turned toward him. Sirius had nearly taken a hammer to all of them. Remus had stopped him barely. We don't know what it is, Remus said. No, Dumbledore doesn't tell us what it is. Those are not the same thing. They are close enough. Remus looked tired. He is not your enemy. Sirius laughed without humor. No, he's worse. He's a man who thinks love and sacrifice are pieces on the same board. Remus did not answer quickly. Then he said, and what are you? Sirius looked at him sharply. Remus held his gaze. A man who thinks love means never letting Harry hurt. Sirius's anger faltered. From the drawing room came Harry's voice. I'm okay. A pause. Then Tonks. The lamp is less okay. Sirius closed his eyes. I don't know how to do this, Moony. I know. I keep thinking James is going to walk through the door and call me dramatic. He would. And Lily would tell me I'm holding the baby wrong. You did hold him wrong. Not helping. Remus stepped closer. You are doing better than you think. Sirius gave him a bitter look. Am I? Yes. Then why am I terrified all the time? Remus's expression softened. Because you love him. That was the cruelest part. Before Harry, Sirius had thought love was fire, fast, bright, defiant, James laughing in the face of danger, Lily standing with her wand raised. The marauders running beneath the moon. A motorbike over open sky. But raising Harry taught him love was also fear. Fear of fever, fear of stairs, fear of silence after a crash. Fear of every letter, every stranger, every shadow that lingered too long near the house. Love was not just dying for someone. Sometimes love was learning how to live carefully when every instinct screamed at you to attack the world first. Sirius hated that lesson. Harry needed him to learn it anyway. When Harry was 8, Dumbledore came with news. Not bad news exactly. That was the problem with Dumbledore. His news often arrived wrapped in calm words and terrible implications. He sat in the kitchen while Creature served tea with open suspicion. Harry was upstairs with Tonks, who had promised to teach him advanced stealth. Based on previous lessons, this likely meant hiding under furniture and making explosion noises. Dumbledore stirred his tea once. I believe Hogwarts remains the safest place for Harry when the time comes. Sirius barked a laugh. Hogwarts? the school where children regularly find cursed objects, forbidden forests, moving staircases, and Slytherins. Remus coughed, Sirius. What, I was one? You were not. I slept in their common room once after a prank went wrong. Counts emotionally. Dumbledore's eyes twinkled faintly. Sirius, Hogwarts is not without danger, but it is protected, watched, and full of people who would defend him. And people who would use him. The twinkle faded. Yes, Sirius leaned back. At least you're honest today. Dumbledore accepted this without visible offense. The wizarding world has built a myth around Harry, the boy who lived, the child who defeated Voldemort. That myth will only grow when he enters school. He doesn't need myths. No, Dumbledore said quietly, but myths need him. Sirius's fingers tightened around his cup. No. Remus looked between them. Dumbledore continued, there are families already deciding what Harry represents. To some, he is a symbol of victory, to others, a threat, to a few, an opportunity. The Malfoys, Sirius said, among others. I can handle Lucius. I know you can. That is not my concern. Sirius smiled thinly. Liar. Dumbledore's mouth twitched. My concern is that Harry must learn to handle people like Lucius himself. He is 8. He will not always be. Sirius hated that sentence, because it was true. That evening he found Harry in the library. The library had once been the worst room in the house. Not because of danger, though there was plenty of that, because it was full of the Black family's mind. Every shelf contained proof of what they had valued. Bloodline records, curse theory, family histories were written to remove shame, books that whispered when opened, books that begged not to be opened, books that Remus locked in a cabinet and refused to explain. But there were good books, too. Old books on defensive magic, creature studies, broom design, ancient wards, Potter family genealogy that Sirius had rescued from a trunk sent by Euphemia Potter's cousin. Harry sat cross-legged on the floor with one of those books open in front of him. It showed a moving illustration of James and Lily on their wedding day. James was grinning like a fool. Lily was laughing, trying to push his face away because he kept kissing her cheek while the picture was being taken. Harry touched the page gently. Sirius stood in the doorway. Harry did not look up. Did everyone stare at them too? Sirius entered slowly. At your parents? Harry nodded. Sometimes. Because they were famous. Sirius sat beside him. Your mum was famous for being brilliant. Your dad was famous for being loud. Harry smiled a little, like you. Rude. Accurate, but rude. Harry looked at the picture again. Professor Dumbledore says people will stare at me. Sirius cursed internally. Out loud, he said. Probably. Because of Voldemort, Sirius still hated saying the name around him, but he forced himself not to flinch. Yes. Harry touched his scar. I don't remember him. I'm glad. Should I? No, Harry thought about that. Then why does everyone else remember him when they look at me? Sirius had no answer, not a good one, so he gave an honest one, because adults are stupid. Harry looked up. Remus, who had just entered behind them, sighed. Sirius ignored him. Adults take things that hurt and turn them into stories because stories are easier to carry. They look at you and see the night the war ended, but that's their story. Harry's eyes searched his face. What's my story? Sirius smiled softly. That's yours to decide. Harry looked back at the photograph. James waved from the page. Lily rolled her eyes fondly. Harry waved back. I wanted to have them in it, he whispered. Sirius's throat tightened. It will, and you. Sirius looked away for a second. Yeah, he said. Me too. Harry's 9th year brought the first serious test of Sirius's restraint. It happened in Diagon Alley. Sirius had avoided taking Harry there too often. Not because Harry did not need supplies, but because the public treated him like a museum exhibit. People stared. Some whispered. Some cried. One which once tried to touch Harry's scar for luck. Sirius nearly bit her, as Padfoot in public. Remus banned unsupervised shopping trips after that. But Harry needed a new winter cloak, and Andromeda insisted he should be allowed to exist in public without being hidden like a scandal. So Sirius took him, with Remus beside them and Tonks acting as security, which mostly meant tripping suspiciously near anyone holding a camera. At first, it went well. Harry loved the shop windows. He stared at broom displays, laughed at self-stirring cauldrons, and pressed his face against the glass at quality Quidditch supplies, until Sirius looked dangerously close to buying everything inside. Then Lucius Malfoy appeared. He moved through the alley like he owned the stones beneath it. Pale hair, polished cane, expensive robes, cold smile. Beside him walked a small blond boy Harry's age, Draco Malfoy. Sirius stopped. Lucius smiled. Black Malfoy. Remus moved slightly closer to Harry. Tonks's hair turned red. Lucius's eyes dropped to Harry. And this must be the famous child. Sirius's voice went soft, careful. Lucius's smile widened. I meant no offense. The whole world owes him gratitude, does it not? Harry stood very still. Draco stared at him with open curiosity. Lucius continued. How strange fate is. A Potter raised in the House of Black. Your mother would have found that amusing, I think. Sirius's hand twitched toward his wand. Remus touched his arm. Harry looked up. My mother wouldn't like you talking about her. Lucius looked mildly surprised, then amused. No. And why is that? Harry's eyes narrowed. Because Uncle Sirius only smiles like that when he's about to lie. For one beautiful second, Lucius Malfoy had no answer. Tonks made a choking sound. Remus looked at the sky as if asking James and Lily for patience. Sirius slowly grinned. Lucius's eyes cooled. You have taught him confidence. No, Sirius said. His parents gave him that. Lucius looked at Harry again. One day, Mr. Potter, you will learn that confidence and wisdom are not the same. Harry glanced at Draco. Draco quickly looked away. Maybe, Harry said. But I think cowardice and manners aren't the same either. Sirius coughed. Remus stepped on his foot. Lucius's fingers tightened on his cane. Then he smiled again. Charming child. Runs in the family, Sirius said. Lucius walked away. Draco looked back once before following. Harry waited until they were gone. Then his shoulders dropped. I didn't like him. Good instincts, Sirius said. Remus gave him a look. Sirius sighed. But we do not insult powerful, pure-blood politicians in public unless necessary. Harry frowned. You do? Yes, but I am professionally difficult. Tonks nodded solemnly. He has a certificate. Harry smiled, but Remus saw his hands shaking slightly. That night, Harry asked about the Malfoys. Sirius told him some of the truth. Old family, rich, dangerous, claimed they had been controlled during the war. Lied beautifully, survived everything. Harry listened carefully. Are they Death Eaters? Sirius paused. Remus looked at him from across the room. Yes, Sirius said. Lucius was. Harry absorbed that. Did he help Voldemort hurt people? Yes. Then why isn't he in Azkaban like Peter? Sirius looked tired. Because money is magic too. Harry's face hardened. Remus leaned forward. That does not mean all powerful people win forever. Harry looked at him. It means the world is unfair, Remus said. And because it is unfair, we must be careful how we fight it. Sirius looked at him. Harry looked between them. What does that mean? It means, Remus said, if you fight dirty people by becoming exactly like them, they have already taught you who to be. Sirius was quiet. Harry nodded slowly, but Sirius saw something settle behind his eyes, not fear, memory. Harry was learning the shape of the world. Sirius wished he could stop it. He could not. By the time Harry turned 10, Grimmauld Place had become almost unrecognizable. Almost. The dark walls remained. The family tapestry still glared from its room, though Sirius had added rude labels beneath certain names. The portraits still muttered. Some doors remained locked. The old magic still watched Harry with interest, but the house had light now, real light. The kitchen was warm more often than not. Harry's drawings covered one wall, including a stick figure Sirius with extremely large hair, a wolf labeled Moony but nice, a pink-haired Tonks falling downstairs, and a tiny creature holding what appeared to be a sword. Creature had cried when he saw it, then claimed dust had entered his eyes. Harry's room was full of books, toy dragons, Quidditch posters, and a locked box of letters from people Sirius had deemed not immediately suspicious. Remus helped Harry answer some of them politely. Sirius added sarcastic comments Harry was not allowed to copy. The house still had ghosts. But now it also had birthdays, and laughter, and arguments about homework. And once, An actual food fight that began because Tonks changed her nose into a carrot, and Harry lost control of a bowl of peas. Sirius later claimed the peas attacked first. Remus refused to write that in the incident log. On the night before Harry's 11th birthday, Sirius found him awake in the library. The room was quiet except for the soft rustle of pages. Harry sat by the window, knees pulled to his chest, staring at the dark glass. Sirius leaned against the doorway. "You know, most children sleep before their birthdays, so morning comes faster." Harry did not turn. "I'm thinking. Dangerous habit. Mooney, start that." Harry smiled faintly. Sirius crossed the room and sat beside him. On the table lay a book about Hogwarts. Sirius's chest tightened. "Excited?" "Yes." "Nervous?" Harry hesitated. "Yes." Sirius nodded. "Good, means you're not an idiot." Harry looked at him. "Were you nervous?" "Absolutely not." Harry stared. Sirius lasted 3 seconds. "Fine, yes, terrified. I thought the hat might put me in Slytherin." "Because of your family?" "Because of everything." Harry looked down. "What if it puts me there?" Sirius forced himself not to answer too quickly. The old Sirius would have said impossible. "No godson of mine, no Potter goes to Slytherin." He would have made a joke. He would have hidden his fear inside family loyalty and called it love. But Harry was watching him carefully, so Sirius did the harder thing. "Then," he said, "you write to me, and I write back, and you come home for Christmas, and I love you exactly the same." Harry's eyes widened a little. "You wouldn't be angry," Sirius swallowed. "I might be scared." "Of me?" "No." Sirius reached over and tapped Harry lightly on the chest. "For you." Harry was quiet. "Slytherin doesn't make someone bad," Sirius said, the words feeling strange but necessary. "My family made that house an excuse." "So did people like Malfoy, but a house is not a soul." Harry looked back at the window. "What if I become like them?" Sirius's heart hurt. "You won't." "How do you know?" "Because you're asking." Harry leaned against him. Sirius wrapped an arm around his shoulders. They sat together in silence. After a while, Harry whispered, "Will Hogwarts be safe?" Sirius stared at their reflection in the dark window. He wanted to lie. Instead, he said, "Safer than most places, not safe from everything." Harry nodded slowly. "Will Voldemort come back?" Sirius's arm tightened. "I don't know. Professor Dumbledore thinks he might." Sirius closed his eyes. Of course Harry had noticed. Harry noticed more than adults wanted him to. "What do you think?" Sirius asked. Harry touched his scar. "I think something is still angry." Sirius opened his eyes. Harry's voice was small but steady. "Sometimes when my scar hurts, it feels like someone knocking from the other side of a wall." Sirius felt cold spread through him. "Why didn't you tell me?" "I did." "Not like that." Harry looked guilty. "You get scared." That landed harder than any curse. Sirius stared at him. Harry quickly added, "Not bad scared, just Sirius scared." Despite everything, Sirius almost laughed. "Sirius scared, you get loud and quiet at the same time." That was painfully accurate. Sirius turned fully toward him. "Harry, listen to me. My fear is not your job." Harry looked down. "It feels like it is." "No." Sirius's voice broke slightly. "No, pup, I'm the adult." Harry gave him a doubtful look. Sirius sighed. "I am one of the adults." That earned a small smile. Sirius held his gaze. "When your scar hurts, when you dream, when something feels wrong, you tell me. Every time. I don't care if I get scared. I don't care if Dumbledore gets mysterious. I don't care if Mooney starts using long words. You tell us." Harry nodded. "Promise?" "Promise." Sirius extended his hand. Harry shook it solemnly, then Sirius pulled him into a hug. Over Harry's shoulder, Sirius stared at the Hogwarts book on the table. He had spent 10 years trying to make a house safe enough for Harry to grow in. Now the world was coming. School, fame, enemies, secrets. The scar. The shadow that would not die. Sirius wanted to lock every door. Instead, he kissed the top of Harry's head and let him go. The next morning, the letter arrived. It came by owl, as all proper Hogwarts letters did, though Sirius had threatened to sue the school if they sent more than one or allowed any to shoot through fireplaces, milk bottles, or eggs. The owl landed at breakfast. Harry stared at the envelope. Sirius stared at Harry. Remus smiled softly. Tonks bounced in her chair. Creature pretended not to hover and failed. Harry reached for the letter with careful fingers. His name was written in green ink, Mr. H. Potter, the Bright Room number 12. Grimmauld Place, London. Harry looked at Sirius. Sirius's smile trembled. "Go on." Harry opened it. As he read, his face changed, wonder first, then fear, then excitement so bright it nearly lit the room. "I'm going," he whispered. Tonks cheered. Creature burst into tears. Remus raised his teacup. Sirius tried to smile and discovered he could not breathe. Harry looked at him. "I'm really going." Sirius forced the smile into place. "Of course you are." Harry launched himself across the table and hugged him. Sirius held him tightly, too tightly maybe, but Harry did not complain. For 10 years, Sirius had fought ghosts, portraits, politicians, nightmares, and his own worst instincts to keep Harry safe. Now Harry was going to step beyond the front door. Not as a hidden child, not as a weapon, not as a myth. As a boy with a trunk, a wand yet to choose him, and a family waiting behind him. Above them, the old house creaked. The sound ran through the walls, soft and strange. Almost like laughter, Diagon Alley had seen Harry Potter before. It had seen him as a baby in whispered newspaper photographs. It had seen him in distant rumors, in articles written by people who had never met him, in anniversary pieces that turned his parents into symbols and his scar into a national monument. But it had never seen him walking, not like this. Harry stepped through the leaky cauldron's back entrance with Sirius on one side, Remus on the other, and Tonks behind him pretending very badly not to act like a bodyguard. The alley noticed. Conversation thinned first, then stopped. A witch carrying a stack of books froze near Flourish and Blots. 2 goblins outside Gringotts paused in their quiet argument. A wizard selling brass telescopes lowered his hand mid-gesture. Somewhere, a child asked too loudly, "Mum, is that him?" Harry's fingers tightened around the strap of his bag. Sirius noticed immediately. His face did not change, but his hand came to rest lightly on Harry's shoulder. "Eyes forward," Sirius murmured. "You don't owe strangers a performance." Harry nodded. He kept walking. That was easier said than done. People stared at his forehead even though his hair covered most of the scar. Some looked at him with awe, some with pity. A few with hunger, as if they wanted a piece of whatever story he carried. Harry hated those looks most. At least pity was simple. Hunger felt like someone trying to turn him into an object. Remus leaned closer. "Breathe," he said softly. Harry inhaled. The air smelled of parchment, potion smoke, roasted nuts, owl feathers, and rain on cobblestone. Diagon Alley was brighter than Grimmauld Place. Louder, too. Shop signs swung overhead in painted colors. Broomsticks gleamed in windows. Books stacked themselves. A cage of tiny purple birds sang in 3-part harmony outside a pet shop until Tonks sneezed and accidentally turned her nose blue. Harry smiled despite himself. Sirius noticed. "There he is." "I wasn't gone," Harry muttered. "No, but your face did that serious moony thing." Remus looked offended. "I have a perfectly normal face." Tonks snorted. "You have a library face." "That is not an insult." "It is when you're 11. Harry laughed. Some of the pressure faded. Their first stop was Gringotts. Harry had been there before, but never for school shopping. The goblins treated Sirius with stiff suspicion and Harry with sharper interest. That was normal. Sirius claimed goblins treated everyone like they had personally stolen a family heirloom. The Potter vault was not the largest Harry had ever seen, but it still made him uncomfortable. Gold piled in neat stacks. Silver coins filled bowls. Small boxes sat along the walls labeled in old handwriting, Potter handwriting, family handwriting. Harry looked at it all and felt strangely sad. "This was theirs?" he asked. Sirius's usual quick answer did not come. "Yes," he said after a moment, "and now it's yours." Harry stared at the gold. "I don't want all of it." Remus's expression softened. "You don't have to want it today." Sirius crouched beside him. "Money is a tool, pup. Nothing more. It can help. It can protect. It can also make people stupid." Harry glanced at him. "Like Malfoy?" Sirius smiled. "Exactly like Malfoy." The goblin overseeing the withdrawal gave Sirius a look cold enough to freeze tea. Sirius straightened. With all due respect, of course. The goblin did not blink. Harry tried not to laugh. From Gringotts, they went to Madame Malkin's for robes. Sirius nearly argued with a measuring tape after it smacked his hand away. Remus bought Harry more socks than any one human boy needed. Tonks found a school hat, put it on, and asked if it made her look mysterious. "It makes you look like a mushroom," Harry said. Tonks clutched her chest. "Betrayal from my own trainee. You trained me to be honest." "I trained you to be entertaining. You did both." Sirius looked proud, Remus looked worried. Then came the most important shop, Ollivander's. The bell above the door gave a soft ring as they entered. The wand shop was narrow, dusty, and filled from floor to ceiling with long boxes. It smelled like old wood, polish, and magic waiting to wake up. Harry went quiet. Sirius did too. For once, he did not joke. "Mister?" Ollivander appeared from between two shelves like he had been waiting there for years. "Harry Potter," he said softly. Harry resisted the urge to step back. Ollivander's pale eyes moved to his forehead, then away, as if he knew staring too long would be rude but could not help himself entirely. "I wondered when I would see you." Sirius's voice cut in. "He's here for a wand, not a prophecy." Ollivander turned his gaze to him. Sirius black, 10¼ inches, ebony, dragon heartstring, strong, restless, excellent for transfiguration, though never fond of restraint. Remus coughed into his sleeve. Sirius narrowed his eyes. "I have restraint." Ollivander's expression suggested history disagreed. Harry stepped forward before Sirius could say anything else. "I'm ready." The first wand did nothing. The second made a shelf groan. The third shot blue sparks into Tonks's hair. She declared it fashionable. The fourth made Harry's hand feel cold. The fifth did not like him at all. He knew that immediately. The moment his fingers closed around it, something in the wand seemed to recoil. Ollivander watched with unsettling focus. "Interesting," he murmured. Harry had learned that adults saying interesting usually meant they were not going to explain enough. Then Ollivander brought out another box. He opened it slowly. 11 inches. Holly, phoenix feather. The room seemed to grow quieter. Sirius straightened. Remus's eyes sharpened. Harry looked at them. "What?" Sirius said nothing. Ollivander held out the wand. Harry took it. Warmth rushed through his fingers, not fire, not force, recognition. Golden sparks burst from the tip, swirling upward like tiny birds before fading above the shelves. The dust in the shop lifted and shimmered. The wand settled into Harry's hand as if it had been waiting for him to catch up. Harry smiled despite himself. Sirius did not. Ollivander looked almost satisfied. "Curious," he whispered. "Very curious." Sirius's voice was flat. "Explain." Ollivander folded his hands. "The phoenix whose feather lies within that wand gave only one other." Harry looked down at the holly wand. The warmth suddenly felt heavier. Sirius's face had gone dangerously still. "Whose?" Harry asked, though something in him already knew. Ollivander's eyes rested on the scar. "The wand that gave you that mark." The shop seemed to tilt. Harry's hand tightened. For a moment he heard rain against a window that was not there. Felt cold in his scar, saw green light without seeing it. Then Sirius's hand closed over his shoulder. "Harry?" Harry breathed. The wand stayed warm, not dark, not cold. Harry looked at Ollivander. "I'm not him." Ollivander's expression changed slightly. "No," he said. "You are not." Sirius paid for the wand without another word. Outside, he looked ready to march back in and personally interrogate every wand box in the shop. Remus stopped him with a look. Harry stared at the wrapped wand in his hand. "Should I use a different one?" Sirius's answer came too fast. "Yes." Remus said. "No." Sirius turned. "Moony." The wand chose him. "It has the same core as Voldemort's. And Harry is not Voldemort." "I know that." "Then act like it." Sirius's jaw clenched. Harry looked between them. Tonks, unusually quiet, crouched in front of him. "How does it feel?" Harry looked at the wand. "Like mine." Tonks nodded. "Then that's your answer." Sirius closed his eyes. When he opened them again, his fear was still there, but buried under effort. "All right," he said. "But if it starts whispering, glowing ominously, or writing dramatic poetry, you tell me." Harry smiled weakly. "Promise?" The last week before Hogwarts passed too quickly. Sirius, packed like Harry, was being sent into a dragon reserve with no food, no shelter, and hostile weather. He bought extra gloves, backup quills, protective ink, emergency chocolate. a collapsible shield mirror, and a small enchanted tag that would heat up if Harry was seriously injured. Remus removed half of it from the trunk. Sirius put it back. Remus removed it again. Harry watched them silently battle for 3 days. On the morning of September 1st, Grimmauld Place felt strange, too quiet. Creature had made breakfast and then pretended not to cry into a dishcloth. Tonks arrived early and immediately knocked over an umbrella stand. Andromeda came too, kissed Harry on the forehead, and told Sirius not to start a fight at the station. Sirius looked offended. "I do not start fights. Everyone stared at him. I finish them." "That is not better," Remus said. At King's Cross, Harry felt the nervousness return, not fear exactly. A pulling in his chest. A doorway was opening. Behind him was the only home he truly knew. Ahead was Hogwarts, the place from every story, every warning, every dream. Sirius crouched in front of him near the barrier. "You remember what I told you?" Harry nodded. "Right if anything feels wrong. And don't trust people just because they smile. And don't insult professors unless they insult me first." Remus pinched the bridge of his nose. "Sirius." "What? That was progress." Harry smiled. Sirius's face softened. "And one more thing," he said quietly. "You don't have to be your dad." Harry's smile faded. Sirius swallowed. "You don't have to be me either, or what the papers say, or what Dumbledore expects. You just have to be Harry." Harry's throat tightened. "What if I don't know who that is yet?" Sirius pulled him into a hug. "Then find out slowly." The whistle blew beyond the barrier. Harry hugged Remus next. Remus held him firmly. "Think before acting," he whispered. "I will read instructions." "I will." "Do not let Sirius's school stories guide your moral choices." Harry laughed. "I won't." Tonks ruffled his hair. "If anyone bothers you, trip near them." "Works every time." Andromeda sighed. "Dora." Harry turned to the barrier. Sirius stood behind him. For a second, Harry thought his godfather might not let go. Then Sirius stepped back. Harry pushed his trolley forward and crossed into platform 9 3/4. The scarlet train waited in steam and noise. Students shouted. Owls hooted. Parents gave last-minute advice. Cats protested from baskets. Somewhere someone had already lost a toad. Harry looked back. Sirius stood on the platform now, hands shoved into his pockets, smiling too brightly. Harry waved. Sirius waved back. The train carried Harry away. Sirius stood watching until the smoke vanished. On the train, Harry found an empty compartment near the middle. He had barely lifted his trunk before a tall, red-haired boy appeared at the door. "You need help," Harry turned. The boy looked nervous but friendly, with dirt on his nose and robes that had clearly belonged to someone else first. "I'm Ron," he said. "Ron Weasley!" Harry smiled. "Harry Potter?" Ron froze. Harry waited. He had learned that people usually needed a second. Ron's ears went red. "Oh, right. I mean, I knew you were not new, obviously, but the scar, well, not that I was staring." Harry grinned. "You're staring less than most people." Ron relaxed a little. "That's something, I suppose." They got the trunk up together, though Ron did most of the lifting and Harry pretended not to notice. Ron sat across from him. "My brother said you were raised by Sirius Black." "I was." "Is he mental?" Harry considered this. "Yes, but in a useful way." Ron nodded as if this made perfect sense. "My brothers are mental in a useless way." That was enough. By the time the snack trolley arrived, Harry and Ron had begun trading family stories. Ron told Harry about the burrow, his brothers, his little sister, and how everything he owned had passed through at least 2 people before reaching him. Harry told Ron about Grimmauld Place, Creature, Tonks, and a portrait that screamed whenever someone said the word Muggle. Ron looked fascinated. "Your house sounds brilliant." "It tried to bite Remus once." "Still brilliant." Harry bought enough sweets for both of them because he could, and because Sirius had told him money was a tool. Ron looked embarrassed at first, then hungry, then grateful in a way that made Harry decide not to make a big deal out of it. Later, a girl with bushy brown hair appeared at their door. "Have either of you seen a toad? A boy named Neville has lost one." Ron shook his head. Harry said, "No, but we can help look." The girl blinked as if she had expected less cooperation. "I'm Hermione Granger." Harry Potter. Her eyes flicked to his forehead, then quickly to his face. I've read about you. Harry's stomach sank. Hermione seemed to realize how that sounded. I mean, historically. Not in a weird way. Well, perhaps slightly, but only because there are several books and none of them agree on the details, which is very poor scholarship. Ron stared at her. Harry smiled. I like you. Hermione looked startled. Oh, Ron whispered. Why? Harry ignored him. Together, they helped search for Neville's toad. They did not find it, but Harry met Neville Longbottom, who looked at him with shy recognition and then at the floor. My gran says your parents were heroes, Neville said quietly. Harry did not know what to say. Ron unexpectedly saved him. Mine says that too. But she also says my brothers are a trial sent to test her patience, so she says lots of things. Neville laughed. Harry was grateful. By the time the train neared Hogwarts, Harry had 3 almost friends, a pocket full of chocolate wrappers, and a strange feeling that leaving home had not meant becoming alone. Then Draco Malfoy arrived. He did not enter immediately. He stood in the doorway with 2 thick boys behind him and looked around the compartment as if inspecting furniture. So it's true, Draco said. Harry Potter on the Hogwarts Express. Ron's face closed. Hermione looked curious. Neville shrank slightly. Harry looked at Draco and remembered Diagon Alley. Malfoy. Draco's pale eyebrows rose. You remember? You and your father were memorable. Draco seemed unsure whether that was praise. My father says Hogwarts is full of the wrong sort these days. Ron bristled. Harry leaned back. My godfather says people who talk about the wrong sort usually are the wrong sort. Ron made a small choking sound. Draco's cheeks flushed. You should be careful who you associate with. Harry glanced at Ron, Hermione, and Neville. I am. Draco's eyes narrowed. You were raised by a black. I was raised by Sirius. That is what I said. No, Harry replied. It isn't. Something sharp passed between them then. Draco did not fully understand it, not yet, but Harry did. The black name was history. Sirius was family. Draco looked at Ron. You'll find some families are not worth your time. Harry stood. He was not tall. He was not intimidating, but Sirius had taught him that movement mattered. Standing changed a conversation. So far, Harry said. Ron helped me with my trunk. Hermione helped Neville look for his toad. Neville thanked me for trying. You walked in and insulted everyone, so I think my time is fine. For a second, Draco looked genuinely hurt beneath the pride, then the pride won. You'll regret that, Harry shrugged. I'll write it down if I do. Draco turned and left. Ron stared at Harry. That was bloody brilliant. Hermione looked disapproving. You may have escalated unnecessarily. Harry sat down. Maybe, Neville whispered. I liked it. Hermione tried not to smile. The castle appeared after dark. Even though Harry had heard stories about Hogwarts his whole life, nothing prepared him for seeing it across the Black Lake. Towers rose against the night sky, windows burning gold. The castle looked impossible, ancient and alive, like something built by people who believed stone could dream. For the first time all day, Harry forgot to worry. He simply stared. Ron stared too, though he tried to pretend he had seen it before. Hermione whispered, It's beautiful. Neville nodded. The boats carried them across the water. Harry felt the holly wand in his pocket, warm, waiting. The sorting ceremony was worse than the staring in Diagon Alley. In Diagon Alley, people had stared from a distance. In the great hall, the whole school looked directly at him. The ceiling glittered with stars. Candles floated overhead. 4 long tables stretched through the hall, packed with students. At the staff table, professors watched with expressions ranging from curiosity to caution. Harry found Dumbledore immediately. The old wizard gave him a small nod. Harry nodded back. Then he saw a man with greasy black hair and a hooked nose staring at him like he had personally ruined his evening. Harry knew who that was. Sirius had warned him about Severus Snape. Remus had then re-warned him in a much more responsible way. Professor Snape and your father disliked each other. Remus had said. Sirius had snorted. That is like saying dragons dislike being poked in the eye. Remus had continued. You are not responsible for their history. Sirius had added, but don't turn your back on him. Now, standing in the great hall, Harry understood why. Snape's gaze was not simple dislike. It was recognition twisted into resentment. Then Professor McGonagall called the names. Students went one by one. The hat shouted houses. Harry waited. Ron was sorted into Gryffindor. Hermione, too, after a slightly longer pause. Neville stumbled on his way up and was eventually placed in Gryffindor as well. Then, Potter, Harry. The hall exploded into whispers. Harry walked forward. The stool seemed very far away. He sat. The hat dropped over his eyes. Darkness fell. For 1 second there was silence. Then a voice spoke inside his head. "Ah, here you are." Harry stiffened. He did not like voices in his head. The hat seemed to notice. "Peace, child, I am only a hat." That is exactly what a suspicious magical object would say, Harry thought back. The hat chuckled. Raised by Sirius Black indeed. Harry felt it searching, not painfully, but deeply. It brushed courage, anger, loyalty, fear. It touched memories of Grimmauld Place, Sirius's laugh, Remus's lessons, Lily's photograph, James waving from a page, the scar burning in the dark. Then it paused. Interesting. Harry disliked that word more every year. You have nerve, plenty of it, a sharp mind too, loyalty, yes, but not blind loyalty, ambition as well, more than you think. Harry's stomach tightened. Slytherin. It would fit parts of you. You know old names matter. You understand masks. You have learned early that power moves behind polite smiles. Harry thought of Lucius Malfoy, of old portraits, of people staring at his scar like it belonged to them. The hat continued. You could do well there. Very well. You have a strong instinct to survive. Harry swallowed. Is that bad? No, survival is not evil, but it asks a question. What question? What will you become to survive? Harry thought of Sirius lowering his wand instead of killing Peter. He thought of Remus saying anger was not courage. He thought of his mother standing at a nursery door. I don't want to become cruel. The hat hummed. Then where? Harry did not say not Slytherin. That felt unfair. Instead, he thought, somewhere I can learn to be brave without becoming stupid. The hat laughed. Better make it Gryffindor, the hall roared. Harry pulled off the hat, breathing harder than he wanted anyone to notice. The Gryffindor table cheered. Ron slapped the bench beside him. Hermione smiled. Neville clapped with obvious relief. Harry walked toward them. At the staff table, Dumbledore looked thoughtful. Snape looked furious. The first weeks at Hogwarts were strange. Harry had expected danger. He had not expected homework. Homework, he quickly discovered, was the monster no one had warned him about. Remus had prepared him well in theory, but Hogwarts had a way of multiplying parchment. Every professor seemed convinced theirs was the only class. Hermione attacked assignments like war campaigns. Ron treated them like weather, unpleasant, unavoidable, and best complained about loudly. Harry fell somewhere between them. He liked defense against the dark arts in theory, though Professor Quirrell made him uneasy. The man stammered constantly and smelled faintly of garlic, sweat, and something Harry could not name. His classroom felt wrong in a way Harry found difficult to explain. Charms was fun. Transfiguration was hard but satisfying. Potions was war. Professor Snape hated him. There was no slow realization, no misunderstanding, no chance to earn fairness. On the first day, Snape looked at Harry and saw someone else. Potter, he said, voice soft and dangerous. Our newest celebrity. The class went quiet. Harry felt every eye turned toward him. He remembered Sirius, you don't owe strangers a performance. He also remembered Remus, think before acting, so Harry said nothing. Snape's eyes narrowed, perhaps disappointed. Tell me, Potter, what would I get if I added powdered root of asphodel to an infusion of wormwood? Harry knew this one. Remus had made him read introductory potion theory twice, because Sirius had once tried to brew a hair-growing potion that gave a teapot eyebrows. A sleeping potion, sir? Harry said. Draught of living death. Snape paused. The room paused with him. Ron looked shocked. Hermione looked betrayed that someone else had answered first. Snape's mouth thinned. And where would you find a bezoar? The stomach of a goat, sir. It can help against many poisons, but not all. A flicker of something passed over Snape's face. Not approval. Never approval. Resentment had simply found a more complicated shape. And monkshood and wolfsbane are the same plant, also called aconite, Harry added, because the silence was unbearable and because he hated being tested like a trap. Snape leaned closer. "Did I ask?" Harry stopped. "No, sir. 5 points from Gryffindor for showing off." Ron's mouth fell open. Hermione looked outraged. Harry looked down at his cauldron. His ears burned. He had known Snape would be unfair. Knowing did not make it feel better. That evening, Harry wrote to Sirius. He did not complain exactly, he described. Sirius's reply arrived the next morning. Harry opened it at breakfast. "Pup, Moony says I am not allowed to tell you to put itching powder in Snape's robes. Moony is a coward. Official advice: stay polite, stay sharp, never give him a clean target." Official advice: remember that some adults are just old children with better vocabulary, proud of you for knowing the answers, even prouder if you learn when not to give extra ones. S. Below that, Remus had added, "Please ignore at least 40% of this letter." R. Harry laughed so hard pumpkin juice nearly came out his nose. Ron read the letter and immediately declared Sirius the best adult alive. Hermione said encouraging disrespect for teachers was irresponsible. Then she asked to read the potion notes again. Friendship, Harry discovered, was not one thing. With Ron, friendship was easy laughter, chess games, complaints about homework, and the comfort of someone who did not expect him to be impressive all the time. With Hermione, friendship was sharper. She corrected him, argued with him, and expected him to keep up. But she also helped Neville organize his notes, defended Ron when older students mocked his robes, and once stayed up late helping Harry rewrite a transfiguration essay because your idea is good, but your structure is criminal. With Neville, friendship was quiet. Neville did not demand stories. He did not stare at Harry's scar. Sometimes they simply sat together in the library, both relieved to be near someone who understood what it felt like to have a name bigger than yourself. Harry liked them. That scared him a little. Liking people gave the world more targets. He did not write that to Sirius. He thought Sirius might understand too well. The trouble began at Halloween. Not with a troll, though that came later. It began with a corridor. Harry noticed Professor Quirrell leaving the Great Hall before the alarm. He moved too quickly for a man who usually seemed afraid of his own sleeves. Harry's eyes followed him. Then Quirrell returned minutes later, bursting through the doors and shouting about a troll in the dungeons. Panic erupted, students screamed. Benches scraped. Professors stood. Harry did not move at first. Something was wrong. Ron grabbed his sleeve. "Come on!" Harry stood, but his gaze flicked toward the staff table. Snape was gone, so was Quirrell. Hermione was not at the Gryffindor table. Then Harry remembered. She had been crying in the girls' bathroom after Ron said something stupid about her. Harry turned. Ron realized at the same time. Oh no! They ran. This Harry had been taught not to run blindly toward danger. He ran anyway, but he ran thinking. "Ron, get a teacher if we see one. If not, we distract, we don't fight. You have a plan." "No. That sounds like fighting." They found the troll in the bathroom. It was enormous, stupid, and smelled worse than anything in Grimmauld Place, including the cursed drain Sirius had once lost a duel against. Hermione was trapped near the sinks, white-faced and frozen. The troll raised its club. Harry's mind sharpened. Not enough to win, enough to move. "Oi!" Ron shouted, voice cracking. "Over here, you great ugly!" The troll turned. Harry grabbed a broken pipe from the floor and hurled it at the troll's face. It bounced off uselessly. The troll blinked, then roared. "Bad plan!" Ron yelled. "Still alive," Harry shouted back. The next minute was chaos. Harry used movement, not magic. He ducked behind sinks, slipped under the troll's swing, and shouted to keep its attention away from Hermione. Ron threw debris. Hermione, recovering, screamed instructions about leverage and momentum at them as if the troll were a homework problem. Finally, Ron's wand jerked upward in panic. The club flew from the troll's hand, rose into the air, and crashed down on its head. The troll collapsed. Silence. Harry lay on the wet floor, breathing hard. Ron stared at his wand. Hermione stared at both of them. Then teachers arrived. McGonagall looked ready to age 40 years in 1 second. Snape's eyes fell on Harry with cold satisfaction. Quirrell trembled behind them. Harry noticed, even then, that Quirrell's eyes were not on the troll. They were on him. Afterward, Hermione lied, not well but bravely. She claimed she had gone looking for the troll and Harry and Ron had saved her. Harry wanted to correct her. Ron stepped on his foot. McGonagall gave them points reluctantly. Snape looked as if he would rather drink poison than accept it. That night, the three of them became friends properly, not because of destiny, because surviving a troll together made avoiding each other afterward awkward. The mystery deepened after the winter holidays. Harry received a package from Sirius. Inside was not an invisibility cloak. Dumbledore still had that, though Harry did not know it yet. Instead, Sirius sent him a small black mirror in a velvet pouch. Use only when necessary, the note said. Then, underneath, or when Snape is being particularly bat-like, Remus's handwriting followed, necessary means necessary. Harry hid the mirror carefully. Sirius had told him about paired mirrors before. They were old magic, useful but not perfect. Hogwarts wards could blur them. Teachers might detect them if used carelessly. They were not a solution to every problem, still, just knowing it was there helped. Then Harry discovered the third-floor corridor, not by accident, by pattern. Quirrell kept moving near forbidden areas. Snape kept watching Quirrell. Filch complained about students being where they should not be even when no students were there. Hermione found references to a hidden object transferred from Gringotts. Ron heard older students whispering about a break-in. Harry wrote to Sirius in careful language. Sirius replied in less careful language, "Stay away from the forbidden corridor." Also, describe exactly where it is. Remus added, "Do the first sentence. Ignore the second." Harry showed Hermione and Ron. Hermione looked horrified. "You told your godfather?" "He told me to write if anything felt wrong." Ron nodded. "Seems fair." He also asked for the corridor location. "I didn't give it." "That is not the point." But Hermione investigated too. Of course she did. The name Nicholas Flamel came after weeks of searching. Hermione found it in a book she had claimed was light reading, which was a lie so large even Ron noticed. "The Philosopher's Stone," she whispered in the library. "It can make the elixir of life." Ron's eyes widened. Immortality? Harry felt cold. A stone that could keep someone alive. A teacher who smelled wrong. A Dark Lord who had not really died. His scar prickled. "We need to tell Dumbledore," Hermione said. "We need proof," Harry replied. Ron looked between them. "I hate when both of you sound right." They tried telling Professor McGonagall. She dismissed them firmly, though not unkindly. The stone was safe. The protections were sufficient. Students should focus on exams. Harry knew adult dismissal when he heard it. That night he used the mirror. It took 3 tries. The surface clouded. Then Sirius's face appeared, blurred at the edges. His hair was loose, and he looked like he had been pacing before answering. "Harry!" "I'm fine." Sirius's eyes sharpened. That is always how terrible conversations start. Harry explained, not everything. Enough, the stone, Quirrell, Snape, the corridor, the feeling that something was moving under the school's skin. Sirius listened without interrupting. That frightened Harry more than if he had shouted. When Harry finished, Sirius said, "Do not go after it." "I know." "Say it." "I won't go after it." Sirius's face softened slightly. "I'm writing Dumbledore." "He might not listen." "He'll listen to me." Harry doubted that. Sirius seemed to know. "If he doesn't, I'll come there myself." "That's what I'm afraid of." Sirius blinked. Harry swallowed. "I don't want you getting in trouble because of me." Sirius's expression changed. "Harry," the mirror flickered. The connection blurred. Before it faded, Sirius said, "You are not trouble. You are my family." The mirror went dark. Harry sat in silence for a long time. The final night arrived with the terrible logic of nightmares. Dumbledore was called away from the school. Harry found out too late. His scar burned so sharply he nearly fell against the common room wall. The knocking behind the wall feeling had become pounding. Quirrell was going after the stone. Harry knew it. He also knew he had promised Sirius. Hermione saw his face. No, Ron looked up. "What?" Hermione pointed at Harry. "That face means a rule is about to die." Harry stood. "I'm not going to fight him." Ron groaned. "That sounds exactly like going to fight him." "I'm going to stop him from getting the stone." "That is fighting with extra steps." Hermione grabbed his sleeve. "Harry, your godfather told you not to." Harry flinched. That almost stopped him. Almost. Then his scar burned again, and for a second he heard a whisper that was not Quirrell's. "Come." Harry's face hardened. "If Voldemort gets that stone, Sirius won't be safe either. None of us will." Hermione went pale. Ron stood slowly. "Well," he said, voice shaking only a little, "that's horrible. Let's go." They went through the trapdoor, not bravely at first. Bravery made better stories afterward. In the moment, it mostly felt like fear with movement attached. The protections tested them one by one. The three-headed dog nearly made Ron faint. Hermione got them through the devil's snare with fire and furious focus. Harry's flying helped with the keys, though he nearly dislocated his shoulder catching the right one. Ron won the chessboard, sacrificing himself with a courage that left Harry stunned. This was the first time Harry truly understood Ron, not the funny boy, not the poor boy, not the friend who complained. Ron was terrified, and he still chose to stay on the board. When the stone knight struck and Ron collapsed, Harry tried to run to him. Hermione grabbed him. "We have to go. I can't leave him." He did that so we could continue. Harry hated her for being right. They went on. At the potion table, Hermione solved the logic puzzle with shaking hands. Harry watched the flames, feeling the scar burn hotter. "You go back to Ron," he said. Hermione stared at him. "No, Hermione. No, don't you dare do the noble sacrifice thing at me." "I'm not sacrificing myself. I'm the one who can go forward." "Why?" Harry touched his scar. "Because he's calling me." Hermione's eyes filled with fear, not awe, not expectation, fear for him that helped more than bravery. Harry smiled weakly. "Tell Sirius I'm sorry." Hermione's face twisted. "You tell him yourself." Then she hugged him quickly, fiercely, and went back through the flames. Harry stepped forward alone. The final chamber was quiet. At its center stood the Mirror of Erised, and before it stood Professor Quirrell. Harry stopped. For a second he almost felt relief, not Snape. Then Quirrell turned. His stammer was gone. "Harry Potter." Harry's wand was in his hand before he remembered drawing it. Quirrell smiled. "You are quicker than expected. You were pretending for years in many ways." Harry's scar screamed. He forced himself not to touch it. "Where is Voldemort?" Quirrell's expression shifted. A kind of devotion entered it. "My master is closer than you think." Cold filled the room. Harry remembered Sirius's lessons: distance, exits, hands, wand angle, voice. Quirrell was an adult wizard. Harry was 11. That meant Harry could not win a duel. So he did not start one. "You can't get the stone," Harry said. Quirrell's smile thinned. "Neither can you." He forced Harry before the mirror. Harry looked. At first he saw his parents. James and Lily stood behind him, just as they did in photographs, but more alive. Lily smiled with tears in her eyes. James had one hand on her shoulder. Then Sirius appeared beside them, younger than he was now. Laughing. Remus stood nearby. Harry's throat closed. He wanted to stay there. Then the image changed. Mirror Harry reached into his pocket and pulled out a red stone. The real Harry felt weight drop into his own pocket. He went still. Quirrell noticed. "What do you see?" Harry thought of Sirius. Don't trust people just because they smile. He thought of Remus. Think before acting. He thought of Ron on the chessboard, Hermione through the flames. He said, "I'm shaking hands with Dumbledore. He's giving me the house cup." Quirrell stared. Then anger flashed across his face. "Liar." The voice that answered was not Quirrell's. "Enough." Harry's blood went cold. Quirrell trembled. Then, slowly, he began unwinding the turban from his head. Harry wanted to look away. He did not. On the back of Quirrell's head was a face, pale, red-eyed, slit-nosed. Terrible not because it was whole, but because it was not. It looked like something death had tried to swallow and failed to digest. Harry's scar burned so fiercely his knees nearly gave. "Harry Potter," Voldemort whispered. Harry raised his wand with a shaking hand. Voldemort smiled. "Brave, like your father." Harry said nothing. "Loved, like your mother." Still Harry said nothing. "Guarded," Voldemort hissed, and now hatred entered his voice, "like something stolen from me." Harry's fear sharpened into anger. "I was never yours." The face twisted. "Give me the stone." "No." Quirrell lunged. Harry dodged, but not fast enough. Quirrell grabbed his wrist. Pain exploded through both of them. Quirrell screamed first. Smoke rose from his hand. Harry gasped. The grip loosened. He stumbled back, staring. Quirrell's skin blistered where he had touched him. Voldemort shrieked. "Seize him!" Quirrell came again. Harry did the only thing he could. He grabbed Quirrell's arm. The man screamed. Harry screamed too, not from burning, from the scar. The room vanished in flashes. Green light, cold laughter, a high voice begging, a door. A crib, Sirius shouting his name from very far away. Harry held on. He did not know if that was courage or panic. Quirrell collapsed. Voldemort's presence tore free like smoke ripped by wind. It rushed through Harry, cold and furious, and the world went black. When Harry woke, the first thing he saw was white ceiling. The second thing he heard was Sirius Black shouting. This was not unusual, exactly. But the level of shouting suggested either murder or paperwork. Possibly both. Harry turned his head. He was in the hospital wing. Sirius stood near the doors, arguing with Dumbledore in a voice that made Madame Pomfrey look ready to hex both of them. "An 11-year-old child got past your protections." Dumbledore looked tired. "The protections delayed an adult servant of Voldemort long enough." "Delayed, delayed. Wonderful, I'll put that on his birthday cake." "Congratulations, Harry, the murder traps delayed your murderer." "Sirius," Remus said, standing nearby, "lower your voice." "No." Harry tried to sit up. Madame Pomfrey immediately appeared. "Absolutely not. I'm fine. You were unconscious for 3 days. You are not fine by definition." Sirius turned so quickly his coat flared. Harry, the anger vanished from his face. He crossed the room in 3 strides and stopped at Harry's bedside like he was afraid touching him might prove he was not real. Harry swallowed. "Hi." Sirius sat down hard and pulled him into a hug. Madame Pomfrey protested. Sirius ignored her. Harry hugged him back. "I'm sorry," Harry whispered. Sirius went still, then he pulled back, eyes bright with fury and fear. "No, but I promised." "No," Sirius said again, voice breaking. "You do not apologize for surviving." Harry looked down. "I went after him. You were 11. I chose to. And every adult in this castle failed to make sure you never had to." Dumbledore closed his eyes. Remus looked away. Harry's throat tightened. Ron and Hermione helped. "They're alive," Sirius said, as if he had personally checked 100 times. "Yes. Good." Harry hesitated. "Quirrell?" Sirius's face hardened. "Dead." Harry looked at his hands. "I didn't mean to." Dumbledore stepped closer. "Harry, Professor Quirrell died because he could not endure the protection your mother left in your blood." "My mother killed him." "No," Sirius said sharply. Harry looked at him. Sirius took his hand. "Voldemort killed him. Quirrell chose him. Your mother protected you." Harry wanted to believe that. Part of him did. Part of him still felt Quirrell's skin burning under his fingers. Dumbledore's voice softened. "The stone has been destroyed." Harry looked up. "So Voldemort can't use it?" "No, but he's not gone." The room went quiet. Dumbledore did not lie. "No." Harry touched his scar. He was on Quirrell, like a parasite. Sirius flinched. Remus's face went pale. Dumbledore watched Harry carefully. "What did he say to you?" Harry remembered the voice. "Guarded like something stolen from me." He did not repeat that part. He wanted the stone. Dumbledore's eyes held his for a moment too long. Harry knew then that Dumbledore understood he had left something out, but he did not push. That made Harry trust him slightly more, not completely, slightly. Later, when Dumbledore left and Madame Pomfrey forced everyone to stop interrogating her patient, Sirius remained beside Harry's bed. Remus sat nearby reading a book he had not turned the page of in 20 minutes. For a while, no one spoke. Then Harry said, "The hat almost put me in Slytherin." Sirius blinked. Of all the things he had expected, that was not one. "Oh," Harry looked at him nervously. "I didn't tell you." Sirius leaned back slowly. "Why not?" "I thought you'd be disappointed." The hurt on Sirius's face was worse than anger. "Harry, I know you said you wouldn't be, but I thought maybe you would anyway." Sirius looked away. Remus closed the unread book. The hospital wing was quiet except for the soft movement of curtains. Finally, Sirius said, "When I was sorted into Gryffindor, I thought it proved I wasn't like my family." Harry listened. "I needed it to prove that. I needed a hat to tell me I was different." Sirius laughed softly, without humor. "That was a lot of pressure to put on a hat." Harry smiled faintly. Sirius looked back at him. "But you were right to wonder. Part of me is scared of that house." Not because everyone in it is bad, because my family used it like a weapon. I know. No, Sirius said gently. You know the lesson, you don't know the fear. Harry looked down. Sirius squeezed his hand. But my fear is not your cage. If the hat had put you there, I would have learned to live with it. Really? Sirius smiled. I would have complained dramatically first. Harry laughed. Then I would have loved you exactly the same. Something in Harry's chest loosened. Remus spoke softly. For the record, I would have sent you many books on interhouse unity. Sirius grimaced. That would have been worse than disappointment. Harry laughed again. The year ended with Gryffindor winning the House Cup. Harry suspected Dumbledore's timing was theatrical enough to make Sirius complain for weeks. He was right. On the train home, Ron reenacted the chess match with increasing exaggeration until Hermione threatened to write down the real version. Neville showed them a plant cutting he had managed not to kill. Hermione had already made a reading list for second year. Harry watched them and felt something strange. He had missed Sirius all year, missed Remus. Tonks, Creature, grim old place, but he would miss this too. That seemed unfair. A person should not be able to belong in two places at once. At the station, Sirius was waiting. He looked thinner than when Harry had left, as if the school year had aged him more than Harry. But when he saw Harry, his face lit up. Harry barely had time to step off the train before Sirius pulled him into a hug. Ron stared. Hermione smiled. Neville looked shyly pleased. Sirius released Harry and looked over the group. So, he said, which of you helped my godson fight a dark lord? Hermione went pink. Ron raised a hand halfway. Neville looked horrified by proximity. Sirius grinned. Excellent. You're all coming over this summer. Ron's eyes widened. Really? No, Remus said, appearing behind Sirius. Not all at once. Sirius waved that away. Details. Harry smiled. For a moment, everything felt almost normal. Then his scar prickled. Not pain, not a warning, a reminder. Far away, Voldemort still existed. The stone was gone, but the shadow remained. Harry looked up at Sirius. Sirius noticed immediately. What? Harry hesitated, then remembered the promise. My scar, he said quietly. It felt strange. Sirius's expression tightened, but he did not get loud and quiet at the same time. He simply placed a hand on Harry's shoulder. Then we watch it. Remus nodded. Together? Harry looked at his friends, his godfather. His almost family gathered on a noisy platform full of smoke and summer light. Voldemort was not gone. The scar still lived. Dumbledore still had secrets. Snape still hated him. And Hogwarts, Harry had learned, was not nearly as safe as adults wanted children to believe. But as Sirius guided him toward the barrier, Harry understood something Voldemort had not. Harry Potter had not survived because he was powerful. He had survived because someone loved him enough to stand at the door. And now more people were standing there. The summer after Harry's first year should have been peaceful. That was the plan, at least. Sirius had made several dramatic announcements about it at King's Cross, most of which involved Harry resting like a normal child, not fighting any dark wizards before breakfast, and absolutely no cursed objects unless supervised. Remus had pointed out that supervised cursed objects were still cursed objects. Sirius had replied that this was why Remus was not in charge of fun. For 3 weeks, Grimmauld Place almost managed peace. Harry slept late. Ron came to visit twice, arriving through the flue with soot in his hair and wonder in his eyes every time he stepped into the kitchen. Hermione visited once with her parents, who were polite, slightly overwhelmed, and very brave about the screaming portrait upstairs. Neville came for an afternoon with his grandmother, who inspected Sirius like a military fortress, and then declared him less irresponsible than expected. Sirius accepted this as praise. Tonks visited often, usually by tripping through the fireplace and pretending she had meant to do it. Andromeda brought food. Remus brought books. Creature brought tea and muttered that the house had become overrun with small masters and blood traitors, but he put extra biscuits on everyone's plates. Harry laughed more that summer than he had expected, but the scar still hurt sometimes, not often. Not badly, enough. The first time it happened, he told Sirius. Sirius did not shout. That was progress. He went very still, which was almost worse, then asked Harry exactly what he had felt, what he had dreamed, whether he had heard a voice, whether he had smelled anything strange, whether the pain had spread, whether he felt watched, whether he— "Sirius!" Remus interrupted from across the kitchen. "Breathe." Sirius inhaled sharply. Harry gave him a small smile. "You're doing the thing." "What thing?" "The loud and quiet thing." Sirius looked offended. "I am not loud. You were about to be." Remus hid a smile behind his teacup. Sirius leaned back in his chair and rubbed both hands over his face. "All right, I'm calm." Creature, who was polishing spoons nearby, muttered, "Master Sirius lies badly." Sirius pointed at him, not helping. Harry smiled again, but the smile faded when his fingers drifted to his scar. "It wasn't like last year," he said. Remus's expression sharpened. "How was it different?" Harry tried to find the words. "It felt like someone waking up in another room." Sirius went cold. Remus did not move. The kitchen seemed quieter than before. Harry looked between them. "What?" Sirius's jaw tightened. "Nothing." Harry gave him a look he had learned from Andromeda. Sirius sighed. "I hate that look. You taught me to notice when adults lie. I regret several lessons." Remus set down his cup. "We do not know what it means yet," he said carefully. "But we should keep a record. Dates, dreams, pain, anything unusual." Harry nodded. Sirius stood suddenly. "I'm writing Dumbledore." Harry's stomach twisted. "Sirius, no secrets this time." "I'm not saying secrets. I just don't want him looking at me like I'm a problem to solve." That stopped Sirius. Remus looked at Harry sadly. "Does he make you feel that way?" Harry shrugged. "Sometimes." Sirius's face changed. Anger came first, then guilt, then the careful restraint he was still learning. "You are not a problem," Sirius said. "You are a person with a problem. There is a difference." Harry looked down. "I know." "Good." Sirius crouched beside his chair. "And if Dumbledore forgets, I'll remind him." Harry smiled faintly. "With words?" Sirius hesitated. Remus cleared his throat. "With words," Sirius said. Creature muttered, "Master Sirius lies very badly." Peace ended properly on Harry's birthday. It was a good day at first. The kitchen had been decorated with floating candles, and a banner Tonks had charmed to read "Happy Birthday." Harry, though every few minutes it changed to "Happy Birthday, Harpy," then "Happy Birthday, Harry," then once, alarmingly, "Happy Birthday, Dark Lord," before Remus removed the charm and glared at Tonks. "It was an accident," Tonks said. "That is what concerns me," Remus replied. Ron arrived with a homemade cake from Mrs. Weasley. Hermione brought a book on practical defensive charms, and Neville brought a small potted plant that snapped at Sirius's sleeve. Harry loved all of it. For a few hours, the house was full of noise. Ron and Harry played chess badly because Sirius kept giving advice to both sides. Hermione argued with Remus about whether school rules were situationally flexible. Tonks turned her hair into birthday candle flames. Creature pretended to be offended by the number of guests and then served everyone seconds. Harry looked around the table and felt warmth spread through him. Family, he thought, was not one shape. It was Sirius stealing frosting from his cake. It was Remus pretending not to notice. It was Ron laughing with his mouth full. It was Hermione correcting the banner's grammar. It was Neville quietly feeding his plant under the table. It was Creature grumbling while placing the biggest slice in front of Harry. Then every candle in the kitchen went out. The room fell into darkness. Sirius was on his feet instantly. Remus's wand was already raised. Tonks moved in front of the children so fast she knocked her chair over. A strange crack sounded from the corner, not apparition, something older. Elf magic, Creature hissed. A small shape stood on the table. It had huge green eyes, bat-like ears, and a tea towel wrapped around its body like clothing. It trembled as if every breath hurt. Harry blinked. The creature stared directly at him. "Harry Potter," it whispered. Sirius's wand lifted. "Who are you?" The elf looked at Sirius and let out a squeak of terror. "Dobby should not be here. Dobby should not speak. Dobby is bad, bad, bad." The elf seized a spoon and began smacking himself in the forehead. Harry lunged forward. "Stop!" Dobby froze. Everyone stared. Harry slowly lowered the elf's hand. "Don't do that." Dobby's eyes filled with tears. Harry Potter is kind, so kind, Dobby knew it. Dobby knew Harry Potter was different. Sirius's voice was low. Different from whom? Dobby shook his head so hard his ears flapped. Dobby cannot say, Dobby must not say. Creature appeared beside the table, eyes narrowed. Strange elf enters old house, he rasped. Strange elf brings danger to little master, Dobby flinched. Dobby brings warning, Sirius stepped closer. What warning? Dobby looked at Harry. Harry Potter must not go back to Hogwarts. The room went still. Ron frowned. What? Hogwarts is dangerous. Terrible things will happen, dark things, old things. Harry Potter must stay away. Harry felt his scar prickle. Sirius noticed. Remus noticed Sirius noticing. Harry asked carefully, "What kind of dark things?" Dobby's lips trembled. He opened his mouth. Nothing came out. His eyes bulged with effort. Then he slapped both hands over his mouth and shook violently. "He's bound." Remus said quietly. Sirius's expression darkened. "By whom?" Dobby made a strangled sound. Creature's ears flattened. "Old family binding," he muttered. "Cruel family, bad masters." Sirius looked at him sharply. "You know whose?" Creature lowered his gaze. Creature guesses. Creature does not know. Harry looked at Dobby. "Is someone trying to hurt me?" Dobby cried harder. "Not only Harry Potter. But Harry Potter will be there. Harry Potter always stands where danger is." Ron muttered, "That's unfortunately true." Hermione elbowed him. Dobby snapped his fingers. Every window slammed shut. The kitchen door locked. The flue fire died. Sirius's wand flashed, but the elf magic curled around the room like invisible wire. Dobby looked miserable. "Harry Potter must stay home." Harry stared at him. "You're trapping me." "To save you." Sirius's voice became very soft. "Remove the magic." Dobby shook his head, sobbing. "Dobby cannot. Dobby must protect Harry Potter." Creature moved. No one expected him to be fast. He struck Dobby with a burst of elf magic that cracked through the kitchen like a whip. Dobby flew backward, hit a cupboard, and tumbled into a pile of napkins. "Creature!" Harry shouted. Creature stood between Harry and the other elf, shaking with fury. No elf traps little master in his own house. Dobby looked dazed. Sirius flicked his wand, breaking the weakened lock charm around the room. The windows opened. The flue sparked back to life. Dobby scrambled upright, terrified. Dobby failed. "Dobby is bad." "No," Harry said firmly. Dobby froze again. Harry stepped closer, ignoring Sirius's protective hand hovering near his shoulder. "You tried to warn me, thank you, but you don't get to lock me up." Dobby stared at him. Harry continued, "If you can't tell us who sent you, then tell us what to watch for." Dobby twisted his fingers together. "Voices," he whispered. "Writing, blood, the old fear under the school." Remus went pale. Sirius's eyes sharpened. "What old fear?" Dobby vanished with a crack. The candles relit one by one. No one spoke for several seconds. Then Ron said, very quietly, "Well, that was a rubbish birthday surprise." Harry laughed. He did not mean to. It burst out of him from fear and shock, and the absurdity of Ron sounding personally offended by prophetic elf warnings. Then Tonks laughed. Then Neville, nervous and small. Even Hermione smiled, though she looked worried. Sirius did not laugh. Remus did not either. Creature stood near Harry's chair, still trembling with anger. Harry touched his shoulder gently. "Thank you." Creature stiffened. "Little master must not thank Creature for doing what is proper." "Still, thank you." Creature turned away. "Cake is getting cold," he muttered, though cake did not get cold. The birthday continued, but the warmth had changed. Now there was a shadow sitting at the table with them. 2 weeks later, Diagon Alley gave the shadow a name, not directly. Shadows rarely walked up and introduced themselves. They moved behind polished canes and smiling mouths. The day began badly because of Gilderoy Lockhart. Harry had never met him before, but Sirius disliked him on sight, which was impressive because Lockhart had not yet spoken. "He smiles too much," Sirius muttered. Hermione, clutching a book list, looked offended. "He is a celebrated author. He has teeth like a chandelier." That is not a valid criticism. "It is when they arrive 5 seconds before the rest of his face." Remus murmured, "Please do not start a public incident in a bookstore." "I never start." "Sirius." "Fine." Flourish and Blots was packed so tightly Harry could barely move. Lockhart stood at the front in robes of blinding blue, signing books, flashing smiles, and behaving as if every camera flash personally strengthened him. Harry tried to stay near Ron and Hermione. It did not help. Lockhart spotted him. Of course he did. "My dear boy," Lockhart cried, sweeping toward him. "Harry Potter!" Every head turned. Harry's stomach sank. Sirius's hand closed over his wand. Lockhart seized Harry by the shoulders and turned him toward the nearest photographer. Sirius moved. Remus caught his sleeve. "Sirius," he warned under his breath. He touched him. "I noticed. He has 3 seconds. Give him 4. Lockhart beamed. "Ladies and gentlemen, what a moment. The boy who lived, here to buy my books. Clearly a young man of taste." Harry stared at the camera flash and felt his face heat. "I'm here for school supplies," he said. Lockhart laughed too loudly. "Modest, wonderful. I myself was modest at your age, though naturally people noticed." Sirius appeared at Harry's shoulder. "Let go of him." Lockhart turned, smile fixed. "Ah, Sirius Black, the devoted godfather, how touching. I must say the public would adore an interview with the two of you. Tragedy, courage, family restoration. No. 1 photograph. No. A foreword for my next edition." Sirius smiled. It was the smile Harry had once described to Lucius Malfoy, the lying smile. "Touch him again." Sirius said pleasantly, "And your next book will be called Magical Me Learns to Eat Through a Straw." The photographer lowered his camera. Remus closed his eyes. Hermione looked torn between horror and admiration. Lockhart's smile faltered. Then another voice cut through the crowd. "Still so dramatic, Black." Lucius Malfoy stood near the shelves with Draco beside him. His silver cane rested lightly in one hand. His eyes moved from Sirius to Harry, then to the Weasleys, who had just pushed their way through the crowd. Arthur Weasley's face hardened. "Lucius." "Arthur," Lucius said smoothly. "Shopping for school books. How admirable. I do hope the children do not mind sharing pages." Ron went red. Ginny, standing close to her mother, looked down at her battered second-hand books. Harry felt anger rise. Sirius's hand touched his shoulder once, not stopping him. Reminding him, Harry breathed. Arthur stepped forward. "At least my children know the value of honest work." Lucius smiled. "Honest poverty, certainly." The air changed. Sirius moved between Lucius and the children. "Careful, Lucius, you're in public. Wouldn't want anyone remembering how many expensive friends you had before they all became inconveniently imperious." Lucius's eyes flashed. Draco looked between the adults, pale and tense. Lockhart, sensing attention slipping away, tried to laugh. My, old rivalries. "Perhaps I should write a chapter." "Don't," Sirius and Lucius said at the same time. Lockhart shut his mouth. For 1 second, Harry almost laughed. Then Lucius's gaze dropped to him. "You look well, Mr. Potter." Harry said nothing. "Confident. Black has raised you in his own image." Sirius's hand tightened. Harry looked up. "No," he said. "He raised me to know when people are baiting me." A few people in the shop murmured. Lucius's smile thinned. How wise. He turned slightly, and in the crowded movement, his hand brushed against Ginny Weasley's cauldron. It was nothing. A bump, a shift of books. Harry saw it only because Sirius had trained him to watch hands. Lucius withdrew. "Do enjoy your year," he said. His eyes flicked once toward Ginny, then he left. Harry frowned. "What?" Sirius asked quietly, his hand. Sirius's expression sharpened. "What about it?" He touched Ginny's cauldron. Arthur and Molly were already arguing with shop assistants about damaged books. Ginny stood red-faced and miserable, clutching her things. Ron looked furious. Hermione was whispering angrily about class prejudice. Sirius walked over. "Ginny," he said gently. "May I check something?" Ginny blinked. "My cauldron. Just quickly." Molly looked confused. Arthur looked alert. Sirius examined the books, the cauldron, the ink bottles, the quills. Remus helped. They found nothing, no curse residue, no extra object, no obvious spell. Harry still felt uneasy. Lucius Malfoy did not bump into people by accident, but unease was not proof. That was one of the most annoying things Remus had ever taught him. Hogwarts began with rain. The castle rose out of the storm like a memory from another century, all black towers and golden windows. Harry felt the familiar pull in his chest when he saw it. Home, not like Grimmauld Place, different, A second home, perhaps, a dangerous one. Darby's warning returned as soon as Harry stepped into the entrance hall. Voices, writing, blood, the old fear under the school. Harry wrote those words in the small notebook Remus had given him. Date, event, details. Sirius had wanted to add a tracking charm to the notebook. Remus had refused. Sirius had added one anyway. Remus found it. They argued for an hour. In the end, the notebook remained ordinary except for a mild privacy charm and a note from Sirius on the inside cover. If this book tries to talk back, close it and scream. Harry had laughed when he read it. Now, sitting in defense against the dark arts while Gilderoy Lockhart posed beneath a portrait of himself, Harry was less amused. Lockhart was worse as a teacher than he had been as a celebrity. This was a remarkable achievement. He began the first lesson by releasing a cage of Cornish pixies, and then immediately proving he had no idea how to control them. Within seconds, pixies were tearing books, smashing ink bottles, and trying to lift Neville by the ears. Harry ducked as one shot passed his head. Ron yelled, "This is the professor." Hermione, looking betrayed by reality, tried to stun a pixie and missed. Lockhart climbed onto his desk. Remain calm, perfectly under control. A pixie stole his wand. Harry stared. Even Sirius had never lost his wand to something blue and ankle-sized. Harry and Hermione eventually helped contain the creatures. Ron trapped two in a cloak. Neville, to everyone's surprise, managed to grab one by the foot and stuff it back into the cage. Lockhart clapped as if he had planned this. Excellent practical demonstration. Harry looked at Hermione. Hermione looked at the floor. "I may have misjudged him," she whispered. Ron leaned over. After class, Harry wrote to Sirius. Sirius's reply came the next morning. "Pup, I knew it. No man with that many teeth should be trusted with children. If he releases anything larger than a pixie, send for McGonagall. If he releases himself, run faster." Remus added, "Your godfather is being rude, but not entirely wrong." For a while, school settled into rhythm. Classes, homework, Quidditch practice, Ron complaining, Hermione studying, Neville trying not to melt things in potions, Draco making comments that were less confident now, as if he was never sure whether Harry would answer politely or cut him open with one sentence. But the wrongness remained. Harry heard it first in October. He was leaving the library late with Hermione when a voice slid through the wall, soft, cold, hungry, rip. "Tear, kill." Harry stopped so abruptly Hermione walked into him. "Oh, Harry," he raised a hand. The voice came again, blood. Harry's scar prickled, though not sharply. Hermione looked around. "What is it?" "You didn't hear that?" "Hear what?" Harry's mouth went dry. The corridor was empty, no footsteps, no portraits nearby, just stone walls and torchlight. "A voice," he said. Hermione's face changed. "What did it say?" Harry hesitated. He hated saying it aloud. "It said kill." Hermione went very still. Harry took out the notebook. Hermione watched him write. Date. Second floor corridor near library. Voice through wall. Words, kill, blood. Hermione did not hear. "You're being very calm," she said. "I'm not." "You look calm." Sirius says looking calm gives panic less room. Hermione swallowed. "We should tell someone I know." They told McGonagall first, then Dumbledore. Dumbledore listened without interruption. That alone told Harry he was worried. "Only you heard the voice?" Dumbledore asked. "Yes, sir, and your scar prickled, not like Quirrell, less pain." "More like," Harry searched for words. "Like the thing speaking was nearby, but not speaking to me." Dumbledore's eyes sharpened. That was when Harry became certain the headmaster knew more than he said. Again, Dumbledore looked at McGonagall. "Minerva, please increase corridor patrols." McGonagall nodded tightly. Harry said, "You know something." Dumbledore turned back. "I know many things, Harry. Not all of them are useful yet." Sirius would have hated that answer. Harry did too, but Remus had taught him to listen beneath words. Dumbledore was not dismissing him. He was afraid of being wrong. That was different. 3 nights later, Mrs. Norris was found hanging stiff from a torch bracket. The message on the wall glistened red. "The Chamber of Secrets has been opened. Enemies of the air. Beware." For a moment, nobody breathed. Students crowded the corridor, whispering, pushing, staring. Filch screamed when he saw his cat. Harry stared at the writing. Blood. Dobby had said blood. Ron whispered, "That's not good." Hermione's face was pale. Then Harry heard someone behind him mutter, "Potter." Another voice answered. "Raised by a black, wasn't he?" The whispers spread faster than fire. Harry felt them move around him. Boy who lived, parcel-tongue rumors from old biographies, black family, dark magic, Slytherin. Dumbledore arrived with the teachers, and the corridor cleared in controlled chaos. Harry stood very still. He did not look at the message again. He looked at Ginny Weasley. She stood near the back of the crowd, white-faced, one hand gripping her books so tightly her knuckles had gone pale. Her eyes met Harry's. Then she looked away. That night, Harry used the mirror. Sirius appeared almost instantly, as if he had been waiting beside it. Harry told him everything, the voice, the cat, the message, the whispers. By the end, Sirius looked like he wanted to tear the school apart stone by stone. "No," Harry said before he could speak. Sirius blinked. "No what?" "No coming here and terrifying everyone." "I would not terrify everyone, Sirius. I would terrify selected people." Remus appeared behind him, tying his dressing gown. "What happened?" Sirius turned. The Chamber of Secrets. Remus went very still. Harry watched both their faces. "You know it." "Everyone knows the legend," Remus said carefully. "What is it really?" Sirius's jaw tightened. "A story about Salazar Slytherin hiding a monster in the school." Ron, sitting nearby in the dormitory and listening because Harry trusted him now, whispered, "Brilliant! School has a murder basement." Harry ignored him. The voice said, "Kill," Harry told Remus. "Only I heard it." Sirius looked sick. "Dumbledore knows?" "Yes. And," he increased patrols. Sirius laughed without humor. "Excellent. Patrols against wall voices." Remus leaned closer to the mirror. "Harry, listen. Until we know more, do not go anywhere alone. Not corridors, not bathrooms, not the library after dark." Hermione, who was also there because Ron had failed to stop her from entering the boys' common room by claiming academic emergency, nodded fiercely. Harry looked at them all. "I know." Sirius's expression softened. "Do you?" Harry bristled. "I'm not trying to be stupid. No one thinks you are. Everyone thinks I'm going to run toward the monster." Ron opened his mouth. Hermione stepped on his foot. Harry glared at both of them. Sirius sighed. "Harry, we think you run toward danger because danger keeps finding people you care about." That was worse. Because it was true, the dueling club made everything worse. Lockhart started it, which should have been warning enough. He stood on the stage in the Great Hall, shining like a decorative disaster, and announced that students would learn the noble art of magical self-defense from him and Professor Snape. Snape looked like he would rather teach trolls ballet. Harry stood with Ron, Hermione, and Neville, already regretting attendance. Sirius had taught him basic dueling stance. Remus had taught him that dueling was not about looking dramatic. Lockhart had apparently learned the opposite. When Snape demonstrated by blasting Lockhart across the stage, Harry decided the evening had improved. "Worth it," Ron whispered. Hermione frowned. Professor Lockhart may have been allowing Professor Snape to demonstrate. Harry looked at her. Hermione sighed. "All right, perhaps not." Then Snape paired students. Harry knew what was coming before it happened. "Potter," Snape said. "Malfoy." Draco climbed onto the stage with a tight smile. Harry followed. The hall buzzed. Snape's eyes glittered. "Let us see whether fame has sharpened your reflexes." Harry said nothing. Draco bowed stiffly. Harry bowed back. Lockhart shouted instructions. The duel began. Draco fired first. Harry shielded too slowly, but he moved sideways, letting the spell glance off his sleeve instead of striking his chest. Sirius's voice echoed in his memory. "Never stand where your enemy expects you to stay." Harry answered with a disarming charm that clipped Draco's shoulder but did not take his wand. Draco's eyes widened. Then he got angry. They traded spells for half a minute. Neither advanced enough to be truly dangerous, but both too proud to stop. Harry was better at movement. Draco was faster with his wand. Snape watched with cold interest. Then he flicked his wand. A black snake shot from the tip and hit the stage between them. The hall screamed. The snake rose, hood flared, eyes fixed on Justin Finch-Fletchley near the front row. Harry felt something inside him shift, not magic exactly, recognition. The snake lunged. Harry stepped forward. "Stop!" The word left his mouth as a hiss. The snake froze. The great hall went silent. Harry heard himself breathing. The snake slowly turned its head toward him. He understood the question in its posture. Threat. Food. Command. Harry swallowed and hissed again. Do not hurt anyone. The snake lowered itself. Snape vanished it with a sharp slash of his wand. For a moment, nobody moved. Then the whispers began, not normal whispers, fear whispers. Ron stared at Harry with wide eyes. Hermione looked shaken but thoughtful. Neville looked frightened for Harry, not of him. Draco looked pale. Snape looked as if the past had reached up and grabbed him by the throat. Lockhart clapped weakly. Well, unexpected cultural talent. No one laughed. Harry stepped down from the stage. Students moved away from him, not all, but enough. The space around him widened. That night the rumor became a verdict. Harry Potter was a Parselmouth. Harry Potter could speak to snakes. Harry Potter was the heir of Slytherin. By breakfast, someone had written heir on a scrap of parchment and placed it near his plate. Ron grabbed it and tore it in half. Hermione slammed her book shut. Neville looked ready to cry with anger. Harry stared at the pieces. He had thought he was used to being stared at. He was wrong. Fame staring was uncomfortable. Fear staring was colder. Draco approached their table later, his face unreadable. Ron reached for his wand. Draco ignored him. My father says Parseltongue is a rare gift. Harry looked up. Your father says many things. Draco's mouth tightened. You should be careful. People are saying things. Are you people? For once, Draco did not sneer. He looked almost troubled. I know you're not attacking Muggleborns. Harry blinked. Ron blinked harder. Hermione went still. Draco seemed to regret speaking immediately. But if you were clever, you'd stop making yourself look suspicious. Harry studied him. Is that advice? Draco's face reddened. It's an observation. Tell your father I'm touched. Draco's eyes sharpened again. Not everything comes from my father. Then he walked away. Ron stared after him. That was weird. Hermione nodded slowly. Very. Harry did not answer. He was watching Ginny. She sat at the Gryffindor table, barely eating, eyes fixed on her hands. There was ink on her fingers, black ink. After the dueling club, things worsened quickly. Justin Finch-Fletchley was petrified. Nearly headless Nick, too. Harry found them, which made the rumors explode. This time, Sirius did come to Hogwarts. He arrived through McGonagall's fireplace in a storm of black robes, fury, and barely contained panic. Harry was in Dumbledore's office when it happened. Fawkes trilled softly from his perch. Dumbledore looked tired. McGonagall looked stern. Snape looked pleased in the worst possible way. Then the fire roared green and Sirius stepped out. Where is he? Harry stood. I'm fine. Sirius crossed the room and gripped his shoulders, checking his face, his scar, his arms, as if petrification might have left fingerprints. I said I'm fine. I heard you. You're still checking. Yes, Harry allowed it because Sirius's hands were shaking. Dumbledore folded his hands. Sirius. Don't Sirius me. He turned. A cat, a student, and a ghost have been attacked. My godson is being accused of opening Salazar Slytherin's private murder chamber. And apparently everyone's brilliant plan is to let Lockhart teach dueling and Snape throw snakes at children. Snape's face went white with anger. It was a controlled demonstration. Sirius smiled. If that was control, I'd hate to see your chaos. Sirius, McGonagall said sharply. Harry had never seen McGonagall look so torn between agreement and discipline. Dumbledore's voice remained calm. We are investigating. Are you? Sirius snapped. Or are you waiting for the monster to schedule an appointment? Dumbledore's eyes flashed. Yes, he said quietly. We are investigating. The room went still. For the first time, Harry saw Sirius's anger meet something equally hard in Dumbledore. Not cruelty, not coldness, authority. Old, tired, and dangerous, Dumbledore continued, and while your anger is understandable, it will not help Harry if you confirm every fearful rumor by storming the castle like the Black family has come to reclaim him. That hit. Sirius flinched as if struck. Harry stepped forward. He didn't do anything wrong. Dumbledore's gaze softened. No, he did not. Sirius looked away. Snape's lip curled. How touching. Potter defended by Black. Again. Harry turned, Professor. The room went silent. Snape looked down at him. Harry's heart pounded, but he kept his voice steady. Did you know I could speak Parseltongue before the dueling club? Snape's eyes narrowed. No. Did Professor Dumbledore? Dumbledore did not answer quickly. Harry turned toward him. The silence was answer enough. Sirius went very still. You knew, Dumbledore sighed. I suspected. And you didn't tell him? I hoped it would not emerge in a way that frightened him. Harry stared. Not telling me did that better. Dumbledore looked at him. For once he had no gentle answer ready. Harry felt something shift inside himself, not hatred. Not distrust exactly, a boundary. Adults could love him and still hide things. That did not mean he had to accept it. Dumbledore's suspension came a week later. Lucius Malfoy carried it in with a smile. The governors had signed. Parents were frightened. The school needed action. Dumbledore had failed to stop the attacks. Everyone knew Lucius had pushed it. Nobody could prove it. Harry watched him from the corridor as the headmaster left. Lucius's eyes found Harry. The smile remained. Difficult year, Mr. Potter. Harry said nothing. Lucius continued. One might almost think certain children attract dark events. Sirius, standing behind Harry, laughed softly. One might almost think certain adults plant them. Lucius turned. An accusation, a habit of observation. Lucius's cane tapped once on the stone floor. Careful, Black. You are not as untouchable as you believe. Sirius stepped closer. No, he said. I'm worse. I know where your bodies are buried. Lucius's smile thinned. Harry looked between them and suddenly understood something. This was not only about him. This was old war wearing new robes. Lucius turned away. As he passed, his eyes flicked briefly toward Ginny Weasley. Again, Harry saw it. This time he did not dismiss it. He found Ginny in the library 2 days later. She was alone at a table, books open but unread. Her face looked gray with exhaustion. The ink stains on her fingers were worse. Harry approached carefully. Ginny, she jumped so hard her quill scratched across the parchment. Oh, Harry, are you all right? Yes. It was a terrible lie. Harry sat across from her. Ginny immediately looked toward the door as if checking for escape. I'm not accusing you of anything, Harry said, her eyes filled with fear. I didn't say you were. I know. Silence stretched. Harry lowered his voice. Lucius Malfoy looked at you. Ginny went white. What? In Diagon Alley, and again when Dumbledore left. Ginny's hands clenched. Harry looked at the ink. Did he give you something? Ginny stood so quickly the chair scraped. I have to go. Ginny, I said I have to go, she ran. Harry did not follow. He wanted to, but something in her face told him chasing would make it worse. Instead, he went to Hermione. Hermione listened, eyes narrowing. A book, she said. Harry blinked. What? If Malfoy touched her cauldron and we didn't find anything, it may have been hidden among her books. Something small, something that looked ordinary. Ron went pale. My sister has loads of second-hand books. Has she been writing more than usual? Hermione asked. Ron frowned. She's always writing. Mum got her a diary this year, I think. Harry's scar prickled. Writing. Dobby had said writing. They searched, not Ginny's things directly. Hermione refused because privacy is not optional just because we're frightened. Ron disagreed loudly because it was his sister, then looked guilty because Hermione was right. Harry solved it by asking Myrtle. Moaning Myrtle was delighted by attention, too delighted. Oh, yes, she said from inside a toilet pipe. Little red-haired thing was crying in here, threw a book at me, very rude, went right through my head. When? Harry asked. Days ago or weeks? Time is different when you're dead and underappreciated. Hermione looked around the bathroom. Where did it go? Myrtle pointed miserably. Harry found it behind a cracked sink. A small black diary, plain, old, completely blank. The moment Harry touched it, his scar burned, not sharply, deeply, like something inside him had recognized something outside him. He dropped it. Ron swore. Hermione stepped back. That is not normal. Harry stared at the diary. The cover was worn, no name on the front, no title. He took out his wand. Should we take it to a professor? Yes, Hermione said immediately. Ron nodded. Harry wanted to agree. Then ink appeared on the first page, not written by any visible hand. Hello, Harry Potter. The bathroom seemed to freeze. Ron whispered, Nope. Hermione's face went utterly white. Harry did not move. The ink faded. Then new words appeared. I have wanted to meet you. Harry's scar throbbed. He remembered Sirius's note, "If this book tries to talk back, close it and scream." Harry closed it. Then, because screaming seemed unhelpful, he wrapped it in Hermione's scarf, then in Ron's cloak, then in a waterproof charm, then carried it at arm's length to Professor McGonagall. McGonagall took one look at their faces and did not ask if this was a prank. Within the hour, the diary was in Dumbledore's empty office, but Dumbledore was gone. McGonagall examined it, Snape examined it, Flitwick examined it. None of them could force it to reveal itself. The diary remained blank. Snape looked at Harry. "How convenient that it spoke only to you." Sirius, who had been contacted by Mirror and arrived so quickly Harry suspected illegal travel magic, stepped forward. "Say that again." Snape's wand hand twitched. McGonagall cut across them both. "Enough." Harry looked at the diary. It knew my name. Remus, who had come with Sirius, stood near the fireplace. His face was grave. "Objects that answer are dangerous. Objects that know are worse." Sirius looked at Snape. "Can it be destroyed?" Snape's lip curled. "Most things can be destroyed, Black. The question is whether doing so releases what is inside." Harry felt cold. "What's inside?" No one answered. Then the office door opened. Ginny Weasley stood there. Her face was empty, too empty. Ron turned. "Ginny," her eyes went to the diary. For one heartbeat, she looked terrified. Then she raised her wand. The windows shattered inward. Everything happened at once. A burst of dark magic slammed through the office, not from Ginny's wand but through her, using her like an open door. Fawkes screamed from his perch. McGonagall shielded the children. Snape lunged for the diary. Sirius grabbed Harry. Remus shouted a binding spell. Ginny collapsed. The diary flew off the desk and shot toward the door as if pulled by invisible hands. Harry reacted without thinking. He caught it. The world vanished. He stood in a corridor that was not a corridor, Hogwarts, but older, colder. Torches burned along stone walls. A tall boy in old-fashioned robes stood before him, handsome in a pale, sharp way. Tom Riddle smiled. "Harry Potter." Harry's hand tightened around his wand. "You're the diary." "I am a memory." "Memories don't possess girls." Tom's smile widened. "Most memories lack ambition." Harry looked around. This was not real, he knew that, but his scar burned as if reality did not matter. Tom stepped closer. "I wondered what you would be like, the child who defeated Lord Voldemort." Harry said nothing. Sirius had taught him that people who wanted information often began with compliments. Tom's eyes glittered. "You are not what I expected." "What did you expect?" "A frightened orphan, a lonely boy, someone easy to open." Harry felt anger flare. Tom noticed. "Ah, there it is, not loneliness, pride." Harry raised his wand. "I'm leaving." "No, you are learning." The corridor shifted. Harry saw Hagrid younger shouting, "A girl dead on a bathroom floor, a monster's shadow, a lie shaped like proof." Tom's voice slid through the memory. "They blamed the wrong creature once. They will do it again." Harry forced himself to breathe. This was a trap. Maybe the memory was true, maybe not. Truth could still be bait. Tom appeared beside him. "You and I are connected." "No, you hear the monster." Harry froze. Tom smiled. "You speak its language." Harry's heart pounded. "What is it?" "Ask yourself why you can hear it. Ask yourself why the school fears you. Ask yourself why your scar burns when I speak." Harry's wand shook. Tom leaned closer. "Your godfather tells you that you are loved. Dumbledore tells you that you are protected, but neither tells you what you are." Harry's scar screamed. For a second, something behind Tom's eyes looked familiar. Not because Harry knew Tom Riddle, because something in Harry's scar knew him. Harry whispered, "You're Voldemort." Tom's smile became beautiful and terrible. "I was." The diary tore open around him. Harry hit the office floor hard. Sirius was shouting his name. The diary lay smoking nearby. Ginny was gone, so was the book. No, not gone. A message had been burned into the wall behind Dumbledore's desk in black letters. "Her skeleton will lie in the chamber forever." Ron made a sound like he had been stabbed. The next hour became nightmare. Ginny had vanished into the school. The diary had escaped with her. Dumbledore was gone. McGonagall organized teachers and prefects into search parties. Snape sealed corridors. Flitwick checked hidden doors. Sirius looked like something barely human under his skin. Arthur and Molly arrived through the flue. Molly's scream when she heard Ginny was gone made Harry feel sick. Ron stood frozen. Then he turned to Harry. "You saw him," Ron said. "In the diary." Harry nodded. "Did he take her?" "Yes." Ron's face crumpled. Harry grabbed his shoulders. "We'll find her." "How?" Harry looked toward the corridor. The voice had moved through walls. The attacks had happened near water. Myrtle had died in a bathroom. Hermione, petrified in the hospital wing, had been found with a torn page in her hand. Harry ran. Ron followed. Sirius shouted after them. Harry did not stop until he reached the hospital wing. Madame Pomfrey tried to block him. Sirius, arriving behind them, looked ready to argue, but Harry had already moved to Hermione's bed. She lay stiff and silent, eyes open, hand frozen around nothing. Harry's throat tightened. "I'm sorry," he whispered. Then he saw the paper near her other hand, carefully preserved by Madame Pomfrey. A library page, basilisk, king of serpents, kills by direct gaze, petrifies through reflection, ghostly transparency, camera, water. Harry understood, the voice in the walls, the snake language, the old fear. Ron stared at the page. A basilisk. "There's a giant snake in the school." Sirius's face went pale. Harry turned to him. "I can hear it because it's a snake." Sirius looked like he wanted to deny the entire universe. Remus, breathing hard from following them, whispered, "The pipes!" Harry nodded. Myrtle's bathroom. Sirius grabbed his arm. "No." Harry looked at him. Sirius, "No, absolutely not. This is where adults go." "Ginny doesn't have time, then I go. You can't open it." The words landed brutally. Sirius stared at him. Harry's voice shook, but he continued. "It needs Parseltongue. That's why I heard it. That's why Tom wanted me. I can open it." "Then you open it and stay behind me." Ron stepped forward. "I'm coming too." Molly, who had arrived behind them, made a broken sound. "No, you are not." "Mum, no!" Arthur held her shoulders, but his own face was gray. Ron looked at Harry. Harry looked at Sirius. For 1 second, everyone was a child and everyone was an adult, and none of it was fair. Then Remus spoke. "Harry opens the entrance. Sirius goes first. I go second. Harry stays between us. Ron stays behind me." Molly began to protest. Remus's voice hardened. "Ginny is dying. We do not have time to pretend the children are not already involved." Sirius looked at him. Something passed between them. Old trust, old fear, old war. Sirius nodded once. They went to Myrtle's bathroom. Lockhart was there, packing. Sirius stared at him. "You." Lockhart turned with a bright, terrified smile. "Ah, I was just preparing a strategic expedition." "You were running." "Strategically." Ron looked ready to attack him barehanded. Sirius took Lockhart's wand with one smooth motion. "Congratulations. You're coming." Lockhart went pale. "But—" Sirius smiled. "I insist." Myrtle watched from the sink, delighted. "Ooh, drama." Harry stepped to the scratched tap marked with a tiny snake. His mouth felt dry. Everyone watched him. Sirius stood close enough that Harry could feel his presence like a shield. Harry looked at the snake carving. For a moment he hated the language, hated that it came from Voldemort, hated that it made people fear him. Then he thought of Ginny. He hissed, "Open!" The sinks moved, stone groaned. A black tunnel appeared beneath them. Cold air rose from below. Sirius looked into the darkness, then at Harry. "Behind me." Harry nodded. For once he did not argue. The tunnel smelled of damp stone, rot, and ancient magic. They descended carefully. Sirius went first, wand raised. Remus followed. Harry came next, then Ron, then Lockhart, who kept making small, whimpering noises until Sirius threatened to silence him permanently. The tunnel widened into a passage littered with bones. Ron swallowed. "Please let those be animals." No one answered. They reached a massive snakeskin, shed and pale in the wandlight. Lockhart fainted. Sirius looked down at him. "Best thing he's done all year." Then the tunnel collapsed. It happened fast. A rumble, a crack, a scream of stone. Sirius shoved Harry backward. Remus grabbed Ron. Rocks crashed between them, splitting the passage. Dust filled the air. Harry coughed, ears ringing. "Sirius?" "I'm here," came Sirius's voice from the other side, muffled but alive. "Harry, I'm okay." "Stay there." Ron lit his wand, coughing. Remus was with them. Sirius was on the other side with Lockhart. Harry stared at the rockfall. No, Remus grabbed his shoulder. We dig. Ginny doesn't have time. Harry! Harry looked down the tunnel. The voice was there, not speaking now, waiting. Ron's face was white. My sister is down there. Remus closed his eyes. Harry knew that look. It was the look of an adult realizing the right choice and the safe choice had become enemies. From beyond the rocks, Sirius shouted, "Moony!" "What's happening?" Remus looked at Harry, then Ron, then the tunnel. His voice broke when he answered. "We're going forward." Silence. Then Sirius roared. "No!" Harry flinched. Remus's grip tightened. "Sirius, listen to me." "No, you open this bloody wall. We will try from both sides, but Ginny may have minutes." Harry stepped close to the stones. "Sirius." The other side went quiet. Harry pressed his hand to the rock. "I have to." "No, you don't." "Yes," Harry whispered. "I do." Sirius's voice, when it came, was raw. "You stay alive." Harry closed his eyes. "I'll try." "No, you don't try. You do it." Harry almost smiled. "Okay." Remus led the way. They reached a circular door carved with snakes. Harry hissed again. It opened. The Chamber of Secrets stretched before them, vast and greenlit, lined with towering snake pillars and flooded shadows. At the far end stood a massive stone face with a beard like carved roots. Ginny lay on the floor beneath it, still, too still. Ron made a strangled sound and started forward. Remus caught him. A figure stepped from the shadows. Tom Riddle, not pale like a ghost now, sharper, more solid. He held Harry's wand. Harry's blood went cold. "My wand?" Tom smiled. "You dropped it when you entered. Very careless." Harry looked at Ginny. "She's dying." "Yes." Ron lunged. Remus held him back with visible effort. Tom's eyes flicked to the werewolf, then to Ron, then back to Harry. "How touching. You brought witnesses." Harry's scar burned. "You're Voldemort?" Ron stared. Remus went very still. Tom's smile widened. "I am what came before Voldemort, before the fear, before the name, Tom Marvolo Riddle." Harry felt the diary in the room, not visible but present. It pulsed like a second heartbeat. "You used Ginny?" She was lonely, frightened, overlooked. Children are so easy when adults assume their troubles are small. Ron's face twisted. Harry felt anger rise. Tom watched it with interest. "There it is again, that righteous fury, your godfather's gift, perhaps." "Don't talk about him." "Why not? Sirius Black, the blood traitor prince." "The runaway heir. The dog who thinks love makes him noble." Harry's hands clenched. Remus said quietly, "Harry." Tom smiled. "Ah, the werewolf teaches restraint. How domestic." Remus's face went cold. Tom looked pleased. "You are surrounded by broken men trying to teach you not to break. Admirable." Futile, but admirable. Harry forced himself to look at Ginny, not Tom. Ginny was fading. The more solid Tom became, the paler she grew. "The diary," Harry said. Tom's smile thinned. "What about it?" "That's where you are." Tom's eyes sharpened. "Clever?" "Not clever enough to keep my wand, apparently." Ron made a weak sound that might have been a laugh and might have been panic. Tom raised Harry's wand. "You want to save her. You want to prove you are not like me, so predictable." The stone mouth behind him began to open. Harry heard the movement before he saw it. A wet, heavy slide. The basilisk emerged. It was enormous, green-black, ancient, and terrible. Its body filled the shadows. Its head rose high above them, mouth opening to reveal fangs longer than Harry's arm. Remus shouted, "Eyes down!" Harry squeezed his eyes shut. The basilisk hissed, "Kill." The word moved through Harry's bones. Tom laughed. "Speak to it, Harry. Command it. Let us see what you truly are." Harry kept his eyes shut. He heard Ron breathing hard. He heard Remus whispering a shielding charm. He heard Ginny's shallow breath. He heard the snake, hungry, commanded, ancient. Angry, Harry hissed back, "Leave us." The basilisk paused. Tom's voice sharpened. "Kill them." The basilisk trembled. Harry understood then. Parseltongue was not control, not always. It was language. And Tom spoke with ownership. Harry spoke with desperation. The basilisk obeyed the stronger command. It struck. Remus threw up a shield. The impact shattered it and hurled him backward. Ron screamed. Harry rolled aside, blind, scraping his hands on wet stone. He needed his wand. Tom had it. He needed help. Sirius was trapped. Dumbledore was gone. Then music filled the chamber, clear, bright, impossible. Forks came like fire given wings. The phoenix flashed through the darkness, crying out with a sound that made the chamber itself seem ashamed. Harry opened his eyes just enough to see red and gold light blur above him. Forks attacked the basilisk's face. The monster screamed. Its gaze became safe only because it no longer had eyes. A second later, something heavy hit the floor near Harry, the sorting hat. Harry stared. Tom's face twisted. No. Ron grabbed Ginny and tried to pull her away, but some invisible force held her near the diary. Remus struggled to rise, bleeding from his shoulder. Harry crawled to the hat. Tom raised the wand. Enough. A spell struck the stone beside Harry, exploding chips across his face. Harry plunged his hand into the hat. For one terrible second, he felt nothing. Then his fingers closed around a hilt. He pulled. A sword came free, silver blade, ruby hilt, goblin-made and gleaming with a light that did not belong in the dark. Tom stared. Harry stood. He was 12, bleeding. Terrified, holding a sword too large for him. The basilisk lunged. Harry moved, not gracefully, not like a hero in stories. He slipped on wet stone, nearly fell, and survived because Ron threw a broken rock that distracted the monster for half a heartbeat. That half-heartbeat saved his life. Harry drove the sword upward as the basilisk came down. The blade pierced through the roof of its mouth. Pain exploded through Harry's arm. A fang sank into him. Venom burned. The basilisk convulsed. Harry fell. The sword clattered away. The monster crashed to the floor, dead. Harry stared at the fang buried in his arm, his vision blurred. Ron screamed his name. Tom laughed, not loudly, softly, triumphantly. "Poison," Tom whispered. "How poetic!" Harry tried to move. His body did not listen. Fawkes landed beside him, tears falling warm onto the wound. The burning slowed. Tom's smile vanished. Harry's vision cleared enough to see Ron still holding Ginny, Remus shielding them both, and the diary lying beneath the stone face. There. It had appeared when Tom panicked. Black cover, pulsing. Harry crawled. Tom realized too late. No. Harry pulled the basilisk fang from his arm. The pain nearly made him pass out. He drove it into the diary. The scream that followed was not human. Ink burst from the pages like blood. Tom Riddle twisted, his body tearing into black smoke and silver light. His face changed as he died, boy, monster, boy again, and for 1 second Harry saw terror in him, not fear of death, fear of being nothing. Then he was gone, Ginny gasped. Ron sobbed. Remus lowered his wand and nearly collapsed. Harry lay on the wet stone, breathing hard. Fawkes crooned softly. A sound came from the far end of the chamber. Rocks breaking. Then Sirius Black burst into the room covered in dust, eyes wild, wand raised, looking like hell had personally failed to stop him. He saw the basilisk. He saw Ginny alive. He saw Harry on the floor with blood on his sleeve and a fang in a dead diary, his face emptied. "Harry!" Harry tried to smile. "I stayed alive." Sirius crossed the chamber and dropped beside him. For a second, he touched Harry's face like he was afraid it might break. Then he pulled him into his arms. Harry felt Sirius shaking. "You absolute nightmare child," Sirius whispered. Harry closed his eyes. "Sorry. Don't start." Remus, sitting nearby with Ron and Ginny, let out a weak laugh. Sirius held Harry tighter. Above them, Fawkes sang. The song filled the chamber, not with victory, but with something older, survival. The aftermath nearly broke the school. Ginny recovered physically, but guilt clung to her like cold water. Molly cried over her for hours. Arthur sat beside her bed in silence, holding her hand. Ron hovered awkwardly until Ginny snapped at him to stop staring, which made everyone cry again for different reasons. Harry visited her 2 days later. Sirius tried to follow. Harry stopped him at the door. "I'll be fine." Sirius looked like he disagreed with the concept. Remus touched his arm. "Let him." Ginny sat in the hospital bed, pale and small beneath too many blankets. Harry stood near the foot of the bed. For a moment neither spoke. Then Ginny whispered, "I'm sorry." Harry shook his head. "Tom did it. I wrote to him. You didn't know what he was." "I told him things." Harry thought of Tom's voice. Children are so easy when adults assume their troubles are small. That's what he wanted. Ginny's eyes filled with tears. "I killed Mrs. Norris." "No, she's alive. You know what I mean." Harry did. He sat carefully in the chair beside her. I touched the diary too, he said. Ginny looked at him. It tried to talk to me. It knew exactly what to say. Ginny's lips trembled. What did it say? Harry looked down at his hands. That everyone was lying about what I am. Ginny was quiet. Did you believe it? Harry thought about the scar, the voice, the language. The way Tom's presence had felt familiar in a way it never should have. A little, he admitted. Ginny looked surprised. Harry gave her a small smile. That's how it works, I think. It doesn't need you to believe the whole lie, just enough to answer back. Ginny wiped her eyes. Are you angry with me? Harry shook his head. No, you should be. I'm angry with Lucius Malfoy. Ginny's face hardened. That, Harry thought, was better than tears. Dumbledore returned the next day, so did the governor's courage, which Sirius said was a miracle worthy of international study. Lucius Malfoy came to the castle expecting controlled damage. He found Sirius Black waiting in Dumbledore's office. Harry stood nearby with Ginny, Ron, Hermione, newly revived and furious at missing the final deduction, Remus, Arthur, and Molly. The destroyed diary lay on Dumbledore's desk. Lucius's eyes flicked to it only once, but Harry saw, so did Sirius. Dumbledore picked up the diary. A curious object, he said. Lucius's face remained smooth. Indeed, very dark, very dangerous, and placed among a young girl's school things. Molly's hand tightened around Ginny's. Arthur looked ready to forget every law he had ever respected. Lucius raised an eyebrow. Are you suggesting something, Headmaster? Sirius stepped forward. I am. Lucius looked at him. Sirius smiled. You gave it to her. Can you prove that? Harry watched Dumbledore. The headmaster's eyes rested on Lucius with calm intensity. Not today. Lucius smiled faintly. Then I suggest caution. Sirius's smile widened. I suggest fear. The room chilled. Lucius's cane shifted slightly. Remus moved one step closer to Sirius. Harry felt the air tighten with old magic and old hatred. Then Dumbledore spoke. The diary is destroyed. The girl lives. The chamber is closed. I would call that fortunate. Lucius's eyes turned cold. Fortune changes. Harry looked at him. So do witnesses. Lucius looked down. Harry's heart pounded, but he continued. I saw your hand in flourish and blots. I saw you look at Ginny when Dumbledore left. I saw your face when you saw the diary. Lucius's expression did not change, but Draco, standing near the door, went pale. Harry had not noticed him before. Lucius's gaze sharpened dangerously. Children see many things incorrectly. Sirius stepped between them. This child sees better than most adults. For 1 second, Lucius looked at Sirius, and the mask cracked. Hatred showed beneath. Then it vanished. Good day, Lucius said. He turned and left. Draco remained half a heartbeat longer. His eyes met Harry's. There was fear there and confusion. Then he followed his father. When the door closed, Ron exhaled. I hate that man. Hermione, voice still rough from recovery, said, That is a reasonable position. Dumbledore looked at Harry. You have become very observant. Harry did not know whether that was praise or concern. Sirius taught me. I know. The words carried weight. Sirius heard it too. His expression sharpened. But before another argument could begin, Ginny spoke. What was it? Everyone turned. She looked at the diary. What was that thing? The office went quiet. Dumbledore's face became very old. A memory, he said. Harry looked at him. No. Dumbledore's eyes moved to him. Harry touched his scar. It was more than memory. Sirius went still. Remus's face tightened. Dumbledore looked at the diary for a long moment. Yes, he said softly. I believe it was. Harry waited. This time he did not let silence protect adults. What was it? Dumbledore looked at Molly and Arthur, then at Ginny, then at Harry. At last, he said, a fragment. Sirius's voice was low. A fragment of what? Dumbledore did not answer quickly enough. Harry already knew. The scar prickled. His stomach turned cold. Voldemort, Harry said. Molly gasped. Ron stared. Hermione's eyes widened. Dumbledore closed his eyes briefly. Yes. Sirius looked as if the room had dropped away beneath him. Remus whispered. Albus! Dumbledore opened his eyes. I do not yet know how many such fragments may exist. Harry heard the careful wording. Not whether, how many. Sirius did too. His voice was dangerous. You suspected this? I suspected the possibility after last year. And you didn't tell us. I had no proof. Sirius laughed. The sound was colder than anger. No proof. Again, how many people get hurt while you collect proof? Dumbledore's face tightened. That is not fair. No, Sirius said. Harry bleeding in a secret chamber because a dead boy possessed a child through a diary is not fair. You being uncomfortable is just late. The room went silent. Harry looked between them. This was bigger than school now, bigger than the chamber. Voldemort had not simply survived. He had left pieces of himself behind. Objects could hold him. Memories could become weapons. And Harry's scar had recognized one. That night back in the Gryffindor dormitory, Harry could not sleep. Ron was snoring softly in the next bed. Neville murmured something about mandrakes. The castle was quiet in the exhausted way places became after terror passed. Harry sat by the window, looking out at the dark grounds. His arm still ached where the fang had pierced him, though Fawkes had healed the wound. The scar did not hurt. That was almost worse. A soft tap came at the window. Harry opened it. A small black mirror floated outside, carried by a charm. Harry caught it. Sirius's face appeared. "You awake?" Harry smiled faintly. "No, this is sleep talking." Sirius did not smile back for a moment. He simply looked at Harry. Then he said, "I'm sorry." Harry frowned. "For what?" "For not being there. You were. Not soon enough." "Sirius, I heard you through the rock." His voice broke slightly. "I heard you say you had to go and I couldn't reach you." Harry held the mirror tightly. "I was scared." Sirius closed his eyes. "So was I. I know." "No, pup, you don't." Harry was quiet. Sirius opened his eyes again. "But I'm proud of you." Harry swallowed. "I killed it. You saved Ginny." "I killed Tom." Tom Riddle was already dead. He was scared at the end. Sirius's expression changed. Not dismissive, not soft, exactly understanding. "Evil can be afraid." Sirius said, "That doesn't make it innocent." Harry looked out at the grounds. "Am I evil if part of me understood him?" Sirius's face hardened with pain. "No." Harry touched his scar. "He said we were connected." He lied. "Not completely." Sirius had no answer. Harry almost wished he had lied. Then Sirius said, "Maybe connection isn't choice." Harry looked back at the mirror. Sirius's voice was rough but steady. "You didn't choose that scar. You didn't choose his magic. You didn't choose Parseltongue. You didn't choose any of it." Harry whispered, "What do I choose?" "What you do next." Harry breathed. Outside, the lake reflected a thin slice of moon. "Dumbledore thinks there are more fragments." "Yes." "Do you?" Sirius looked away. That was answer enough. Harry nodded. "Then Voldemort isn't just coming back." His voice sounded too calm to his own ears. "He's already here." "In pieces." Sirius looked at him through the mirror. "And we'll find every piece." Harry's chest tightened. "We." Sirius gave him the smallest smile. "Yes, we. You didn't think I was letting you hunt soul fragments without adult supervision, did you?" Despite everything, Harry laughed. It came out tired and shaky. Sirius smiled properly this time, then his expression softened. "Sleep, Harry." Harry nodded. "Sirius?" "Yeah. Thank you for not saying I told you so." Sirius blinked. "I considered it." Harry smiled. "Good night." "Good night, pup." The mirror went dark. Harry lay down. For the first time since the chamber, he did not dream of snakes. Far below the school, the chamber stood silent. The basilisk was dead. The diary was ruined. Ginny Weasley lived. But in a place far away from Hogwarts, something bodiless stirred in rage. One fragment had been destroyed. One memory had screamed and vanished. And through the pain of that loss, Lord Voldemort understood something he had not understood before. Harry Potter was not alone, not neglected, not desperate, not easy to open. This Harry had a godfather who guarded him like a curse. A werewolf who taught him restraint, friends who followed him into darkness. And a will that did not bend simply because a voice knew his name. For the first time, Voldemort did not merely hate the boy. He reconsidered him, and that made him far more dangerous. Sirius Black declared war at breakfast. Not with a speech. Not with a battle cry. Not with some ancient black family curse that made the windows bleed and the walls whisper approval, though Harry privately suspected Grimmauld Place would have enjoyed that. He declared war by opening the morning paper, reading the front page, and becoming completely still. That was usually worse than shouting. Harry sat across from him, halfway through toast, watching Sirius's expression flatten into something cold and aristocratic. Remus noticed too. He lowered his teacup. Tonks, visiting after an early aura training session, stopped buttering a scone. Even Creature paused near the stove. "What?" Harry asked. Sirius folded the paper once, then again, very carefully. "Nothing." Harry immediately pushed his plate away. "Sirius." "I said nothing." "You folded the paper like you wanted to murder it." Remus leaned over and took the Daily Prophet from Sirius's hand before Sirius could stop him. His mouth tightened as he read. Tonks came around behind him and looked over his shoulder. "Oh," she said. "That's filthy." Harry stood. "What is it?" Remus hesitated. That was enough. Harry crossed the kitchen and took the paper. The headline was large, black, and cruel. "BOY who lived linked to chamber horror, questions grow over black household influence." Harry read the first paragraph, then the second, then the third. By the fourth, his hands were shaking. The article never directly accused him. That would have required courage. Instead, it asked questions. Was it wise for Harry Potter to be raised in the ancient House of Black? Could exposure to dark family magic have affected the boy? Why had Harry been able to open the chamber when no other student could? Was Parseltongue truly harmless? Had Sirius Black's controversial guardianship placed the wizarding world's most famous child at risk? There were quotes from concerned parents. Anonymous, of course. There were references to Lucius Malfoy's long-standing concern for Hogwarts' safety. There was one sentence suggesting Dumbledore's removal had been necessary because he had failed to properly monitor dangerous magical influences. Harry lowered the paper. The kitchen was silent. Sirius's voice was soft. "Give it here." Harry did not. His eyes found the final line. "If Harry Potter is to be the future of our world, the public has a right to know who is shaping him." Harry stared at the words. The public, a right. To him, something hot and sick rose in his chest. Tonks muttered, "I can find out who wrote it." Sirius's eyes did not leave Harry. "No." Remus looked at him. "Sirius." "No," Sirius repeated. "We are not threatening the writer." Harry looked up. That surprised him. Sirius smiled without warmth. "We are buying the paper's debt." Remus closed his eyes. "Sirius, and then we are funding their competitor." "Sirius, and then we are suing 3 people." "Sirius." "What?" Remus pinched the bridge of his nose. That was not restraint, that was revenge with paperwork. Sirius pointed at him. "Progress." Harry almost laughed. Almost, but the paper felt heavy in his hand. "They think I'm dangerous." Sirius's face changed immediately. "They want people to think you are dangerous. That is not the same thing." Harry looked back at the headline. "Does it matter?" "Yes," Remus said quietly. "It matters greatly." Tonks came closer and tapped the paper with one finger. "This is bait." Harry frowned. "For Sirius, for all of us," she said. "They want him angry, they want you defensive, they want Dumbledore blamed, they want the Weasleys ashamed, they want everyone looking at the wrong thing." Harry thought of Lucius Malfoy's face when he saw the ruined diary. Children see many things incorrectly. His grip tightened. "Lucius." Sirius nodded. "Lucius." Creature gave a nasty hiss from the stove. Malfoys always polish poison before serving it. Everyone looked at him. Creature pretended to stir porridge. "What?" Sirius asked. Creature's ears twitched. "Old families know old games. Public shame, legal pressure, whispered fear. The House of Black played them before Master Sirius learned to walk." Sirius's face darkened. Remus watched Creature carefully. "And how does one answer such games?" Creature looked up. "With older games." Sirius smiled. For the first time that morning it reached his eyes. "Exactly." Harry felt a chill, not fear of Sirius, fear of what Sirius knew how to become. The war began politely. That was the most frightening part. No curses flew. No windows shattered. No Death Eaters appeared in the street wearing masks and throwing threats into the sky. Instead, letters arrived. Sirius wrote to old families who had once feared his name and reminded them of debts. He contacted journalists who disliked the Prophet's monopoly. He sent donations to St. Mungo's publicly in the Potter and Black names, specifically funding care for victims of dark artifacts. He established the Lily Potter Memorial Defense Fund. Then, because Sirius was serious, he made sure the first public grant went to a Muggle-born student injured during the chamber attacks. The prophet tried to ignore it. The quibbler did not. Xenophilius Lovegood printed the announcement beneath an article about ministry officials possibly being controlled by invisible moon frogs. Sirius bought 500 copies anyway. Remus argued against the number. Sirius said it was supporting independent journalism. Remus said it was enabling lunacy. Sirius said those were often historically similar. Harry watched all of it with a strange feeling in his stomach. Sirius was not dueling Lucius. He was attacking his world. A week after the article, Arthur Weasley came to Grimmauld Place looking exhausted and carrying a folder thick with parchment. Molly came with him, partly to discuss Ginny, partly to deliver food, and partly because she did not trust Sirius and Arthur in the same room when politics were involved. Ginny came too. She had been quieter since the chamber, not broken. Harry disliked when people said that. She still snapped at Ron, still rolled her eyes at Fred and George, still smiled sometimes when she forgot to remember, but her laughter had become careful. Harry understood careful laughter. They sat together in the library while the adults argued downstairs. Ginny looked at the shelves. "Your house is terrifying," Harry nodded. "It likes you more if you insult it back." "That works, sometimes. What happens the other times? It tries to emotionally damage you." Ginny considered this, still better than Percy. Harry laughed. Ginny smiled faintly, then her eyes moved to his scar, not with fear, with recognition. "I hate that everyone talks about it." Harry touched his forehead before he could stop himself. The scar. "No, what happened?" Ginny looked down at her hands. "They say chamber victim like I'm not in the room, or poor girl, or possessed child, or Weasley girl, like I stopped having a name." Harry was quiet, then he said, "The papers call me the boy who lived more than Harry." Ginny looked at him. "Does it help?" "No." She nodded. "Then I'm Ginny." "And I'm Harry." The corner of her mouth lifted. Obviously, they sat in silence for a while. From downstairs came Sirius's voice. "Arthur, with respect, your department is being buried alive because the ministry prefers raids on teapots over raids on Malfoy vaults." Arthur's reply was muffled but firm. Molly said something sharp. Remus said something calming. Tonks laughed. Ginny looked toward the door. "Are they fighting?" "Probably." "About my diary," Harry hesitated. "About what it means." Ginny's face tightened. "You can say his name." "Tom," she flinched. Harry stopped. Ginny took a breath. "No, say it. I need to stop being scared of a name." Harry understood that too. "Tom Riddle used the diary," he said carefully. "Dumbledore thinks it held a piece of Voldemort." Ginny's hands clenched. "A piece." Harry nodded. "Not just a memory." She swallowed. "So part of him was in my head." Harry did not lie. "Yes." Ginny closed her eyes for a moment. Harry saw her in the chamber again, pale and fading beneath stone snakes. Then she opened them. "Then I want to help destroy the rest." Harry stared at her. "You're 12. "So are you." "That's not a good argument." "It's yours." Harry almost smiled. Ginny leaned forward. "I don't mean today. I don't mean running into another secret murder room. I mean if there are more things like that, people need to know what it feels like. Adults won't understand." Harry thought of Dumbledore's careful eyes, Sirius's fear, Remus's concern. "They'll try." Ginny's mouth twisted. Trying isn't the same as knowing. That sentence stayed with him. Downstairs, the adults were also discussing pieces. Dumbledore arrived that evening. He came alone, through the flue, and the kitchen changed around him the way rooms always did when powerful people entered them. Not because he demanded attention, because he carried history like a second cloak. Sirius did not stand. Remus did. Arthur looked relieved. Molly looked conflicted. Tonks looked curious. Harry and Ginny remained near the doorway, half hidden but not enough to fool anyone. Dumbledore's eyes flicked to them. Sirius noticed. "If you're about to say children should leave, don't." Molly stiffened. "Sirius, no, Molly." One of those children nearly died because adults thought her private fear was harmless. The other has had grown men planning around him since he was 15 months old. They stay unless they want to go. Harry looked at Sirius. Ginny looked at him too. Molly's face tightened with pain, but she did not argue. Dumbledore sat. The diary was a horcrux. The word landed like a stone dropped into deep water. Harry repeated it silently, Horcrux. It sounded ugly, not dramatic, not powerful. Ugly. Arthur's face had gone pale. Molly whispered, Albus? Sirius leaned forward. Explain. Dumbledore's expression darkened. A Horcrux is an object in which a dark wizard has hidden a fragment of his soul. Harry felt his scar prickle. Ginny went very still beside him. Remus asked, Hidden how? Dumbledore looked at Harry and Ginny, then back to Remus. By murder. The room seemed to lose warmth. Sirius's eyes became flat. So Voldemort murdered someone and put part of himself in a schoolgirl's diary. Yes, and you suspected this last year. I suspected Voldemort had gone further than any dark wizard I had studied. The diary confirms it. How many? Dumbledore was silent. Sirius's fist hit the table. How many? I do not know. That's not an answer. It is the only honest one. Harry watched Dumbledore carefully. The headmaster looked older than he had at Hogwarts. Not weak, never weak, but burdened. Harry asked, Can a person be a Horcrux? The room froze. Sirius turned so sharply his chair scraped. No. Harry looked at him. I'm asking. No. Dumbledore's eyes closed. Remus whispered, Albus. Molly gripped Ginny's hand. Tonks stopped breathing. Sirius stood. No. Harry did not look away from Dumbledore. Can they? Dumbledore opened his eyes. In theory, he said softly, a living vessel is possible. Sirius's magic cracked through the room. Every candle flared. Creature appeared with a pop, eyes wide. The family portraits in the hall began muttering. Sirius looked at Dumbledore like he had become something monstrous. You think Harry? I do not know. You think my godson has a piece of that thing in his head. Dumbledore's voice was quiet. I fear it. The words did not surprise Harry. That was the worst part. Somewhere deep down he had known. The diary had recognized him. Tom had felt familiar. The scar burned when Voldemort was near. Harry touched his forehead. Sirius turned to him immediately. Harry! Harry's voice sounded distant. Is that why he said we were connected? Sirius crossed the room. No, listen to me. Whatever is in that scar, if anything is in that scar, it is not you. Dumbledore watched them with painful gentleness. Sirius pointed at him without looking away from Harry, and you do not get to decide what happens to him. Dumbledore said nothing. Sirius's voice shook. No prophecy, no plan, no noble sacrifice. If there is something in Harry, we remove it. If I knew how, Dumbledore said, I would already be searching. Sirius laughed bitterly. Would you? The room went silent. Dumbledore flinched, just slightly. Harry saw it. So did Remus. Sirius regretted the words almost immediately. Harry saw that too, but he did not take them back, because regret and belief were not always opposites. The meeting ended without peace. Dumbledore promised research. Sirius promised nothing except that Harry would not be treated as a weapon. Remus promised to help both of them avoid destroying each other. Molly took Ginny home. Before leaving, Ginny hugged Harry quickly. Still Harry, she whispered. Harry hugged her back. Still Ginny. That night, Sirius slept on the floor outside Harry's room. Harry found him there at 2 in the morning with a blanket half fallen off his shoulder and his wand still in his hand. Harry stood in the doorway. Sirius. Sirius woke instantly. Everything okay? Harry looked at him. You're sleeping on the floor. I was inspecting the carpet. At 2 in the morning, it's an old carpet, needs attention. Harry sat beside him for a while, neither spoke. Then Harry said, I'm scared. Sirius closed his eyes briefly. Me too. What if he's inside me? Sirius's face twisted. Harry continued before Sirius could deny it. What if that's why I can speak to snakes? What if that's why the hat considered Slytherin? What if I get angry because part of him is angry? No. Sirius's voice was firm. You get angry because you are alive and people keep hurting those you love. Harry looked down. That sounds like him too. Sirius went quiet. That frightened Harry more than denial. Then Sirius said, maybe the difference is not feeling anger. Harry looked up. Maybe the difference is what anger is allowed to do. Harry thought of Tom's smile, of the basilisk, of the diary drinking Ginny's life. Sirius touched Harry's shoulder. Voldemort uses anger to own things. People fear death. You use anger because you care when something is wrong. What if that changes? Then we notice, and we drag you back by the ankles if we must. Despite himself, Harry smiled. Sirius smiled too, but his eyes were wet. "I will not lose you to him," he said. Harry leaned against him. "You won't." Neither of them knew whether that was a promise or a hope. The rest of the summer became preparation, not panic, preparation. Remus insisted on that distinction. "Panic makes noise," he told Harry. "Preparation makes options." So they made options. Harry trained 3 mornings a week in defensive movement, not advanced dueling, not adult combat. Sirius was strict about that, surprisingly strict. He taught Harry how to break line of sight, how to use cover, how to keep distance, how to recognize when an opponent wanted him angry. "Most duels are won before the first spell," Sirius said, pacing across the cleared drawing room. "People look at your face, your shoulders, your wand hand. They decide what you are. Then they fight that idea." Harry raised his wand. "So don't give them the right idea." "Exactly." Remus, sitting nearby with a book, added, "Or avoid duels entirely." Sirius ignored that. Tonks taught Harry basic disguise awareness. People lie with clothes. She said, changing her hair from pink to brown to silver. "Uniforms, robes, posture. Most people see what they expect." "Can I learn Metamorph Magus tricks?" "No, you need the ability naturally." Harry looked disappointed. Tonks grinned, "But you can learn to notice them." Creature unexpectedly taught Harry old house magic, not spells, rules. "Doorways remember," the elf rasped one afternoon, leading Harry through a dusty upper corridor. "Thresholds matter, guessed right matters, names matter, promises matter most." Harry listened carefully. "Creature?" Sirius said from behind them, suspicious. "Are you teaching my godson anything illegal?" Creature sniffed. "Creature teaches little master manners." Sirius looked at Harry. Harry shrugged. "Old magic manners. That sounds illegal." "It sounds useful." Sirius looked proud despite himself. "Dumbledore sent books. Remus read them first. Some he passed to Harry, some he locked away." Harry did not ask why after he saw Remus's face reading one of them. The word Horcrux was never spoken casually in the house. It sat beneath everything, like a buried bone. 3rd year began without Dementors. That alone changed Hogwarts. No guards at the gates. No cold black figures searching the train. No whispers of Sirius Black escaping Azkaban, because Sirius Black was standing on the platform wearing an expression that dared anyone to comment on his emotional distress. Ron spotted him and grinned. "Your godfather looks like Mum when Fred and George say they've improved dinner." Harry looked back through the train window. Sirius was talking to Remus. No, arguing. No, trying not to hug Harry again. Andromeda stood nearby, looking unimpressed. Tonks waved both arms wildly and almost hit a passing wizard. Creature, disguised under a heavy hood because Sirius had said house elves at train stations caused questions, handed Harry a wrapped packet through the window. "Sandwiches," Creature muttered. "Little master must not eat train rubbish." Ron perked up. "Are there extra?" Creature glared at him, then handed him a second packet. Ron looked touched. "I think your terrifying elf likes me. He likes feeding people," Harry said. "He pretends it's a burden," Creature sniffed. "Blood Trader boy is thin." Ron clutched the sandwiches. "I accept the insult." The train pulled away. Harry watched Sirius disappear into smoke, this time leaving hurt less, not because he loved Sirius less, because he knew he would return. That year, Defense Against the Dark Arts finally had a real teacher. Professor Remus Lupin entered the classroom wearing patched robes, a tired smile, and an expression that became warmer when it landed on Harry before quickly becoming professional. "Good morning," he said. "Wands away for the first part of the lesson." The class blinked. Draco Malfoy leaned back. "Defense without wands?" Remus smiled. "Mr. Malfoy, if your wand is already in your hand every time danger appears, then you have lived a remarkably convenient life." Ron whispered, "I love him." Hermione shushed him, but she looked pleased. Harry tried very hard not to beam. Remus was brilliant. Not flashy like Lockhart, not cruel like Snape, not nervous like Quirrell. He taught fear like it was something that could be studied, respected, and survived. He taught them hinkapunks, red caps, grindylows, and boggarts. He taught them to think before casting, to identify danger, to protect each other. The boggart lesson became famous. Neville faced Snape and turned him into something involving Augusta Longbottom's hat, a green handbag, and robes that made the class howl with laughter. Ron faced a spider. Hermione faced failure. Harry stepped forward. Remus hesitated. Only for a second, but Harry saw. The boggart shifted. For one breath, Harry expected Voldemort or Tom Riddle or the basilisk. Instead, Sirius appeared, not alive, not dead exactly. Sirius stood before him with empty eyes, saying nothing. Then blood spread across his robes. Harry froze. The classroom vanished. He heard his own breathing. Remus stepped in front of him and raised his wand. Ridiculous. The boggart changed into a full moon caught in a balloon, then popped with a ridiculous squeak. The class laughed uncertainly. Harry did not. Remus ended the lesson early. After class, Harry stayed behind. "You stopped it," he said. Remus closed the classroom door. "Yes, because it was serious." Remus's face was gentle. "Because fear that personal should not become entertainment." Harry looked down. "I thought it would be Voldemort. Most people do not fear enemies most." Harry looked up. Remus sat on the edge of his desk. "They fear losing what they love." Harry swallowed. "Is that weakness?" "No, Sirius thinks fear means love." "Sirius is right about that." Harry blinked. Remus smiled faintly. "Do not look so surprised. It happens occasionally." Harry laughed softly. Then Remus's expression became serious. "But fear can become a leash. If you spend your life trying to prevent every possible loss, Voldemort does not need to kill anyone. He already controls you." Harry thought of Sirius sleeping outside his door, and if you don't fear enough, then you become reckless. Harry gave him a look. Remus sighed. "Yes, like Sirius." The months passed. Harry, Ron, Hermione, Neville, and Ginny began training together in unused classrooms. It started accidentally. Neville wanted help with shield charms. Ginny wanted to stop feeling helpless. Ron wanted to learn the disarming spell properly after Harry knocked his wand into a suit of armor. Hermione wanted structure, safety guidelines, reading lists, and preferably signed consent forms. Harry wanted everyone alive, so they practiced. At first it was simple: footwork, shields, disarming. Stunning theory, though they were not strong enough to use it consistently. How to break eye contact with a creature. How to call for help without screaming yourself breathless. How to move as a group in a corridor. Harry taught what Sirius had taught him. Don't stand in a line if someone can curse through all of you. Ron looked offended. Who stands in a line during a fight? Hermione slowly raised her hand. We did, actually, during the Pixies. Ron paused. Fine. Good lesson. Neville improved the most, not quickly, not dramatically, but steadily. Harry learned that Neville had a strange kind of courage. He did not burn bright like Ron or cut sharp like Hermione. He endured. He kept trying after embarrassment. He returned after failure. He apologized to no one for being slow, not because he was confident, but because Ginny once told him slow was better than dead. Ginny became fast. Too fast sometimes. She threw herself into practice like someone trying to outrun memory. Harry recognized it because he had seen Sirius do the same thing with politics. One evening, Ginny fired a disarming charm too hard at Ron and knocked him backward into a desk. Ron yelped. Hermione shouted. Ginny lowered her wand, horrified. "I didn't mean." Ron sat up, rubbing his shoulder. "Nice shot." Ginny burst into tears. Everyone froze. Ron looked panicked. "I said nice." Harry gently took Ginny's wand hand and lowered it. "Break," he said. "I'm fine." "No, you're not." Her eyes flashed. "Don't Sirius me." That was so accurate, Harry almost laughed, which would have been fatal. Instead, he said, "I'm not. I'm harrying you." Ginny stared. "That's not a word." "It is now." Ron groaned from the floor. "Please don't let that become a thing." It became a thing. By Christmas, the group had rules. No training alone, no dark curses, no secret objects, no practicing when angry. No using Harry's godfather as a legal threat unless necessary. No asking Hermione what necessary meant unless prepared for a lecture. They did not call themselves anything. That would have made it feel childish or dangerous. But by spring, other students noticed. A Hufflepuff girl asked Hermione for help with shields. A Ravenclaw boy asked Harry how he moved so quickly during disarming practice. Two Gryffindor second years wanted to learn what to do if cornered by older students. Harry did not know what to say. Hermione did. She created a schedule. Ron stared at it. "You had this ready?" "No, Hermione, I had a draft." That was how the defense circle began, quietly, no speeches, no rebellion, just students teaching students how not to freeze. When Sirius heard, he looked proud and terrified in equal measure. "Absolutely not." He said through the mirror. Harry blinked. "What? You are not forming an army. It's not an army." "That is what people forming armies say." Hermione made a schedule. "That makes it worse. Organized armies are more dangerous." Remus's voice came from somewhere behind Sirius. "He is not wrong." Harry frowned at the mirror. "You taught me because adults failed." Sirius opened his mouth, closed it. Harry continued, "Now other students are asking because adults failed them too." Sirius looked away. That one had landed. Remus appeared beside him. "Harry, there is a difference between helping classmates and taking responsibility for their safety." Harry nodded. "I know." "Do you?" Harry hesitated. "No, not completely." Remus saw the answer. "Then learn the difference now. Teach them to protect themselves. Do not teach them to follow you into danger." Harry thought of the trapdoor, the chamber, the way people looked at him when something went wrong. "Okay," he said. Sirius studied him. "Promise?" Harry smiled faintly. "Promise." Sirius did not smile. "Harry," the smile faded. "I promise." The first real attack did not happen at Hogwarts. It happened in Hogsmeade. Harry's first visit to the village should have been brilliant: snow on rooftops, warm butterbeer, Zonko's joke shop, Honeydukes smelling like sugar and childhood dreams. Ron nearly wept when he saw the shelves. Hermione pretended not to be excited and failed. Sirius had signed the permission form with such reluctance that the ink had blotted through the parchment. He had also added a private warning charm to Harry's cloak. Remus found it. Sirius added a smaller one. Remus pretended not to find that one. Harry knew about both. He said nothing. The day began well. Then Harry saw a man watching them from near the post office, not obviously. That was why Harry noticed. The man looked like a tired ministry clerk. Brown robes, plain face, forgettable posture, too forgettable. His eyes kept moving to Harry's wand hand. Harry leaned toward Hermione. "Don't look now." Hermione immediately stiffened. Ron, who was chewing a sugar quill, whispered, "That phrase makes everyone want to look now." "There's a man near the post office." Ginny, who had joined them with a group of second years, glanced into a shop window reflection. "Brown robes." Harry nodded. Neville swallowed. "What do we do?" Harry heard Sirius's voice. "People fight the idea they have of you." He heard Remus. "Options, not panic. We go into Honeydukes." Harry said, "Crowd exits." Ron, "Tell the shopkeeper quietly." Hermione, "Watch the reflection." Ginny, "Stay with Neville." Ginny looked offended. "Why am I staying with?" "Because Neville notices details when scared, and you notice exits." That stopped her. "Fine." They moved. The man moved too. Inside Honeydukes, the warmth felt suddenly too bright. Students laughed. Shelves glittered. Bells chimed above the door. The man entered. Harry's cloak heated near his collar. Sirius's warning charm. The man's hand went into his sleeve. Harry did not wait. Down. The first curse shattered a shelf of sugar mice. Students screamed. Harry shoved Ron sideways. Hermione pulled a younger Ravenclaw behind a display. Ginny fired a hex that hit the man's shoulder, weak but distracting. Neville threw a jar, not magic, a jar. It smashed across the attacker's face. The man cursed. Harry disarmed him. The wand flew. For 1 second, Harry thought they had won. Then the man smiled through blood. "Good boy." Something cold pressed against Harry's mind. His scar burned, not Voldemort, different, a compulsion charm, weak, desperate, but aimed straight at him. "Come closer." Harry's feet moved 1 step, then another. Ron shouted his name. Harry fought it. The man's eyes glittered. Closer. Harry's wand hand lowered. Then a black dog crashed through the shop window. Glass exploded inward. Students screamed louder. The dog hit the man like a thunderbolt. They went down hard. By the time Harry blinked, Sirius Black stood over the attacker in human form, wand pressed beneath the man's chin, eyes blazing. "Who sent you?" The man laughed. His teeth were red. The Dark Lord remembers. Sirius's face went white with rage. Aurors arrived minutes later. Tonks was among them. She looked from the shattered shop window to Sirius to Harry. "Oh, you have got to be joking." Sirius did not move his wand. The attacker began convulsing before anyone could question him. Remus arrived at a run from the direction of the school, Dumbledore behind him. The man's eyes rolled back. Foam touched his lips. Tonks cursed and tried a counter-curse. Too late. He died on the floor between spilled sweets and broken glass. The village fell silent. Harry stood shaking, not because of the curse, because Sirius had been there as a dog in Hogsmeade. Watching him, Sirius turned. "Harry, you followed me." Sirius's face tightened. There was an attack. "You didn't know that before you followed me." "I knew enough. You spied on me. I protected you." Harry laughed once, disbelieving. In a sweet shop, Sirius's eyes flashed. "He nearly took you. And you were already there because you don't trust me to walk through a village." Remus stepped between them slightly. "Not here." Harry looked around. Students were staring. Auras were whispering. Dumbledore watched silently. Harry felt humiliation burn hotter than fear. Sirius saw it and looked stricken. But the damage was done. The Prophet had a new headline by morning: "Sirius Black attacks man in Hogsmeade, heroic protection or dangerous obsession." The attacker was identified as a former minor Death Eater who had avoided Azkaban by claiming Imperius. He had been sick for months, possibly cursed, possibly controlled. No one could prove who sent him. Lucius Malfoy publicly expressed concern over escalating instability around the Potter child. Sirius stopped smiling for a week. Harry stopped speaking to him for 3 days. This was not as easy as it sounded, because Sirius stayed at Hogwarts during the investigation and spent most of his time looking like a kicked dog pretending to be a guard dog. Eventually, Remus locked Harry and Sirius in his office. Harry stared at the door. "Professor Lupin?" From the other side, Remus said calmly, "You may leave when you speak honestly." Sirius tried the handle. It shocked him. "Oh, Moony, honestly," Remus repeated. Harry folded his arms. Sirius rubbed his hand. For a while they stood in silence. Then Sirius said, "I was wrong." Harry looked up. Sirius stared at the floor. "I was scared. I followed you because I was scared. I told myself it was strategy, but it was fear." Harry's anger wavered. Sirius continued, "You were right. I didn't trust you." Harry swallowed. "To handle danger, to be away from me. That was too honest." Harry looked away. Sirius's voice roughened. "Every time you walk out of sight, some part of me is back in Godric's Hollow. I know that isn't fair to you." "No," Harry said quietly. "It isn't. I know. You make me feel like the only reason I'm alive is because you're watching." Sirius closed his eyes. Harry's voice shook. "And then I feel guilty for wanting space." Sirius looked up. "No, Harry, no, I do." Sirius took one step closer, then stopped, asking permission without words. Harry did not move away. "I want you safe," Sirius said. "I know. But I also want you free." Harry looked at him. "I'm trying to learn how to do both." "That sounds hard." Sirius gave a broken laugh. "It is the worst thing I've ever done." Harry's mouth twitched. "Worse than cleaning the attic." "Emotionally, yes." Harry laughed despite himself. Sirius's shoulders loosened. "I'll make rules," Sirius said, "for myself. No following you unless there is a specific threat. No hidden charms without telling you. No appearing as Padfoot unless necessary." Harry raised an eyebrow. "Who decides necessary?" Sirius grimaced. "Moony?" From outside the door, Remus said, "Accepted." Sirius glared at the door. Harry smiled. The 4th year began with a Quidditch World Cup and the smell of war. Harry went with the Weasleys, Hermione, Sirius, Remus, and Tonks. Sirius argued against camping until Arthur explained that it was part of the experience. Sirius said his experience with tents involved rain, bad decisions, and James Potter setting a sleeping bag on fire. They went anyway. For one day, it was wonderful. Thousands of witches and wizards from around the world filled the campsite. Flags waved. Children ran between tents. Irish green and Bulgarian red flashed everywhere. Ron talked about Victor Crumb with such intensity that Hermione asked if he needed water. Ginny bought a small flag and pretended not to enjoy it. Harry felt almost normal, almost. Then night fell, and masks appeared. The Death Eaters moved through the campsite like ghosts from a grave that had never been properly closed. They wore silver masks and dark robes, laughing as they lifted a Muggle family into the air. Sirius changed instantly, not into Padfoot, into war. Harry behind me. This time, Harry did not argue because Sirius was not afraid of space. He was responding to a threat. That difference mattered. The camp erupted, people screamed and ran. Tents burned. Spells flashed through the dark. Harry stayed with Ron, Hermione, Ginny, and Neville as Remus directed them toward the woods. Tonks joined a cluster of Aurors. Sirius moved like Harry had never seen him move before, fast, precise, terrible. He did not kill, but he did not hesitate. A masked wizard fired a curse toward a fleeing child. Sirius intercepted it, broke the man's shield, and slammed him into the ground with a spell that cracked the earth beneath him. Harry stared. Sirius looked back once, not proud, warning. This is what war looks like. Then the dark mark burned in the sky. Green light spread across the clouds, forming skull and serpent. Harry's scar exploded with pain. He fell to one knee. Hermione grabbed him. "Harry," he heard laughter, high and cold, not from the sky, from somewhere nearby. Harry turned. Between the trees stood a man he did not recognize, thin face. Wild eyes, wand raised. For 1 second his gaze met Harry's. He smiled, then he vanished. By the time Sirius reached him, Harry was shaking. "What did you see?" "A man." "What man?" "I don't know." Remus crouched beside him. "Describe him." Harry did. Remus's expression changed first, then Sirius's. Tonks, returning with ash on her robes, went pale. "What?" Harry demanded. Sirius looked at Remus. Remus looked at Tonks. Tonks said the name. Barty Crouch Jr. Ron frowned, "But he's dead." Sirius's face was grim. Apparently not. The Ministry denied everything, not the attack. That was impossible. But the important parts, Barty Crouch Jr. could not have been seen because Barty Crouch Jr. was dead. The dark mark was likely cast by a frightened troublemaker. The Death Eaters were isolated extremists. There was no evidence of organized return. Sirius laughed so hard while reading the statement that Creature became concerned. "That," Sirius said, tossing the paper onto the table, "is the sound of a government digging its own grave with a silver spoon." Dumbledore came that evening. This time, Sirius let him in without insult, mostly. "Crouch Jr. being alive changes matters," Dumbledore said. Remus nodded. He was one of Voldemort's most devoted followers. Harry sat at the table with Hermione, Ron, and Ginny. Molly had objected to Ginny being present. Ginny had objected harder. Arthur had quietly supported her. Sirius looked at Dumbledore. Could he be trying to restore Voldemort? Yes. How? Dumbledore's eyes moved to Harry. Sirius saw. "No." Harry stiffened. Dumbledore said, "I have not said anything. You looked." "Harry's blood has significance." Sirius stood. "No." Harry's scar prickled. He hated how often adults said his name by not saying it. "What significance?" Dumbledore looked at him. "Your mother's protection lives in your blood. Voldemort could not touch you because of it." Harry remembered Quirrell's burning hands. Yes, if he wished to return fully, he might seek a way to overcome that protection. Sirius's voice was harsh. By using Harry, Dumbledore did not deny it. The room became cold. Ron whispered, "That's insane." Hermione's face was white, but her eyes were sharp. "Is there a ritual?" Dumbledore looked at her with something like sorrow. "Yes." Molly made a soft sound of horror. Hermione swallowed. "What would it need?" Dumbledore was silent. Sirius said, "Do not answer that in front of them." Harry looked at him. "Don't." Sirius stopped. Harry stood slowly. "If there is a ritual that needs me, I need to know how someone might try to get me." Dumbledore looked at Sirius. Sirius looked like every instinct in him was screaming. Then he sat down. Dumbledore said carefully, "Such rituals often require symbolic components. Bone, flesh, blood." Harry felt sick. "Blood of the enemy," Hermione whispered. Dumbledore's eyes flicked to her. She looked down. "I read a lot." Sirius muttered, "We need to burn the library." Remus said, "No." Harry touched his scar. "So Barty Crouch Jr. might try to take me." "Yes," Dumbledore said. "Then we prepare." Sirius looked at him. Harry looked back, not defiant, not reckless, tired. "I'm not asking to chase him," Harry said. "I'm asking not to be surprised." That changed something in Sirius, in Dumbledore. Maybe in Harry too. The Triwizard Tournament was announced at Hogwarts on Halloween. Harry had read about it, of course. Hermione had read more. Ron mostly knew there had been dragons once and thought that was the important part. Dumbledore stood before the school and explained the rules. 3 schools, 3 champions, eternal glory. 1,000 galleons, deadly tasks, though he phrased that more politely. Students buzzed with excitement. Harry did not. Something about the goblet of fire made his scar prickle. The blue flames rose from the wooden cup, beautiful and hungry. Harry leaned toward Hermione. That thing feels wrong, Hermione frowned. It is a very old magical artifact. That doesn't mean it isn't wrong. Ron whispered, you think everything old is suspicious because your house tried to bite people. Harry gave him a look. Was I wrong? Ron considered. No. The age line went up. Fred and George tried to cross it and grew matching white beards. For one evening, Hogwarts remembered how to laugh. Harry laughed too, even Sirius, visiting for the announcement as part of a parental security consultation. That Dumbledore definitely had not officially approved, smiled from the staff side entrance. Harry saw him. Sirius made a subtle gesture. 2 fingers to his eyes, then toward the goblet. Watch, Harry nodded. The champions were chosen days later, the great hall filled with anticipation. The goblet flared, Victor Crumb. The Durmstrang table erupted, Fleur de Lacquer. Beauxbatons cheered. Cedric Diggory, Hufflepuff nearly shook the hall apart. Harry smiled. Cedric was good, fair, older, capable. That should have been the end. Then the goblet burned again. The flames turned red. A 4th piece of parchment flew out. Dumbledore caught it. His face changed. Harry knew before the name was spoken, not because of prophecy, not because of magic, because Sirius had gone utterly still across the hall. Dumbledore's voice was quiet. Harry Potter. The world fell away. For 1 second, no one moved. Then the hall exploded, voices rose. Students shouted. Teachers stood. Ron stared at Harry in shock. Hermione's hand flew to her mouth. Ginny went pale. Neville whispered, no. Harry did not stand. He could not. Sirius moved first. He crossed the great hall like a curse in human form. Several teachers stepped forward. He ignored them. Dumbledore said, Sirius. Sirius's wand was already in his hand. Who put his name in? The hall went silent in patches, fear spreading outward. Moody, the new defense against the dark arts professor, scarred, limping, one magical eye spinning, watched with grim interest from the staff table. Harry looked at him. Something about that eye made his skin crawl. Dumbledore's voice remained calm but tight. We do not yet know. Sirius laughed softly. No, but we are going to find out. Bagman stammered something about magical contracts. Sirius turned on him so fast the man stepped back. He is 14. The goblet's decision is binding. Sirius raised his wand. Remus appeared beside him and caught his wrist. Sirius? The word was quiet. It carried years, James. Lily Godric's Hollow, the floor outside Harry's room, Hogsmeade. Every promise made in fear. Sirius's hand shook. Harry stood. That stopped him more than Remus had. Harry walked forward slowly. The hall watched. He hated them for it, not individually. All at once, their fear, their excitement, their suspicion, their hunger for story. Dumbledore looked at him. Harry, did you put your name into the goblet of fire? No. The answer was clear, steady. The hall quieted further. Did you ask an older student to put it in? No. Sirius's voice was low. Then he is not competing. Moody spoke for the first time. Magical contract might disagree. Sirius turned. And who are you? Moody's magical eye fixed on him. Someone who knows dark magic when he smells it. Sirius stared. For 1 second, something passed between them. Recognition, suspicion. Harry could not tell. Dumbledore said, we will discuss this in the side chamber. Sirius looked at Harry. Harry nodded once. He did not feel brave. He felt trapped. Inside the chamber, everyone argued, loudly. Karkaroff accused Hogwarts of cheating. Madame Maxime objected with icy fury. Bagman babbled. Crouch Sr., pale and rigid, insisted the magical contract stood. McGonagall looked ready to tear the rulebook apart with her teeth. Snape watched Harry like suspicion had become a hobby. Sirius stood near Harry and said nothing. That was worse. Dumbledore examined the parchment. This is powerful magic, Harry said. Someone wanted me in. Yes, to get me killed, Moody growled. Maybe. Harry looked at him. Maybe not, Moody's eyes spun. Tournament gives access, isolation, tasks, panic, accidents. A clever enemy doesn't always kill you first. Sometimes he moves you where he wants you. Sirius's face went pale, blood of the enemy. Harry understood. So did Dumbledore, so did Remus. The silence between them was more frightening than the argument. Crouch Sr.'s voice cut in. The rules are clear. Mr. Potter must compete. Sirius turned to him. Your dead son was seen at the World Cup. Crouch's face went blank. Everyone stopped. Harry watched the man carefully. For a second, only a second, Barty Crouch Sr. looked terrified. Then the mask returned. My son is dead. No, Sirius said. He isn't. Crouch's hand tightened on his cane. This is neither the time nor the place for wild accusations. Sirius smiled coldly. Funny, that's what guilty men always say. Dumbledore stepped between them. Enough. Harry felt the room closing in. Contract, tournament, ritual. Blood, Barty Crouch Jr. Voldemort, pieces moving, not randomly. A board, he was on it again. Only this time he could see some of the squares. That did not make him free, it only made the trap clearer. When they finally left the chamber, Sirius pulled Harry aside before the crowd could reach him. His face was controlled with visible effort. I am going to get you out of this. Harry wanted to believe him. He also knew magic did not care what Sirius wanted. What if you can't? Sirius flinched. Harry hated that, but he did not take it back. Sirius knelt in front of him right there in the corridor, uncaring who saw. Then we prepare. Harry remembered saying those words months ago. Now Sirius gave them back. No secrets, Harry said. Sirius's eyes held his. No secrets? No following me without telling me. A pained smile flickered across Sirius's mouth. No following without telling you. No treating me like I'm already dead. Sirius's face broke, just for a second, then he nodded. No treating you like you're already dead, Harry breathed. Around them, the castle roared with rumor. The goblet had chosen him. The contract had trapped him somewhere. An enemy had moved. But this time, Harry was not the lonely boy under the stairs. He had Sirius. He had Remus. He had Ron, Hermione, Ginny, Neville. He had a defense circle that had begun in secret classrooms. He had adults who argued, yes, who failed, yes, who hid things sometimes and loved badly sometimes and feared too much. But they were there. And far away, in the dark places where broken souls whispered to servants, Lord Voldemort's plan had begun to turn. Not perfectly, not safely, but forward. Harry Potter's name had come out of the fire. And Sirius Black's war had become something much larger than politics. It had become a race. Against a ritual. Against a servant wearing a dead man's shadow. Against a Dark Lord who had learned that Harry was not easy to take. Which meant next time he would not try to take Harry from emptiness. He would try to take him from love. Harry Potter became a champion in a tournament he had never entered. That was the official version. The unofficial version changed depending on who was speaking. Some students said he had cheated. Some said Dumbledore had cheated for him. Some said Sirius Black had somehow forced the goblet, because people who feared the black name preferred blaming it for things even when the logic was ridiculous. Ron believed Harry immediately. That changed more than Harry expected. In another life, perhaps Ron might have doubted him. In this one, Ron had seen too much. He had seen Harry close a talking diary instead of writing back. He had seen him run toward Ginny because there was no time for anyone else. He had seen him freeze at the sight of Sirius bleeding in a Boggart's illusion. So when the rumors started, Ron simply sat beside Harry at breakfast, glared at anyone whispering too loudly, and said, "Anyone who thinks you entered yourself is thick enough to argue with a door." Hermione corrected him. Doors can be quite magically complex. Ron stared. That is not the point. Neville sat across from them, quiet but firm. Ginny placed herself at Harry's other side like a small red-haired warning sign. Draco Malfoy watched from the Slytherin table. He did not sneer. That was almost more unsettling. The first week after the goblet was a storm. Sirius demanded legal review. Dumbledore investigated magical interference. Remus read old tournament records until his eyes looked bruised. Hermione researched binding contracts and became increasingly furious. Ron suggested stealing the goblet and throwing it into the lake. Ginny asked if fire could be hexed. Harry mostly felt like a rope in a tug-of-war between ancient magic and adult panic. The goblet's contract held. That was the problem. It did not care that Harry was underage. It did not care that he had not entered. It did not care that someone had twisted the rules around him like a noose. Magic, Harry was learning, could be powerful and still stupid. The ruling came 3 days before the first task. Harry had to compete, not because anyone thought it was fair. Because the goblet had accepted him, and magical contracts that old were not easily broken without consequences, no one wanted to test on a living child. Sirius received the news in Dumbledore's office. He did not shout. Harry wished he had. Instead, Sirius stood very still, eyes on the contract parchment, face empty. Dumbledore said quietly, "I am sorry." Sirius smiled. Harry hated that smile. It belonged more to the Black family than to him. "No," Sirius said. "You are worried, you are guilty, you are perhaps even angry. But sorry is what people say when the damage is over." Dumbledore's face tightened. "This is not over." "No," Sirius agreed. "It is not." Moody stood in the corner, magical eye spinning. Harry felt it land on him again and again. The new defense professor made his skin crawl in ways he could not fully explain. Moody was helpful, too helpful. He gave practical advice, warned Harry about constant vigilance, and looked at him with something like approval whenever Harry noticed a threat. Sirius disliked him. That should have comforted Harry. It did not. Because Sirius disliked many people, this felt different after the meeting. Sirius took Harry outside near the lake. The sky was gray. Wind moved across the water in dark ripples. The castle loomed behind them, ancient and indifferent. For a while, neither spoke. Then Sirius said, "I cannot get you out." Harry looked at him. The words sounded like they hurt Sirius to say, "I know." Sirius's jaw tightened. "I have spent your entire life promising myself I would never say those words." Harry looked down at the grass. "You're still here. That does not feel like enough." "It is." Sirius laughed softly, but there was no humor in it. "You are too kind to me." Harry shook his head. "No, I'm angry too." Sirius turned. Harry met his eyes. "I'm angry that someone can put my name in a cup, and suddenly everyone acts like my life belongs to a contract. I'm angry that people keep saying rules like rules are alive, and I'm not. I'm angry that Voldemort wants my blood, and everyone talks around it like I'm not sitting there." Sirius's expression changed. Harry continued, voice shaking now. "And I'm angry that you look at me like you're already imagining my funeral." Sirius flinched. Harry regretted it immediately, but he did not take it back. For a moment the wind was the only sound. Then Sirius said, "You're right." Harry blinked. "I am?" "Yes." Sirius looked out at the lake. "I keep seeing Godric's Hollow, James on the floor, Lily by the door, you in the crib. Every danger becomes that night again." Harry swallowed. "I'm not a baby anymore." "No," Sirius said. "You are not." He turned back to Harry. "That terrifies me too." Harry almost smiled. Sirius placed both hands on his shoulders. "So here is the truth. I cannot stop the tournament. I cannot promise nothing will happen. I cannot stand in front of every curse." Harry's throat tightened. "But I can prepare you," Sirius said. "I can trust you. I can stand close enough to come when called, but far enough that you still get to be the one holding your wand." Harry breathed slowly. That felt different, not safe. Better than safe. Real. Sirius pulled a small black mark from his pocket. It looked like a flat piece of polished obsidian carved into the shape of a dog's paw. "What is it?" "A distress charm." Harry raised an eyebrow. "Sirius, I am telling you about it. That is growth." Despite himself, Harry laughed. Sirius smiled faintly. "It is not a tracker. It will not tell me where you are every second. But if you press it and say my name, it will pull on my oath as your godfather. I will know you need me." "Can it get through Hogwarts wards?" "Maybe." "That sounds very confident." "It can get through most wards," Sirius corrected. "Tournament magic may interfere. Old magic is irritatingly proud of itself." Harry turned the charm over in his fingers. A faint warmth pulsed through it. "Is this Black family magic?" "Partly." "And Potter?" Sirius's face softened. "Partly." Harry looked up. "And Lily?" Sirius nodded. Dumbledore helped anchor it after Godric's Hollow. He will deny enjoying the theory, but he did. Harry closed his hand around the charm. What does it do to you? Sirius smiled, suspicious. Good. I learned from the best. It pulls. That is all, like hearing your name in a crowded room. Harry studied him. No pain. No pain, Sirius, his godfather sighed. A little pain if you are very far away or behind hostile wards. Harry started to hand it back. Sirius closed Harry's fingers around it. No, that pain is mine to choose. Harry stared at him. Sirius's voice became firm. Not yours to carry, mine to choose. The first task arrived with dragon smoke on the wind. Harry knew about the dragons before the task. Not because Hagrid told him, though Hagrid tried and failed to be subtle so badly that even Ron guessed something was wrong. Sirius told him. He did not apologize for it. The task is dragons, he said through the mirror the night before. Nesting mothers, eggs, you have to retrieve one. Harry stared. A dragon? Yes. They're making students face dragons? Yes. Harry waited. Sirius's eye twitched. I am handling that part emotionally. You look like you're going to bite something. I said handling, not handling well. Remus appeared behind him with a stack of books. You are not fighting the dragon. I wasn't planning to fight the dragon. Remus stared. Sirius sighed. I was planning to fight the organizers. Harry rubbed his face. How do I survive? That became the question. Not win, survive. Sirius, Remus, Hermione, Ron, Ginny, and Neville all helped in different ways. Hermione researched dragon behavior until she began correcting Charlie Weasley's notes by Owl. Ron wrote to Charlie, who sent back advice that included the phrase "do not stand where fire can reach," which Ron said was both obvious and deeply unhelpful. Ginny found a diagram of dragon blind spots. Neville pointed out that nesting creatures became predictable around eggs. Remus helped Harry build a plan around movement. Sirius focused on fear. Dragons are not evil, he told Harry. They are not Death Eaters. They do not care about your name, your scar, your politics, or your dramatic life. They care about territory and eggs. Respect that and you have a chance. Harry nodded. And if it attacks, move before it chooses to. Helpful, you asked for truth, not comfort. Harry summoned his broom during the task. It was not flashy at first. The crowd expected a duel between boy and beast because crowds were stupid and liked simple stories. Harry gave them a chase. The Hungarian horntail was enormous, black-scaled, spiked, and furious. Fire tore across the arena. Harry did not try to overpower it. He stayed moving, using height, speed, and the dragon's protective instincts against it. He feinted toward the eggs, pulled back when it struck, circled wide, and forced it to turn again and again. His shoulder burned from one near miss. His robe smoked. His hands shook so badly he almost lost the broom. But he remembered Sirius. People fight the idea they have of you. The dragon expected a thief. So Harry became a distraction. He lured it just far enough from the golden egg, dove hard, rolled beneath a blast of fire, and snatched the egg from the nest. The crowd erupted. Harry landed badly and tumbled across the dirt, clutching the egg to his chest like a madman. For 3 seconds he lay there, alive and stunned. Then he started laughing, not because it was funny, because he was not dead. Sirius reached him before the healers did. That should have been impossible. Harry did not ask. Sirius dropped to his knees beside him. You're smoking. Harry coughed. I noticed. You stole from a dragon. That was the task. You stole from a dragon while on fire. Only a little on fire. Sirius stared at him. Then he laughed too. It sounded half hysterical. When the healers dragged Harry away, Sirius let them. That was progress. The golden egg screamed when opened, not metaphorically, literally. Harry opened it in the Gryffindor common room and nearly caused 3 first-years to fall off a sofa. Ron clapped his hands over his ears. That thing is possessed, Hermione winced. It is probably a clue. It screamed at my soul. Ginny leaned closer. Open it again. No, Ron said. Harry opened it again. Everyone shouted. The clue took weeks to solve. Cedric Diggory helped. That surprised Harry. Cedric caught him after a training session near the library, looking uncomfortable but determined. Potter. Harry turned. Cedric held up his hands. Not here to hex you. I didn't think you were, Cedric smiled faintly. Some people do, Harry shrugged. Some people are stupid. Cedric laughed, then he sobered. The egg, take it underwater. Harry blinked. That's allowed, Cedric's mouth quirked. I'm not giving you the answer, just a path to it. Harry studied him. Why? Cedric looked slightly offended. Because you helped me with the dragons. I told everyone, you still did it. Harry nodded slowly. Thanks, Cedric hesitated. You didn't put your name in. No. I know. That mattered. More than Harry expected. The second task was worse than the first. Dragons were terrifying, but they were honest. Water was not. The lake looked calm on the morning of the task, gray and cold beneath the winter sky. Harry stood at the edge wearing borrowed courage and a charm Hermione had drilled into him for days. Gillyweed. Dobby brought it, though this time he did not appear dramatically at midnight. Creature found him in the kitchens and marched him to Harry like a suspicious parcel. Strange elf brings lake weed, Creature announced. Creature has inspected it for poison, curses, and poor manners. Dobby burst into tears. Harry took the gillyweed and thanked both elves. Creature pretended not to glow. Dobby actually glowed a little. Underwater, the world changed. Sound became pressure. Light became green. Harry's lungs transformed, gills opening at his neck, fingers webbing painfully. He swam down through cold darkness toward the merpeople's song. He found the hostages tied beneath the lake. Ron, Hermione, Cho Chang, Gabrielle de Lacquer. Harry stopped. 4 hostages, 4 champions, 1 each. That was the rules again. Harry hated rules when they stood near helpless people. He cut Ron free first. Ron floated unconscious but breathing under the enchantment. Harry looked at Hermione, then at Gabrielle. Fleur was nowhere. Time passed. The merpeople watched. Harry waited as long as he dared. Then longer. Finally, he cut Gabrielle free too. The merpeople hissed in warning. Harry hissed back without thinking, not parseltongue, just irritation and bubbles. The merpeople looked unimpressed. Harry dragged Ron and Gabrielle upward, lungs aching strangely even with gills. His limbs burned. The surface seemed impossibly far when he broke through. The world exploded into noise and air. Fleur screamed her sister's name. Ron woke coughing and immediately shouted, "I was what?" Harry was hauled onto the platform, shaking so violently, Madame Pomfrey threatened to stun him for medical convenience. Sirius wrapped him in a blanket. You rescued 2. Fleur didn't come. The hostages were not in real danger. Harry looked at him. Sirius stopped. They were not supposed to be in danger, he corrected. Harry leaned against him, exhausted. I couldn't leave her. Sirius's face softened with something like pain. I know. The judges gave Harry high marks for moral fiber. Ron said that sounded like something found in breakfast cereal. Hermione, once awake, hugged Harry so tightly he squeaked. Fleur kissed both his cheeks and called him noble. Harry went red. Sirius looked amused for exactly 1 second before becoming suspicious of everyone again. By spring, the defense circle had grown, not openly, but enough that it had a shape. Students from all houses came quietly. Hufflepuffs brought steadiness. Ravenclaws brought questions. Gryffindors brought energy and poor impulse control. Even 2 Slytherins came once, though they left quickly when Ginny asked if they were there to learn shields or report attendance to their fathers. One returned a week later, not Draco, not yet, but Draco watched. Harry noticed because he noticed everything now, so did Moody. That was the problem. Moody watched the defense circle with interest. He praised Harry's caution, corrected his grip, told him to think like a hunted man, showed him how enemies exploited mercy. Constant vigilance, Moody growled. The class loved him, Harry did not. One evening after practice, Moody stopped him near the corridor. Potter. Harry turned, the magical eye spun. You're building a little army. Harry's hand tightened around his bag. No, I'm teaching people not to freeze. Moody smiled. It made his scars twist. That's how armies start. Harry remembered Sirius saying almost the same thing. But Sirius had sounded afraid. Moody sounded pleased. Harry said nothing. Moody leaned on his staff. You have instincts, better than most. Don't let soft people dull them. Soft people, people who tell you restraint is always noble. Sometimes hesitation gets people killed. Harry thought of Remus, then of Sirius lowering his wand over Peter, then of Ginny surviving because Harry had moved. "It depends," Harry said, Moody's eye fixed on him. "On what? Whether you're hesitating because you're thinking or because you're scared." Moody stared, then he laughed. "Not bad." Harry did not smile, Professor. "What? How did you know I was building anything?" Moody's normal eye narrowed, the magical one spun. "Because I watch." Harry nodded. "Constant vigilance." Moody grinned. "Exactly." Harry walked away feeling cold. That night he told Sirius. Sirius listened, jaw tight. "Moody is paranoid," he said. "Real Moody anyway." Harry looked up sharply. "Real." Sirius froze. Remus, sitting beside him in the mirror, slowly turned his head. Harry leaned closer. "What do you mean, real?" Sirius cursed softly. Remus said, "Careful." "No," Harry said. "No careful, you said no secrets." Sirius rubbed a hand over his face. "Alastor Moody is a real person, a good orar, difficult, paranoid, dangerous. He trained Tonks for a bit. But the man teaching you feels wrong." Harry's stomach tightened. "You noticed too?" "Yes." "Why didn't you say?" "Because suspicion without proof can ruin innocent people." Harry stared. Sirius grimaced. "I hate when Dumbledore's lessons become useful." Remus leaned toward the mirror. "We are investigating." Quietly, Harry nodded. "Barty Crouch Jr.?" Sirius did not answer. He did not need to. The third task approached like a storm, pretending to be a schedule. The maze grew on the Quidditch pitch, hedges rising high and dark. Teachers called it controlled. Harry no longer trusted that word. Cedric trained with him twice. Not as allies exactly. Not enemies either. Fleur gave him advice on charm timing. Crumb nodded at him once in a way Ron described as aggressively Bulgarian. The night before the task, Harry could not sleep. He found himself in the common room, staring at the fire. Ginny came down first, then Hermione, then Ron. Then Neville, who claimed he had needed water and was fooling no one. They sat together without speaking for a while. Finally, Ron said, "This is the part where someone says something inspiring." Hermione looked at him. "Go on then." "I was hoping someone else had it." Ginny rolled her eyes. Neville looked at Harry. "Don't win." Harry blinked. "What?" Neville's face went pink, but he continued. "I mean, don't think about winning. That's what whoever put you in wants. Champions want to win, so don't be a champion, be you." Harry stared. Ron nodded slowly. "That was annoyingly good." Hermione smiled. "Neville, that was excellent." Neville looked embarrassed. Ginny leaned back. "So if the cup looks too easy, assume murder." Ron pointed at her. "That is the family motto now." Harry laughed. For one moment the fear loosened. The maze was alive. Harry felt it the moment he entered. The hedges swallowed sound. The sky vanished behind dark leaves. Paths shifted when he was not looking. Somewhere nearby, a creature clicked its claws against stone. The air smelled of damp earth and spellwork. Harry moved slowly, not like someone racing, like someone surviving. He marked turns. Tested ground. Kept his wand raised. Avoided too obvious paths because obvious paths had become personally offensive to him. A blast-ended scroot nearly cooked him. A golden mist turned the world upside down. A sphinx asked him a riddle, which he answered mostly because Hermione's voice had lived rent-free in his head for 4 years. Then he heard Cedric shout. Harry ran. Crumb had attacked him, not normally. His eyes were blank, his movements stiff, imperious. Harry disarmed Crumb from behind. Cedric stunned him. They stared at each other over Crumb's unconscious body. "Someone's in the maze," Cedric said. Harry nodded. "Or controlling it." They sent red sparks up for Crumb. The maze shifted behind them, guiding. Harry felt it then, the same feeling as the goblet. Not wrong like a cursed object, wrong like a hand wearing a glove. Cedric looked ahead. The cup should be close. Harry's cloak warmed near his collar. Sirius's charm, not full alarm, warning. Harry pulled out the black paw charm. It was hot. Cedric saw it. "What is that?" "Family magic." "That sounds both useful and illegal." "Usually." They moved together. The final clearing opened suddenly. The Triwizard Cup stood on a stone plinth, glowing faintly blue. Too easy. Harry stopped so sharply Cedric nearly bumped into him. "What?" Harry stared at the cup. Neville's voice echoed. "Don't win." Ginny's followed. "If the cup looks too easy, assume murder." Harry raised his wand. "Don't touch it." Cedric frowned. It's the cup. It's also a trap. How do you know? I don't. Cedric stared at him. Harry's charm burned hotter. Then the maze behind them moved. Something huge crashed through the hedges. Acromantula, massive, black, fast. Cedric swore. The spider lunged. They fought together. Cedric was good, better than Harry in clean spellwork. Harry was faster at reacting to ugly surprises. Between them, they drove it back, but not before Cedric was knocked off his feet near the plinth. The spider lunged again. Harry blasted one leg out from under it. Cedric scrambled up. His hand struck the cup. Harry saw the blue light flare. No, he grabbed Cedric's sleeve to pull him away. The world vanished. Cold swallowed them. Harry hit hard ground and rolled, gasping. His stomach lurched from the portkey. Grass scratched his palms. The air smelled of damp earth, old stone, and death. Cedric groaned beside him. "Where are we?" Harry lifted his head. A graveyard. Tall stones leaned beneath a moonless sky. A church stood nearby in silhouette. Yew trees moved in the wind. The cup lay beside them. Portkey. The word slammed through Harry's mind. Then his scar exploded. Not pain like before. Recognition. Homecoming for something that was not him. "Cedric." Harry whispered. "Get up!" A figure stepped from between the graves, short, cloaked, carrying something in his arms. Harry's blood turned to ice. Not Peter. Peter was in Azkaban. The figure moved closer. Barty Crouch Jr.'s face emerged beneath the hood. He looked older than at the World Cup, thinner, fever-bright, and utterly devoted. In his arms was a small, twisted shape wrapped in cloth. It moved. Cedric raised his wand. "Who are you?" The thing in Barty's arms hissed. "Kill the spare." Barty lifted his wand. Harry moved. Not fast enough to stop the spell. Fast enough to shove Cedric sideways. Green light tore past Cedric's ribs instead of through his heart. Cedric screamed and fell, not dead, bleeding, alive. Harry shouted, "Cedric!" Barty's next spell hit Harry in the chest. Ropes wrapped around him and slammed him against a grave. The stone behind him read, "Tom Riddle." Harry fought the bindings. They tightened. Barty dragged Cedric closer with a flick of his wand, binding him too, but carelessly. Cedric was unconscious, blood dark against his robes. Alive, Harry told himself, alive. The thing in Barty's arms turned. Harry saw a face like a nightmare, half-formed, red eyes, thin skin, a mouth that smiled. Harry Potter. Harry's scar burned so fiercely he nearly blacked out. Barty set the creature into a cauldron. Harry heard movement behind the graves. Shapes appeared, robed, masked, Death Eaters, not many at first, then more. They formed a circle around the grave. Harry's hand strained toward his pocket, the poor charm. His fingers could not reach. Barty began the ritual. Harry had known the words might exist. Knowing did nothing. Barty's voice shook with reverence. "Bone of the father, unknowingly given." The grave at Harry's back cracked. Dust rose. Harry gagged as something pale and ancient fell into the cauldron. "Flesh of the servant, willingly given." Barty held out his own hand. His eyes shone. He cut it. Not a finger like Peter might have done, the whole hand. He screamed and laughed at once as it fell into the cauldron. Harry felt sick. Blood of the enemy. Barty turned to him. Harry pulled against the ropes until they burned his skin. "No." Barty smiled. "Forcibly taken." The knife cut his arm. Harry screamed. His blood fell into the cauldron. The liquid turned white, then red, then black. The graveyard trembled. The thing inside the cauldron dissolved. For 1 second the world held its breath. Then a man rose from the steam, tall. Pale, thin, terrible, Lord Voldemort stepped from the cauldron and opened red eyes. The Death Eaters fell to their knees. Harry stared. Part of him had expected fear. He was afraid. But beneath it was something colder, recognition from the scar. A pull. A wrongness answering wrongness. Voldemort looked at his own hands. Then at Harry he smiled. Better. Barty crawled forward, bleeding, sobbing with joy. "My lord." Voldemort barely looked at him. "Faithful Barty." He waved his wand. A silver hand formed where Barty's had been, gleaming in the dark. Barty wept harder. Voldemort turned back to Harry. The circle of Death Eaters watched. "Harry Potter," Voldemort said softly, "the boy guarded by blood, by oath, by a dog who thinks love can stand at every door." Harry's heart stopped. Voldemort smiled wider. "Yes, I know of him." Harry said nothing. Where is Sirius Black tonight, I wonder? Pacing, watching, telling himself he can protect what destiny has already claimed. Harry forced himself to breathe. He'll come. The Death Eaters laughed. Voldemort raised one pale hand. They fell silent. Will he? Harry's fingers strained again. The charm was close. Too far. Voldemort stepped closer. I used your blood, Harry. Your mother's protection lives in me now. I can touch you. He reached out and pressed one finger to Harry's cheek. Nothing burned. Voldemort's smile became triumphant. Harry's stomach dropped. For years, Lily's protection had been the fact beneath everything. Now Voldemort had crossed it. The Dark Lord leaned closer. Do you understand? No mother stands between us now. Harry's fear sharpened, not into courage, into refusal. No, he whispered. Voldemort's eyes narrowed. No. Harry lifted his head. She still does. The graveyard went quiet. Harry did not know why he said it. He only knew it was true, not because Voldemort could not touch him, because protection was not only skin burning under evil hands. Lily was in every choice that had followed her death. Sirius staying instead of killing Peter, Remus teaching restraint, Ron standing on the chessboard, Hermione going back for help, Ginny surviving and choosing to fight fear. Love had not stayed one spell, it had become people. Voldemort's face twisted. Brave words from a tied boy. He stepped back. Untie him. Barty hesitated. My lord. Untie him. Return his wand. A Death Eater laughed nervously. Voldemort's gaze swept the circle. I will not have it said that Lord Voldemort needed ropes to defeat a child. Harry's bindings fell. He nearly collapsed. His wand was thrown at his feet. So was Cedric's. Harry glanced at Cedric, still breathing barely. The poor charm was in Harry's pocket, now reachable, but Voldemort was watching. Pick it up, Voldemort said. Harry bent slowly. His fingers closed around his wand. Then, hidden by his sleeve around the charm, it burned. Harry pressed it hard enough that its edge cut his palm. Sirius, he whispered. Voldemort's head tilted. What was that? Harry straightened. Nothing. Pain exploded through his hand, not from the charm, from distance, from wards, from the Portkey's twisted magic. Somewhere impossibly far away, an oath heard him. Voldemort smiled. Bow! No! The Cruciatus curse hit him. Harry fell screaming. Pain became the world, not injury, not fire, something worse. Every nerve turned into a blade. His bones felt full of lightning. His scar tore open with white heat. He heard laughter, but it might have been his own voice breaking. Then it stopped. Harry lay on the grass, shaking. Voldemort's voice floated above him. Bo! Harry pushed himself up on one arm. His body begged him not to. No, Voldemort's smile vanished. Your godfather taught you defiance. Did he teach you pain? Harry spat blood onto the grass. He taught me worse jokes than yours. For 1 second, even a Death Eater choked. Voldemort's face went flat. Crucio. The second curse was worse. When it ended, Harry could barely see. He thought of Sirius. Not coming, no, coming. The charm had worked. It had to. Voldemort forced him to his feet with magic. Now, he said coldly, we duel. Harry raised his wand. He knew he could not win. That was not fear talking. That was fact. Voldemort was faster, stronger, older, and crueler than anyone Harry had ever faced. Harry was 14. Injured, exhausted, and shaking from torture. Winning was not the task. Surviving was. Voldemort cast first. Harry moved before the spell fully left his wand, not enough. A cutting curse slashed his shoulder. Harry fired back with Expelliarmus. Voldemort deflected it lazily. The Death Eaters laughed. Harry kept moving, shield, dodge, break line, use graves, do not stand where he expects. Sirius's lessons held him together by threads. Voldemort's amusement faded. Enough, he raised his wand. Avada Kedavra, Harry cast at the same time. Expelliarmus. Green and red light met, the world split. A golden thread connected their wands. Harry's wand shook violently in his hand. Voldemort stared. What? The thread became a cage of light. The Death Eaters shouted. Harry gripped his wand with both hands, scar burning, body screaming. From Voldemort's wand emerged a hand, then a face. Cedric's voice came first, weak and confused. Harry's heart lurched, but Cedric was not dead. The shape flickered, incomplete, then vanished. Voldemort's wand screamed as if searching for echoes it had not fully made. other shadows emerged. Old victims, fragments of murder, and then Lily Potter appeared, not alive, not a ghost exactly, a memory forced through magic. Harry's breath caught. James appeared beside her. For one impossible second, Harry was 11 years of stories meeting the people who had become them. Lily looked at him. Her eyes were his. "Hold on," she whispered. James smiled, fierce and proud. "Not bad, kid." Harry almost sobbed. Voldemort snarled, fighting the connection. Then another figure appeared, not from Voldemort's wand, from the edge of the graveyard. A great black dog burst through the darkness. Padfoot came like night-given teeth. Behind him, Phoenix fire split the air. Dumbledore arrived in a flash of gold and flame. Remus came through a second later, thrown by emergency portkey magic and landing hard but upright, wand already raised. Tonks followed, hair blazing red, aura robes torn by travel magic. Sirius transformed mid-leap. Man replaced dog. His wand was in his hand before his boots hit the ground. "Harry!" The connection between the wands snapped. Harry fell. Chaos erupted. Death Eaters shouted. Spells flew. Dumbledore moved forward like a storm wearing calm. His wand flashed, and 3 masked figures were thrown backward. Remus shielded Cedric. Tonks engaged Barty Crouch Jr., who screamed curses with fanatical joy. Sirius reached Harry. For 1 second, the battle vanished. His godfather's hands were on his face. Harry, look at me." Harry tried. "Sirius, I'm here." Voldemort's voice cut through the graveyard. How touching. Sirius turned. Harry had seen Sirius angry before, at Snape, at Lucius, at Dumbledore, at himself. This was different. This was Godric's Hollow walking. Sirius rose slowly. Voldemort smiled. Sirius Black, the loyal dog. Sirius's wand lowered slightly, not in surrender, in something worse. The air around him darkened. Harry felt it, old black family magic, not the playful house rules creature taught him. Not protective wards. This was the magic Sirius never used, the magic buried under family portraits and locked books, the kind of curse that did not simply wound a body but marked a soul. Remus saw it too. "Sirius," he warned. Sirius did not seem to hear. Voldemort's eyes gleamed. "Yes, there you are, the black air beneath the blood traitor mask." Sirius took 1 step forward. Dumbledore was dueling 2 Death Eaters and Voldemort's shield at once. He could not stop him. Harry pushed himself up. Every part of him hurt. "Sirius." No response. The dark around Sirius's wand thickened. Voldemort smiled wider. "Show him what love becomes when it is honest." Harry staggered to his feet. "Sirius!" This time Sirius flinched. Harry stumbled toward him. Remus shouted for him to stay back. Harry ignored him. He grabbed Sirius's sleeve with his bloodied hand. Sirius looked down. For 1 second he did not seem to recognize him. Then horror broke across his face. Harry held on. "You raised me better than revenge." The words struck harder than any spell. Sirius's wand shook. Voldemort's smile vanished. Harry's voice broke. "Please." Sirius closed his eyes. The darkness around his wand faded. When he opened them, they were wet and human again. He turned his wand away from Voldemort and toward Harry, casting a shield just as a Death Eater's curse struck. The spell shattered against it. Voldemort's face twisted with disgust. "Weak." Sirius looked at him over the shield. "No," he said. "His." Then Dumbledore moved, the graveyard filled with light, not gentle light, battle light, white and gold and blue, ancient spells breaking the circle. Headstones rose as shields. Ropes of fire twisted through the air, separating Death Eaters. Forks screamed overhead, blinding the masked ranks with phoenix flame. "Portkey!" Dumbledore shouted. Harry turned. The cup lay near Cedric. Remus had him half-conscious, one hand pressed to the wound in his side. Tonks dragged Barty back with a binding spell, but Barty slashed free, laughing through blood. "Master, Master, I brought him." Voldemort did not look at him. He was staring at Harry, hatred, not casual, not distant, personal. Harry grabbed Cedric's wrist. Sirius grabbed Harry. Remus grabbed the cup. Dumbledore held Voldemort back with a shield that cracked under green fire. For 1 terrifying second, Harry thought the portkey would not work. Then the world twisted. The graveyard vanished. They landed on the Hogwarts pitch in a tangle of limbs, blood, and broken magic. The crowd screamed, not celebration, horror. Harry hit the grass and could not move. Cedric groaned beside him, alive, alive. That was the first thing Harry understood. Cedric was alive. Sirius was shouting for healers. Remus was bleeding. Tonks appeared seconds later through a separate burst of magic, dragging an unconscious Barty Crouch Jr. behind her with silver bindings wrapped around his body. Dumbledore arrived last. His robes were torn, his face was pale, but he was alive. The stadium descended into chaos. Amos Diggory pushed through the crowd and fell beside Cedric, sobbing his son's name. Madame Pomfrey took over with terrifying authority. McGonagall looked at Harry's injuries and made a sound Harry had never heard from her before. Hermione, Ron, Ginny, and Neville broke past the barriers and reached him before anyone could stop them. Ron was white. Hermione was crying openly. Ginny looked like she wanted to kill the entire world. Neville stood frozen, then took Harry's hand very carefully. Sirius stayed on Harry's other side. He did not let go. Cornelius Fudge arrived trying to take control. He failed immediately. "What is the meaning of this?" Fudge demanded, face red, hat crooked. "What happened here?" Dumbledore turned. "Voldemort has returned." The words cut through the noise. The pitch went silent in spreading waves. Fudge stared. "That is a very serious claim." Tonks kicked Barty Crouch Jr. onto the grass. "He was impersonating Alastor Moody," she said sharply. "Polyjuice, we found the real Moody locked in his own trunk." Gasps spread. Sirius looked at Dumbledore. Dumbledore's face darkened. Harry closed his eyes. Real Moody, he had known not enough, but he had known. Fudge's face paled. "This man is alive," Sirius said. "Unlike your ministry reports." Barty began laughing weakly. Everyone turned. His eyes opened. They were fever bright. "My master has returned," he whispered. "Blood of the enemy, flesh of the servant, bone of the father, he is reborn." Fudge staggered back. No denial came, not yet. Too many witnesses. Cedric alive, Harry alive, Barty captured, Dumbledore, Sirius, Remus, and Tonks all present. The lie had no room to breathe. Harry opened his eyes. Across the pitch, Draco Malfoy stood near the Slytherin section, face white. Beside him, Lucius Malfoy had arrived. His mask was perfect, almost. But Harry saw his hand tremble once on his cane. The war had begun. And this time, everyone heard the first shot. Harry woke in the hospital wing to the sound of Sirius arguing quietly. That was new, the quiet part. Madame Pomfrey's voice cut like a blade. "If you wake my patient, Mr. Black, I will sedate you in front of witnesses." Sirius whispered, "You wouldn't." "I have a syringe. I respect healers deeply." Harry smiled before opening his eyes. His entire body hurt. His scar felt like someone had pressed a hot coin into his forehead and left the memory behind. His arm was bandaged. His shoulder was wrapped. His throat was raw, but he was alive. Cedric was alive too, in the next bed, pale but breathing, with both parents sitting beside him. Harry turned his head. Sirius sat at his bedside. He looked awful. Dust still clung to his hair. There was blood on his sleeve, though Harry did not know whose. His eyes were red, as if he had not blinked since the graveyard. "Hi," Harry whispered. Sirius leaned forward instantly. "Hi, did we win?" Sirius laughed once, broken and soft. "No." Harry looked at him. Sirius took his hand. "But we survived." Harry nodded. That was enough for now. Dumbledore visited later. He looked older than Harry had ever seen him. For once, he did not begin with explanation. He sat beside the bed and said, "I failed to see what was before me." Harry did not answer. Dumbledore continued, "Barty Crouch Jr. impersonated Alastor Moody for nearly a year. He manipulated the goblet, guided you through the tournament, turned the cup into a portkey." Harry stared at the ceiling. "I knew something was wrong, yes, but I didn't know enough." Dumbledore's voice was gentle. "Harry, suspicion is not omniscience." Harry looked at him then. "Adults keep saying that after children get hurt." Sirius, sitting nearby, went very still. Dumbledore closed his eyes. "Yes," he said, "we do." Harry had not expected agreement. It made him angrier somehow, and sadder. Dumbledore opened his eyes again. "Voldemort used your blood." "I know." "He can touch me now." "Yes." Sirius's hand tightened around Harry's. Harry looked at him, but something happened. Dumbledore leaned forward slightly. Harry searched for words. When he touched me, he thought Lily's protection was beaten, but it didn't feel gone. It felt changed. Dumbledore's eyes sharpened. Sirius frowned. Changed how? Harry looked at their joined hands. I called Sirius. The charm worked. Voldemort knew about the oath. He said love like it was a weakness. Sirius's mouth tightened. When Sirius came, Voldemort wanted him angry. Wanted him to use something dark. Sirius looked away. Harry kept going. When he chose me instead, something pulled. Dumbledore became utterly still. Harry touched his chest. Not here, around me, around him, around Voldemort too. Remus, sitting near the window with his arm bandaged, spoke softly. The Godfather oath. Dumbledore nodded slowly. When Voldemort took your blood, he took Lily's protection into himself, but your protection was no longer Lily's sacrifice alone. It had been reinforced by Sirius's oath and years of chosen guardianship. Sirius looked up sharply. What does that mean? Dumbledore's expression held wonder and worry together. It means Voldemort may have bound himself to more than he understood. Harry's heart beat faster. Can he kill me? Silence. Sirius looked like the question physically hurt him. Dumbledore answered carefully. I do not know. Harry waited. Dumbledore sighed. I believe he can harm you. Clearly, he can touch you, curse you, wound you. But killing you may be more difficult than he realizes while the oath remains unbroken. Sirius's face changed. Unbroken how? Remus answered before Dumbledore could, if Sirius betrays the oath. Harry looked at Sirius. Sirius stared back. That will not happen, Dumbledore said quietly. There are many forms of breaking. Sirius turned on him. Do not. Dumbledore held his gaze. I am not accusing, I am warning. Harry understood before Sirius did. The graveyard. Sirius looked at him. If you had used that curse, Harry said softly, if you had become what Voldemort wanted. Sirius went pale. Dumbledore finished gently. He may have believed it would damage the oath. No one spoke. Sirius stood abruptly and walked to the window. Harry watched his back. He remembered the darkness around Sirius's wand, the way Voldemort had smiled. Show him what love becomes when it is honest. Harry felt cold. Voldemort had not only tried to kill him, he had tried to corrupt the person protecting him. That was worse. Sirius turned back. His face was white, but his voice was steady. Then he failed. Harry held his gaze. Yes. The weeks after the graveyard changed everything. Cedric's survival became the hinge on which public truth turned. He woke after 2 days and confirmed the portkey, the graveyard, Barty, the ritual, and Voldemort. Amos Diggory spoke to the prophet himself, voice shaking with fury. Arthur Weasley pushed evidence through the ministry. Tonks testified as an auror. Dumbledore presented Barty's confession under Veritaserum before the Wisengamot. Sirius made sure independent papers received copies before anyone could bury them. Fudge tried hesitation for exactly 36 hours. Then public pressure crushed him. The ministry acknowledged Voldemort's return, not gracefully, not bravely, but officially. The wizarding world panicked. Sirius moved faster. The Lily Potter Memorial Defense Fund became a resistance network in all but name. Safe houses were prepared. Werewolf support groups were funded through fronts, so Remus would stop arguing. Muggle-born families received emergency contact mirrors. Former victims of Death Eaters were offered legal protection. The Weasleys became central organizers, though Molly insisted she was only making sure no one starved, which somehow involved coordinating half the network. Dumbledore began reforming the order. This time, Sirius did not simply join, he negotiated. No using Harry as bait. Sirius, no withholding information about Horcruxes. That research is dangerous. So is ignorance. No decisions about Harry without Harry. Dumbledore looked tired. Harry, sitting beside Sirius, looked directly at him. Dumbledore nodded, agreed. It was not perfect. Trust did not rebuild in one conversation, but it began with terms. That mattered. On the last night of term, Harry stood on the astronomy tower with Sirius. The sky was clear. Stars burned above the castle. Below, the grounds lay quiet, though Harry knew quiet was not the same as peace. Cedric was going home alive. Barty Crouch Jr. was in a ministry cell under guard from people Sirius actually trusted. The real Moody was recovering and had already threatened to hex anyone who pitied him. Voldemort was back. Harry touched his scar. It did not hurt. That almost frightened him more. Sirius stood beside him, elbows resting on the stone wall. You should be asleep. So should you. I'm an adult. We run on bad decisions and tea. Harry smiled faintly. Then he looked at his godfather. In the graveyard, were you going to kill him? Sirius did not pretend not to understand. Yes. Harry looked down. With dark magic, Sirius was silent for a long moment. Then he said, yes. Harry's throat tightened. Would it have worked? No, that surprised Harry. Sirius smiled bitterly. Voldemort wanted me to think it would. That was the trick. Harry looked at him. Sirius continued, I know curses he would respect. That is not the same as curses that would defeat him. The wind moved around them. Harry asked, do you miss being simpler? Sirius laughed softly. Every day. Me too. You were never simple. That's rude. That's accurate. Harry smiled. Then Sirius's expression softened. I am sorry you had to stop me. Harry leaned against the wall. I'm not. Sirius looked at him. Harry shrugged. You stopped yourself. I just reminded you. Sirius's eyes shone faintly. You sounded like Lily. Harry swallowed. Is that good? It is terrifying. Harry laughed. Sirius did too for a moment. They were not a symbol and a guardian oath. Not a Horcrux vessel and a black air. Not pieces on Dumbledore's board or targets in Voldemort's war. Just Harry and Sirius beneath the stars. A boy who had nearly died. A godfather who had nearly broken. Both still there, Harry looked out over the grounds. What happens now? Sirius followed his gaze. Now we go home. Creature cries while pretending not to. Molly feeds you enough for 6 people. Hermione gives you a reading list. Ron complains about the reading list. Ginny pretends she isn't worried. Remus tells us all to be sensible. Tonks falls over something. Harry smiled. And after that, Sirius's face became serious. After that, we fight. Harry nodded. Horcruxes? Yes. Voldemort? Yes. Together, Sirius placed a hand on his shoulder. In every lifetime. Far away, beyond the reach of Hogwarts lights, Lord Voldemort stood before his gathered followers and felt the shape of his mistake. He had Harry's blood. He had a body. He had servants returning one by one. But he had also taken into himself a protection he did not fully understand, a mother's sacrifice, a godfather's oath, a boy's refusal, a love that had grown teeth. He had wanted to take Harry from the graveyard as proof that love could be overcome. Instead, Harry had returned alive. With Cedric Diggory breathing beside him, with Barty Crouch Jr. captured, with Sirius Black unbroken, with the Ministry forced to speak the truth. Voldemort had returned, but not quietly, not cleanly, not into a world ready to deny him. And in number 12, Grimmauld Place, an old dark house prepared itself for war. Its walls remembered curses, its rooms remembered grief, its portraits whispered, its house elf sharpened silver with alarming dedication. But now, beneath all that, the house remembered something else too. Laughter. Family. A child who had grown up loved. The war had begun, and Harry Potter would not face it alone.